And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there. Session starts. Your company required. I think that happens twice a day. With some regularity, I keep saying. It's not often guaranteed that it happens twice a day, but it is somewhat guaranteed that it at least happens once a day. It is happening today. Hope you're happening with it. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noao. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noao. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the eastern parts of the country. The Holy Holy song from the Igbo people. So, Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. A military oath I took guided my comments on killings of hashtag NSAS protesters at Lekki Tollgate. Ex-defense spokesman Eneche speaks on Peter Obi's campaign controversy. So Eneche, of course, one of the leading voices in that NSAS space, and one of the senior military men in Nigeria. He now retired, so he has now come to shed some light on what exactly went down during that period. Military oath I took guided my comments on killings of hashtag NSAS protesters at Lekki Tollgate. Ex-defense spokesman Eneche speaks on Peter Obi's campaign controversy. So quite what this guy is about to unveil, we'll find out shortly. So we find that out shortly. This will find out shortly as well. NNPC should be unbundled, disbanded. So this is Lamido Sanusi speaking, the erstwhile Emir of Kano, now an intellectual based in Lagos. So have no equivocation about it. The days of NNPC are numbered. It's finished as an entity within the Nigerian space. It is finished as an entity, and the incoming administration, one of the first things that they will do, either Tinubu or Atiku, one of the first things they will do is to dismantle NNPC and sell it off bit by bit. So who gets to get the spoils of Nigeria is really the thing in play now, because NNPC will be sold in 2023, 2024, no later than 2024, at the longest push 2025. But I don't see it lasting till 2025, but NNPC will be sold within the next 2 years. But who gets to make that sale? Is it the South or the North? That's really where the question is. And that plays into the permutations as to who the power brokers want to give the country to. So that's in play. Why Northern Nigeria needs me? So this is Atiku Abubakar now going to that ethnic space. The politics of the upcoming, we've always said, is going to be ethnic. Have no equivocation about it, because all of the political space, barring curiously Tinubu, are playing a fervently ethnic politics. We've seen Peter Obi play ethnicity in the most crude and rudimentary way, inviting these people to lunch at the Southwesterners. So we're now seeing, I hope I still have that. Yes, I still do have that. So we've seen Peter Obi play ethnic politics, and I'll play you the clip of it because I still have it. We've seen Peter Obi play ethnic politics in the most crude and rudimentary way, inviting an audience of his clansmen to lunch at Yoruba people. We saw him do that. So we're now seeing Atiku Abubakar saying that the North needs him, which is the ethnic politics again that is in play now. So we've yet to see, and by the way, I must take that back, because we've seen Tinubu somewhat play ethnic politics as well with Emilo Kan, Yoruba Lokan. So this is an ethnic politics space. And there it is right there. All of the three leading candidates, they've already signaled to their ethnicity to gather to the clan. So gather to the clan, that is the crying call from the man from Adamawa. 2023, Why Northern Nigeria Needs Me, a headline attributed to the pot-bellied man from Adamawa State. My administration will achieve double-digit economic growth. So this is Tinubu now. And in terms of being able to make that statement, I think Tinubu, out of all of the people in play, in serious play, is the only one that can confidently make that statement, because antecedentally, in terms of the antecedents and his backdrop, his body of work indicates that he has the capacity to propel an economy aggressively. We saw him do it in Lagos, and it's well documented. Even his most fervent haters, they admit to some of the magic that he did in Lagos. So he, above all, in a position to make that statement. My administration will achieve double-digit economic growth. A headline attributed to the looter of Lagos State, Jagaban of Djibouti, Tinubu. Still with our NNPC, Sanusi faults NNPC's claim on daily PMS consumption. Sanusi faults NNPC claim on daily PMS consumption, says Nigerians not drinking petrol. So some of the figures that we're hearing from NNPC is a crime against God and man. Because you have to understand that when they quote these figures, they are telling us that Nigerians are using, however many, they are using about 500 times more petrol than had always been attributed to the space. And they're documenting for that. And there is no way that they are on a daily basis trafficking that much petrol out of NNPC. Even the logistics, the amount of vehicular movement and all of that. So there is no way and there is no evidence that they are trafficking the volume of petrol that they claim that Nigerians are consuming daily. But in terms of the budgets, they are budgeting for that, both in terms of subsidy, both in terms of output, and in terms of everything. So if you look at that budgeting, and if you look at the outputs that they're recording on the books, but are not actually leaving the depots, if you look at that gray area, then you can project the sort of money that these people are looting. They are just stealing everything. Essentially, this is what is going on. They're just stealing everything. And even from within, one of their own expresses alarm. Sanusi faults NNPC's claim on daily PMS consumption, says Nigerians not drinking petrol. So there it is right there. And this has been the narrative all the way through the Buhari administration. Still Sanusi and still NNPC. I am sorry for the next president who comes in and says he wants to remove fuel subsidy after day one. So this is Lamido Sanusi, the former emir of Kano, and really one of the things that will make or mar the next coming presidency will be that oil subsidy space, because in the immediacy of them coming into administration, with the Buhari administration already loaned the country to the hills and stolen everything in the coffers, the most immediate way that the incoming administration will be able to get some money to set about their administration will be to remove that oil subsidy. But then woe betide if they remove that oil subsidy, because there'll be pain to follow. So there will be pain to follow. So pain to follow, and this is what Lamido Sanusi is alarming too. I am sorry for the next president who comes in and says, hold on, I've just now gone past it. I am sorry for the next president who comes in and says he wants to remove fuel subsidy after day one. Lamido Sanusi is still commanding the space. General Enenche begs obedience to let him remain in campaign leadership without apologizing for #EndSARS. So it looks as though this guy has taken off his uniform to throw on the safari suit, which seems to be the preferred garment of the obedient space, and launch himself frontally into his ethnic groups project. So the Southeastern general takes off his uniform to pursue a greater cause for his people, but is inviting that they forget the past. General Enenche begs obedience to let him remain in campaign leadership without apologizing for #EndSARS. Lekki Tollgate, that should say, not EndSARS. Are we drinking the petrol? Sanusi tackles NNPC on inflated figures. So I think we've had that. So I remove this and we go with the headline that came with first. Tinubu begs RUFAI to help return Nigeria's rotten situation to help turn. Tinubu begs RUFAI to help turn Nigeria's rotten situation into a bad one. So it looks as though there might well have been a misspeak. And of course, the obedience space, they latch onto that very quickly. and they will make hue and cry of that, of course, as they often do. So they make hue and cry of that as they often do. So the final headline now is a throwback to some of the headlines that we have been contending with in previous incarnations. This is going back a year plus. These are the sort of headlines that we were contending with under the Nnamdi Kanu space. You know, that alarmist, far-fetched narrative that we oftentimes get from the IPOBian space. It looks as though it has resurfaced again. I'm not quite sure. Remember when they will tell us this, that, and the other, how they are shooting down helicopters and how they are using drones to monitor the Fulanis, etc. So this is along those lines. Fake and disinformative. Enugu State Police Command dismisses viral video of helicopters dropping hundreds of people in a community. So there it is, and there it is. Some things never change, and that thing certainly, this one will never change in that space. Oh, hold on. Oh, all right. I hope I'm still online. Hold on. If anyone can hear me, indicate, because I seem to be talking, but I'm not sure that I'm being heard. If anybody can hear me, please indicate. Can you hear me? Let me see. Oh, all right. Okay, brilliant. I'm trying to open this space, but it's not opening for me. Let me just let me try it this way. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Bear with me one moment. I'm trying to copy the video of hold on. All right. I'm trying to see if I can grab the video of this alarmist thing that is going on in the southeast. Just really sorry. All right. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, but I'm going to have to reboot my system because for some strange reason it's acting all weird. So I'm going to play you a little bit of music, and I hope that music continues whilst I reboot my system. So let me play you a little bit of music. It's one of those things that happens in life, and you just have to roll with it. In Igbo land, we say Osundi or when. Right, apologies. I'm not quite sure what quite happened there. My system seems to have developed a life of its own. So hopefully you can hear me better now. I wonder where we were with the headlines. Yes, we were with the southeastern space, and this throwback to that alarmist narrative that used to be the currency of that space. So a throwback to the alarmist narrative that used to be the currency of that space. So, all right. So a throwback to that. So that's the menu, rich and diverse. So that's somewhat it's thrown me a little. My system just crashing a little bit. But that's the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you are following us on Facebook, then please make sure, if you're watching us on Facebook rather, then please make sure that you are following as well. Very important that you're doing that, because then it expands the space so we reach even more people. So that's the menu. So relax into it. Let's come in via a bit of Eastern music. This is one of my favorite all-time songs. It's not by the man himself, but it was presented by the man himself. Whatever will happen is what they tell me it means. I understand this to mean or Sunday or Wendy. So where is it? Or Sunday or Wendy, or where are you? I've not deleted it surely. Hold on. And here it is. What will be or Sunday or Wendy.
Or Sunday or Wendy. Or Sunday or Wendy. If there's someone or Sunday or Wendy. I can sell it or Sunday or Wendy. And maybe when I go, you or Sunday or Wendy. It's a game. Or Sunday or Wendy. It's a game. Or Sunday or Wendy. Or Sunday or Wendy.
And there it is right there. The dulcet tones of our brothers from the east. Or Sunday or Wendy. What will be? Will be. Or Sunday or Wendy. As guys, I bring you this. Military oath I took guided my comments on killings of our hashtag NSAS protesters at Lekki Tollgate. Ex-defense spokesman NNPC speaks on Peter Obi's campaign controversy. A former director of information at the Nigerian Defense Headquarters, Major General John NNPC, retired, has explained why he denied the videos and photos of the Lekki Tollgate shootings. The Labour Party had on Wednesday named the retired military officer as a member of the Peter Obi presidential campaign organization. Correspondents had reported how soldiers on October the 20th, 2020, opened fire on hashtag NSAS protesters who converged at the Lekki Tollgate to protest against police brutality. The incident triggered a global outrage with calls for justice echoing from different parts of the world. It was gathered that before the shooting started, some officials installed closed-circuit television cameras in the area. The electricity at the protest area was also disconnected to prevent demonstrators from filming the attack. Minutes later, heavily armed Nigerian army personnel moved onto the scene to complete the plan. By the time sounds of their guns died down, dozens of protesters had been killed, many accounts have said. Though the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu swiftly blamed forces beyond our control for the attack, the army in a statement later revealed that the soldiers were invited to the scene of the protest by the governor. The day after the incident, NNPC, while speaking on Arise Television, claimed the Instagram live footage of the popular Nigerian disc jockey, better known. I'm not going to attempt her real name, because it's one of those Konkigo names. So I'm not going to attempt it. The day after the incident, NNPC, while speaking on Arise TV, claimed the Instagram live footage of popular Nigerian disc jockey, better known as DJ Switch, was fake. He also denied the presence of soldiers at the Lekki Tollgate. These videos were cropped and photoshopped. If not that I am not permitted, I would have forwarded it to you. Up till this morning, I got analysts to analyze the video, and they said it was cropped and put together, the retired military officer had said. In a statement on Friday, NNPC said his actions as a former military spokesman was guided by the overriding interest of Nigerians at heart, based on the oath of allegiance I swore on commission into the military service. He added, following my appointment on the campaign council of Labour Party, there were reactions on social media about my pronouncements concerning a video shot at the scene of the NSAS incident at Lekki Tollgate on October the 20th, 2020. Everyone that commented in any way was right based on the information at their disposal and individual analysis. Personally and professionally, I worked with the overriding interest of Nigerians at heart, Based on the oath of allegiance, I swore on commission into the military service, which is sacrosanct. I sincerely shared in the pains of that breaking news through the social media, as it were. I made bold to openly and objectively support the candidature of His Excellency Peter Obi and Dr. Yusuf Ahmed Dati without fear of contradiction, all based on my knowledge of the duo or based on my knowledge of the duo for over 17 years and 5 years respectively, that they can provide quality leadership for the nation that will guarantee effective followership. Though the Labour Party had said it would review the campaign council list, it gave no clarification on whether Enenche would be taken off the list or retained. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. You have to understand that a part of the campaign team, I'm not sure if his name made it onto the campaign council, but part of the supporters fervently, because he follows him to quite a few engagements, part of the supporters of the Tinubu space, of course, is Tukur Buratai, the former chief of army staff. So the former chief of army staff, that's one of his foremost supporters from the north, and a lot of criticism to that space. But now, one of the leading campaign organizers for Peter Obi, the spokesperson for the military, who traversed all of the media spaces in October 2020, asking where is the body, where is the body. So there it is right there, and that is who Peter Obi has appointed as his campaign superintendent. So that tells you that everything changes but remains the same. There is no distinction. There's no distinguishing between this spokesperson, that is Peter Obi's campaign coordinator, and Tukur Buratai, who is a Tinubu sympathizer. So there it is right there. So where is that shift? Where's that paradigm shift that was promised is the question. NNPC should be unbundled, disbanded. Lamido Sanusi, a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the post-emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, on Saturday, called for the, let me take that again, a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the post-emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, on Saturday, called for the unbundling of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, declaring the National Oil Company as a money pit and not a cash cow. Sanusi, who spoke at the 7th edition of the Kaduna Investment Summit, organized by the Kaduna Investment Promotion Agency, also noted that he had no political party. The former CBN governor was the keynote speaker at the event and spoke on the topic, improving subnational reliance against global economic shocks. The 14th Emir of Kano and the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, were amongst those calling for the scrapping of the NNPC following its abysmal performance over the years. He said the National Oil Company ought to be better, but unfortunately, it has become a money pit rather than a cash cow, emphasizing that the 4 refineries that were more or less comatose and not satisfying the yearning of Nigerians should henceforth be unbundled and disbanded. NNPC is a money pit instead of a cash cow. It should be unbundled and disbanded. More can be had from simply levying royalties and CTI on private players, following models of Petronas and Petrobras. Beyond the challenging global context, Nigeria has problems entirely of its own making, where oil revenue, hold on. Beyond the challenging global context, Nigeria has problems entirely of its own making, where oil revenue, which were once the lifeblood of the federal government, have been in secular decline for over a decade. This has been happening regardless of the oil price environment. In some ways, Nigeria's problems are not a failure of the system because it is working as one would expect, but a loss of design and a failure of implementation. In the current environment, the first and foremost obvious problem is the existence of the oil subsidy and opportunities this creates for fraud. The average daily fuel consumption in Nigeria by the NNPC's admission is 66 million barrels, is 66 million liters per day, and some days as high as 100 million liters per day. This is roughly equivalent to where Indonesia 2019, a country with nearly 3 times Nigeria's GDP per capita, 2 times the number of vehicles, and 2.5 times the size of the road network. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. That's the pertinent data right there. Let's take that paragraph again. In the current environment, the first and most obvious problem is the existence of fuel subsidy and opportunities this create for fraud. The average daily fuel consumption in Nigeria by the NNPC's admission is 66 million liters per day, and on some days as high as 100 billion liters per day. So those are NNPC figures. These are what they are telling you that it's the daily consumption of Nigerians per day. And this 66 to 100 million liters per day, if you look at the amount of vehicles in Nigeria, you wonder how that is supported. How Nigerians can even consume 10 million liters per day is really questionable, but they're telling us they're consuming 100 billion liters per day. But that you will say they are just abstract figures, but they are not abstract figures because that is then budgeted for. So in terms of subsidy, the NNPC will be inviting the Nigerian states to subsidize for 66 to 100 million barrels per day, when the consumption of the country is more in the tune of 5 to 7 million barrels per day. So well in excess of 60 to 90 million barrels of, or not barrels, or well in excess of 60 to 90 million liters of oil per day is facilitated for by the Nigerian economy, but it is not consumed by the Nigerian state. It's not consumed by the Nigerian citizenry. So that is where. So imagine that as a piece of fraud. So 60 to 90 million liters of petrol per day is what is being stolen, either in actual theft of the petroleum product or in theft of the monies that they are taking as subsidy for this non-existent petrol. And this next line really hammers down the point. So it says this is roughly equivalent to where Indonesia, these are data from 2019. This is, and that was just 3 years ago. So these are the current, the most recent data, 2019 in Indonesia. This is roughly equivalent to where Indonesia in 2019, a country with nearly 3 times Nigeria's GDP, so it's 3 times richer in terms of what is able to generate than Nigeria, 2 times the number of vehicles. It has 100% more cars on the roads than Nigeria, and 2.5 times the size of road network. So it has a vast road network for cars to travel distance and distance. So what they are consuming with 100% more our vehicular space is what we are claiming to consume when we don't even have really fully documented vehicular numberings in terms of the quantity of cars within the Nigerian space. So if you really drill into these numbers, the level of looting is alarming. It's ungodly. What we are hearing is ungodly. A different way to benchmark Nigeria's consumption is to look at PMS consumed by each vehicle on a daily basis. On this metric, Nigeria even outranks Iran, a country with three to four times its level of wealth, a road network that is 3 times the size on a per capita basis. And this is not just the impact of subsidy, because in Iran rather, official fuel price are 5 US cents per liter, less than 15 cents of the pump price in Nigeria. So less than 15% of the pump price in Nigeria. So the price of fuel in Iran, Lamido of Sanusi is inviting us to understand, is 5 cents. So if you are talking about subsidy, in fact, it's free really. So just listen to that, please, so you understand. Let me give you that paragraph again. A different way to benchmark Nigeria's consumption is to look at PMS consumed by each vehicle on a daily basis. On this metric, Nigeria even outranks Iran, a country with, so this is where the statistics come in, so pay attention, a country with 3 to 4 times its level of wealth, so richer than Nigeria at least 4 times over, a road network that is 3 times the size on a per capita basis. So a well-built, structured country with working, functional road networks. And this is not just the impact of subsidy, because in Iraq, official fuel price is 5 US cents per liter, 5 cents per liter. So essentially, fuel is free in Iraq, less than 15% of the pump price in Nigeria. Sanusi noted that the relentless rise in the US dollar has been the bigger problem in most of Africa, causing widespread and painful currency adjustments, which is a more important driver of inflation than the underlying moves in commodity prices. So it goes on to speak on, let me give you the rest of it because it's not too much more. Since the start of the Ukraine war, crude oil prices are 5% lower, rice price are 12% higher, and wheat price are flat. The trade-weighted US dollars, however, is 15% stronger in this period, the sharpest upward move since the early 1980s. This is what is causing the pain in emerging markets. He stated that only 5% of the states generated enough recurrent revenue to cover wages, overheads, and debt service, and recommended that states advocate for changes that do not rely on fixing failures of system designs and policy implementations at the federal level. Sanusi also admonished states on the need to find ways to free themselves from the effects of leakages and unorthodox policies at the federal level. Instead of pushing for a revised revenue sharing formula, they need to push for new and independent powers of taxation. He commended the successful implementation of the Treasury single account, saying that this is an area where Kaduna in particular is showing leadership. Research by Budge IT shows that, and then it goes on to tell us how well RUFAI is doing. But those are quite weighty things that Lamido Sanusi is inviting us to recognize. So quite weighty things. So let's go on for that weighty space to a more ludicrous space. 2023, why Northern Nigeria needs me? Atiku Abubakar throws his heart into the ethnic campaign ring. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has said Northern Nigeria needs him because he has built bridges of unity across the country. Atiku, who described himself as a pan-Nigerian leader, also charged Northerners to the credential of national inclusivity, not ethnicity, in electing a new president for the country in 2023. Atiku, according to a statement by his media advisor Paul Ibe on Saturday, made the remarks when he featured as a guest of the Arewa Joint Committee interactive sessions with various presidential candidates of political parties in Kaduna. It stated that with a political career that spans more than 3 decades, he stands shoulder high as a northerner who has built bridges of unity across the country. The statement reads in part, I have been in politics for more than 3 decades and I am a northerner. So, if you ask me why I am the best candidate to lead Nigeria in 2023, I will simply say that what Nigeria needs is a pan-Nigerian president, not whether he's Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa Fulani. The session, which took place at the Arewa House, was attended by high-ranking leaders of various North-based socio-cultural bodies. Atiku, whilst delivering his speech at the event, highlighted the key policy agendas which he seeks to pursue if elected president, to include promoting national unity through deliberate actions that will secure mutual trust and confidence amongst all tendencies. The other policy areas that the former vice president enumerated are reforms in education, agriculture, and reversing the economic downturn of the country. So those are aspirations rather than policy positions. But I'll stay with that, but going on to Tinubu in this instance. My administration will achieve double-digit economic growth. Tinubu speaking. Presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has promised to build a vibrant economy that will achieve a double-digit growth when he becomes Nigeria's president. Asiwaju Tinubu said this in his speech at the 7th edition of Kaduna Economic and Investment Summit, CAD Invest 7.0, on Saturday in Kaduna. The APC presidential flag bearer hailed Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai for raising the bar in attracting investments to the state the same way he did in Lagos 20 years ago. It is a great honor for me to be invited to give a speech on this occasion, and it was a great pleasure listening to Governor Nasir El-Rufai as he shared with us the vision of how Kaduna State will attract and sustain investments. I would like to congratulate Kaduna State on this special occasion of the 7th edition of the Kaduna Economic and Investment Summit. The theme of this year, building a resilient economy, is very timely and appropriate. In a period of uncertainty in the global economy, it is important that we pursue a path of economic independence and insulation from global headwinds. I am particularly happy to be in an economic summit such as this. It reminds me of when we initiated the Ehingbeti Lagos Economic Summit more than 20 years ago in Lagos State. Through the summit, Lagos State has been able to deliver landmark developmental projects in power generation, critical road infrastructure, street lighting, and clean energy initiatives, amongst others. Therefore, I am sure that under the able leadership of Your Excellency, Governor Nasir El-Rufai, the leadership of the KADIPA, and subsequent administrations, Kaduna State will successfully collaborate with private sectors to usher in investments in the priority sectors of technology, agriculture, manufacturing, infrastructure, and solid minerals. These investments will in turn drive rapid economic growth and prosperity, providing jobs and opportunities for the good people of Kaduna State, Tinubu said. On the role of the private sector in the country's economic development, Tinubu praised President Mohamed Buhari for giving maximum support to them to flourish. According to him, laws put in place by the Buhari administration helped to improve the ease of doing business in the country. He said if elected, his administration will build on this, making it better for the private sector to excel. A vibrant private sector is a prerequisite for a functional state, playing a critical role in the mobilization of capital, expertise, and innovation for the creation of economic opportunities and employment. This is why it is important for the government to give maximum support and incentives to the private sector. In this light, President Mohamed Buhari's administration introduced a number of measures targeted at promoting private enterprises and businesses, including the repeal and reenactment of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, the passage of the Finance Act 2021, as well as the implementation of over 100 initiatives to improve ease of doing business in Nigeria. My desire is that the next administration under my leadership will continue to drive forward and accelerate on the progress made thus far, taking bold steps and initiatives to encourage investment in new areas typically considered risky and leading the way. And by the way, that in the earlier session, I was putting this question to one of the panelists that does the man from the East, does he have the capacity for creative blue sky thinking? And when I'm talking about creative blue sky thinking, it's sort of all enraptured within that phraseology that we're getting from Tinubu right there. So let me give you that paragraph again and then see if you can identify where he lands on the point that I was trying to emphasize earlier on. My desire is that the next administration under my leadership will continue to drive forward and accelerate on the progress made thus far, taking bold steps and initiatives to encourage investment in new areas typically considered risky. So that is that quantum leap. That is that leap of faith. That is that calculated risk that you have to take to propel a country. Is either Nigeria continues to peter on at the slow pace and never achieve anything, or calculated risks has to be taken with the economic space in order to leapfrog it. And it is that inclination and that willingness to take that calculated risk that is being articulated by the man from Lagos State. My desire is that the next administration under my leadership will continue to drive forward and accelerate on the progress made thus far, taking bold steps and initiatives to encourage investment in new areas typically considered risky, and leading the way by providing the enabling environment to nurture our innate entrepreneurial spirit. It is essential that our nation continues to champion the rule of law and sanctity of contracts, for these are the prerequisites for creating a business-friendly economic environment. So these are detailed, structured, broken down policy positionings. So this is a right of center venture capitalistic sort of thrust, which is where Nigeria needs to be, because Nigeria needs to thrust heavily into capitalism in order to propel growth. And that was the narrative that I was having just in the earlier session when I was putting it to one of the contributors, that which would you rather, a penny pincher that does not really have the capacity to grow an economy and his whole thing is around saving money, or somebody that is able to make a quantum leap of faith, a blue sky thinking, take calculated risks, and expand the economic space. So which would you rather? And that's it. That question is embedded in that paragraph that I just read you. Whilst there must be active engagement between all the arms of government for the rule of law to prevail, it is critical for the judiciary to retain its autonomy and independence. Therefore, under my stewardship, the federal government will build on the efforts of the current administration to review, amend, and/or enact the relevant laws that will engender the rule of law. My administration will ensure that the judiciary has true financial and administrative autonomy and strong disciplinary and integrity monitoring mechanisms, Tinubu said. He itemized his administration's plans for the something just popped up on my screen. So we're now getting really what you have to understand is now we are now getting to the agenda, policies, and whatever manifesto phase of the electioneering. So we have moved away from consumption to production, and consumption, and production is we have moved away from that. We're now getting into a detailed, nuanced breakdown of policy positioning, strategy, philosophy, ideological thrust, etc. And this is what you're hearing. It may be boring to you, but this is the most exciting part of the politics. So you can, you know, it's all very cute. All that consumption is production, but show me the money. Where is the money end of that phraseology? So the money end of Tinubu's positioning is what he's detailing in Kaduna. My administration will ensure that the judiciary has true financial and administrative autonomy and strong disciplinary and integrity monitoring mechanism, Tinubu added. He itemized his administration's plan for the ensuring security. I'm not quite sure how that reads. He itemized his administration's plans for, they had a "the" there, but there shouldn't be a "the." So it says the ensuring security, but it should just be for ensuring security. So let me read it as it should read. He itemized his administration's plan for ensuring security returns to the country, stating that the role of a secured nation in economic growth, and development. So that's a badly written paragraph right there. He noted that his administration will prioritize the training and retraining of the country's security forces. We will be committed to introducing cross-sector initiatives that will address the economic and social constraints that prevent people from advancing or opting for crime. Under my leadership, the government will place great emphasis on the use of a counter-insurgency doctrine. So that's a doctrinal positioning right there. In terms of, so let me pause for a moment, because this is Tinubu breaking down how he will tackle insecurity in Nigeria. But let me now give you a flavor of how Peter Obi will tackle insecurity in Nigeria, because Peter Obi was the first to tell us how he will tackle insecurity in Nigeria. So let him explain how he will tackle insecurity.
Facility. Tonight, does the Peter Obi dirty ticket have a solution to insecurity in Nigeria?
We do.
And what is that?
My answer is that we do. Just take it. We do.
What solution do you have?
We do.
So Tinubu is not inviting you to just take it. He's giving you a detailed breakdown, breakdown of what he would do. I'm just looking for, where was I? So where was I? Oh, yeah. So he's giving you a detailed breakdown of what he would do. Let me actually go back, because you need to pay attention to these things. You really must pay attention. So it's already giving you a structured way of how he will strengthen the judiciary space. Is already giving you a structured texture of how he intends to propel the economy. And now he's telling you how he's intending to tackle insecurity. So these are detailed policy positioning and defending your manifesto. He itemized his administration's plan for ensuring security returns to the country, stating the role of a secured nation in economic growth and development. He noted that his administration, so this is where the details come in, so he noted that his administration will prioritize the training and retraining of the country's security forces. We will be committed to introducing cross-sector initiatives that will address the economic and social constraints that prevent people from advancing and opting for crime. Under my leadership, the government will place great emphasis on the use of counter-insurgency doctrines. So, counterinsurgency doctrines is essentially a frontal approach towards the insecurity space rather than a reactionary space, which is what the tradition had been. Because they come after the fact, don't they? The terrorists come and wage against the citizenry. The army turns up hours or maybe days later to harass the space. So it has always been a reactionary space, but this is a pivoting in policy positioning. Under my leadership, the government will place great emphasis on the use of a counter-insurgency doctrine and strategy by our military. We will continue to train and equip our gallant forces and security personnel with the resources, gear, and equipment that they need to hasten our inevitable march to resounding victory against enemies of our great nation. Where necessary, we will recruit and train more personnel to bridge any gap in manpower. So these are detailed. This is not, trust me, we will do it. Take it from me. We will do it. We do. So this is not we do. Furthermore, my administration will prioritize the use of superior furthermore, my administration will prioritize the use of superior aerial technology to deter criminal and terrorist activities, as well as to monitor and protect our critical national infrastructure, including our network of pipelines, our power stations, our transmission and distribution networks, our sea and airports, our rail network, and other vital infrastructures. So that is also still a security policy pivoting. So he is telling you essentially that these spaces will be monitored remotely, aerially, with a rapid response unit to act immediately and decisively against insurgencies. So this has always been something. We're talking about satellite technology. We're talking about heat-seeking technology. We're talking about drone technology, and then we're talking about that being backed up by traditional aerial technologies. So this is a technologically based ideological thrust towards the insecurity space. It's not rocket science. Furthermore, my administration will prioritize the use of superior aerial technology. So it's all embedded in the phraseology, aerial technology, as opposed to aerial firepower, which is the traditional language. But he's telling you pointedly, aerial technology. Furthermore, my administration will prioritize the use of superior aerial technology to deter criminals and terrorist activities, as well as to monitor and protect our critical national infrastructure, including our network of pipelines, our power stations, our transmission and distribution networks, our sea and airports, our rail networks, and other vital infrastructures. He added, I will marshal a team of the most talented of Nigerians, men, women, and youths, no matter their tribe and affiliation, to reset our nation on a path to achieve double-digit economic growth within a couple of years. So I'm surprised that it will take him a couple of years, because it shouldn't really take somebody with the capacity of Tinubu to re-bracket the Nigerian economic trajectory within 12 months, because it's an infinitely talented man. So why would it even take him 2 years? I will marshal a team of the most talented of Nigerians, men, women, and youths, no matter their tribe or affiliation, to reset our nation on a path to achieve double-digit economic growth within a couple of years. We will do this through a coordinated set of policies in key sectors. So this goes, it's just all of the language. You don't think I'm frowning over this, but this, wrapped in this, is all of the language that I have always spoken on this platform. I have countlessly, endlessly said that governance is not really about, that government has no business in business. government at its purest is policy and superintending. So you superintend policy. So you put in policies both to free the market and to protect the national interest, and then you supervise those policies that the actors within that space, they are playing within the rules. So that's all that government has to do. That's all that government has to do. And as well as build, of course, key infrastructures, because oftentimes key infrastructures are not profit generating infrastructures. So they are people centric. But you liberalize the economy just as far as the economy can be liberalized, and then you supervise the actors to make sure that they're playing within the rules that the country has set, and then you build infrastructures, and then you build a society. So that's there's nothing more complex than that, and that is the language that you're hearing from the looter from Lagos. We will champion an efficient government that will eliminate revenue and expense leakage across all federal government areas, leveraging technology, which will be increasingly embedded into government operations. So this is the language of Goodluck Jonathan, which is to say that corruption is really stealing. Because if you use technology to block all the loopholes, let's say, for instance, let's use the port as an example of a test case. So you go to the port, and then you, which is packed with Abokis, by the way, in Lagos, so with Mukhtar and Danladi. So you go to the ports to go and clear your goods. You have to bribe Mukhtar to come in. You have to bribe Danladi to sign a paper. You have to bribe whatever it is, Memuna, to stamp something, and you have to. But if you had all of these processes online, and all you needed was to do all of whatever necessary payments that you have online, and then there is a barcode that you print out at the end of a receipt letter, which is then scanned to access your goods. The customs check it, and then off you go. You've paid all your dues. So that is technology, and with that wipes out Danladi, Mukhtar, and Memuna, and them just feeding fat of the fat of the land. So it's all embedded in technology. So when they say corruption is actually stealing, it is really because the loopholes has not been plugged, and they just steal money. So that's really where that language is. In oil and gas, we will prioritize gas distribution and availability to power our industries. In agriculture, we will provide initiative for investment, machineries and equipment, expand and empower commodity boards, enhance our strategic grains reserves, encourage formation of farm cooperatives, and expand scope and depth of access to finance for our farmers. In housing, we will introduce policies that will make it easier to transfer titles and carry out transactions on landed properties. So that is another space. So if all of the land mass of Nigeria is mapped and documented, and you can digitally, how many of us have bought land and lost it to Omonile? Because there is no proper title and no proper transfer of title from one person to the other. All you get is just from some funny looking receipt from Baba Alaye somewhere, and it takes endless millions of naira from you, only from another Baba Alaye to tell you that that land is now his, and if you go there, you'll be shot. So, but if you had a system, it's all, the whole of the Nigerian problem can be solved with technology. This is what we're hearing. In housing, we will introduce policies that will make it easier to transfer title and carry out transactions on landed properties. We will work with the private sector to significantly expand mortgage financing. And this is a conversation that is already having with what is called Jim Ovi. This is a conversation, you recall that acerbic remark that he made to Jim Ovi at our NTA event. We will work with the private sector to significantly expand mortgage financing and we will provide credit and incentives to encourage real estate developers. We will collaborate with key technology partners to develop policies that promote the use and integration of technology across other sectors within the nation. So it's going to be a technology-based administration is what we're reading. We will work to accelerate the work that is being done with the private sector to train our youth and promote innovation through sponsored incubator hubs and science technology parks. The APC candidate urged all Nigerians to join hands with him to work together to achieve the collective vision of building the Nigeria of our dreams. So there it is right there. You almost want to give a round of applause after that. You are almost inclined to give a round of applause because that is the language that opens up the space. So forget it, and then you say, no, forget all that. That is the language that opens up the space. So that is the creative thinking. That is the blue sky thinking that we want to hear. That is the space we want to interrogate, not some pedestrianized nonsense that is just mind-numbingly stupid. Sanusi faults NNPC's claim on daily PMS consumption, says Nigerians not drinking petrol. This may well be a rehash of what we just read. Former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, has faulted claims by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation NNPC Limited that Nigeria consumes 66 million liters of PMS daily. NNPC tells us officially that we are consuming 66 million liters per day. We are consuming more than Indonesia, Pakistan, Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, and others, Mr. Sanusi queried at the 7th Kaduna blah blah. Mr. Sanusi faulted the NNPC claim that shows that Nigeria's daily PMS consumption increased by 50% in 3 years, asking if the claim makes any sense. In 2019, officially, we were importing 40 million liters per day. In 2022, officially, we are importing 66 million liters per day. In 3 years, we have increased our petrol consumption by 50%. Please tell me, is it the population? Is it the number of cars? Just ask yourself if it makes sense that in 3 years you increase consumption of petrol by 50%. He said, before now, Ahmed Ali, Nigerian custom boss, had queried NNPC's figure of how many liters of PMS is being consumed in the country daily. However, the NNPC stood by its figures of daily PMS consumption, saying its records are open for scrutiny. Similarly, Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai said, there is no reason why the Nigerian government should be in oil and gas. It has failed. By every measure, it has failed. He berated the NNPC's failure to remit revenue into national coffers, alleging fraud in claims by the national oil company. These years, NNPC had not brought 20,000 naira to the federal government account. We are living on taxes. It is PPT, royalties, income tax, and VAT that is keeping this country going. Because NNPC claims subsidy has taken all the oil revenue, El-Rufai lamented. So when they're telling you that, so it's all embedded in that. So if the consumption is run about the, let's say, 15 to maybe 25 million liters per day that the country you would expect is consuming, then there will be additional monies to be remitted into the federal account because you are only facilitating for that. But if they are saying they are subsidizing 60 to 100 million barrels per day, then that wipes out, not barrel, I keep saying barrel, but understand that barrel to be liters. We're so used to speaking of oil in barrels that, yeah. So understand that to mean then that the subsidy that would then go on those fictitious millions of barrels goes into their pocket daily So this is what we're talking about. It's mind-boggling, mind-boggling. Okay, I feel as though we spent too much time. Let me just give you a few more. I may well just abandon. All right. Hold on. I'm looking at. I may well abandon one of the storylines because I feel we're already an hour and a bit in, and I'm still reading out all this. It's just so alarming, some of these things that you want to document it. But I'll just read a couple more, and then we'll come into the room, and then as we carry on, we'll see if we can take on board more. Let me see. Okay, so we discussed Sanusi, Tinubu's double digit. I am sorry for the next president who comes in, says Sanusi, if he tries to remove all subsidies. So we already know where that is going. So this we've already read out, but let me give you another inflection of it. It's just really because this is the headline. General Enenche begs obedience to let him remain in campaign leadership without apologizing for hashtag Lekki Tollgate. Retired Major General John Enenche has pleaded with supporters of Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi not to exclude him from campaigning for a new Nigeria. Mr. Enenche became a target of attack amongst obedience, an army of predominantly young Nigerians pushing for the realization of Peter Obi presidency in the 2023 election when his name featured in Labour Party's presidential campaign are cancelled. There have been reverberating calls for him to be removed from the campaign council as his inclusion offends the sensibilities of majority of Obi supporters. I believe that all obedient Nigerians, amongst others, that believe and are working towards a new Nigeria and taking our country back have the same conviction like me, Mr. Enenche said in a statement on Friday. In this regard, I appeal to all in this endeavor to allow us to maintain focus to achieve this all-important mission. The retired Army General added, let me state here that a good number of us in this liberation effort have a lot to give and contribute based on knowledge acquired over time in excess of 30 years that will give solid foundation to Labour Party government at all levels in Nigeria from 2023. Mr. Enenche, a former military spokesman, drew the ire of Nigerians when he denied killings of hashtag EndSARS protesters by Nigerian soldiers at Lekki Tollgate. On October the 20th, 2020, Nigerian soldiers opened fire on unarmed hashtag EndSARS campaigners who converged on the Lekki Tollgate to demand an end to police brutality, mainly perpetrated by the defunct Police Special Anti-Robbery Squad. Many demonstrators were killed by state agents on that fateful night whilst sitting on the floor, singing the national anthem and waving the Nigerian flag. The federal and Lagos government continue to deny fatalities from the unwarranted military intervention. Mr. Enenche, in the heat of the controversy, also suggested that a live footage broadcast by DJ Switch, a protester at the scene on that fateful night, was photoshopped. Mr. Enenche maintained that his remarks on hashtag Lekki Tollgate was made in overriding interest of Nigerians at heart. That should be with overriding interest of Nigerians at heart, based on the oath of allegiance he swore as a military officer. Presidential candidate Obi, in reacting to the brouhaha, had hinted on removing Mr. Enenche from his campaign body, admitting that some omissions and error entries in the compilation. Campaign spokesman Tanko Yunusa told correspondents on Saturday morning via the telephone that he was happy that Mr. Enenche has given his own side of the story, as everybody in Nigeria is important as long as we decide to do the right thing. Mr. Yunusa, however, said, "We will respond according to the Nigerian wish and demand, especially the Nigerian youth." When asked if Mr. Enenche's white flag will be sufficient to retain him in the campaign. So there it is right there. It's just the most ludicrous of things. It's the most ludicrous of things. So let me bring you this final readout, and there's a video clip that goes with this. So I'll bring you this final readout, and then I'll come into the room to see if there's anybody there to take it on. Fake and disinformative. And by the way, let me post this link. As some of you may notice, the super chat function in the on the platform is temporarily unavailable for reasons of a dispute with YouTube. So we're using this as at the moment because the platform has to be sustained in some form, and this is the form that we're using to try to sustain the platform. So if you want to chip in, you can click on that and make some contributions to the platform. So do that as I bring you this. Fake and disinformative. Enugu State Police Command dismisses viral video of helicopter dropping hundreds of people in a community. So let's find out now. This is a throwback to the Nnamdi Kanu days when they were seeing helicopters and weapons being dropped all over Igbo land. The Enugu State Police Command has dismissed a viral video in which some persons can be heard claiming that helicopters were spotted dropping hundreds of people on top of Ugu Aja Hill, bordering Ologo Jamboree and coal camp areas in the state on Friday afternoon, October the 14th. In the viral video, two women speaking Igbo and English language made the claim. A statement released by the spokesperson of the State Police Command, DSP Daniel Ndukwe, said the viral video was clearly doctored and that the information inside it is fake and purely a product of mongrels, a figment of imagination and disinformation aimed at misleading and creating panic and confusion amongst law-abiding citizens of the state. Ndukwe stated that the command is mindful of the negative impact of disinformation on public peace, security, and safety in this age, and is calling on the citizenry to totally disregard the unfounded and fake video, as there is no record of such incident in the mentioned locations or any part of the state. He stated that the State Commissioner of Police, CP Ahmed Amani, so a Fulani man is the police commissioner of Enugu State. He stated that the State Police Commissioner of Police, CP Ahmed Amani, has ordered the conduct of an intelligence-guided discreet investigation to fish out the creators and peddlers of the fake video, whilst reiterating the command's unwavering commitment to ensure maximum public security and safety of citizens of the state. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So I've got the clip of the video, which I will play to you. Let me just see if there's any other pertinent story. Okay, I think that's sufficient enough for us to discuss and to the discussions. Now, we've got Tony joining us again. Hopefully, I don't have reasons to kick you out this time around. So Tony, good to see you. Man of Prestige joins us as he often does. We've got Playtown in the house, the mighty Ajanle Koko, the daddy of them all, Joel to throw missiles in the direction of everybody. The progressives, he is here as well. And to keep us 100, we have Kulata. We also have Charlie Boy. Okay, let's just have Charlie Boy. But hopefully it doesn't get too raucous and rowdy. So there it is, and here they are, the panelists. Let's go straight to it and kick it off with Kulata if he's ready to go. Kulata, are you ready to go? Kulata. All right. Oh, okay. We don't have Kulata. I was really keen because I wanted Kulata to kick off that Tinubu space. But let's go on to Joel of Nashville then, who's with all indications showing he's ready to go. So if you are ready to go, then go. You should. Let me take you then straight to that space. Peter Obi now. Everything changes but remains the same. The person that fired the first shot at Lekki Tollgate October the 20th is now Peter Obi's campaign coordinator. How do you justify that, Joel of Nashville?
Well, I don't really have a background to that information, but I believe that
it's all over the obedience space. I'm surprised you you should know.
No. I've been busy. I've been busy throughout today, so I've not been able to get into the internet today. But however, he is. I believe that if that happens, he's a Nigerian, right?
No, it's a Togolese.
Oh wow! So he's a Nigerian. So that he spearheaded the Lekki Tollgate incident doesn't mean anything to me. Depending on what part he played in the whole thing. If it was in support of the massacre, then and he is part of the Obi campaign, then I would say, oh no. But if he is part of the protesters, or he was leading a contingent of the protesters to ensure that justice was done on that Lekki Tollgate, and he is there as supporting Obi or being part of his campaign council, I don't see anything wrong with that.
You don't see anything wrong with the voice that traversed all of the media houses in Nigeria, denying that anything happened at Lekki Tollgate, being one of the key coordinators of Peter Obi, an ex-army general who was the poster boy face of the army denial of the shootings at Lekki Tollgate. He is the coordinator of Peter Obi's campaign.
That's why I said I did not get the background to the to what you were just throwing at me. Yes. So from what you were telling me,
let me share the screen so you can see. But carry on. Let me share the screen so everybody can see.
From what you say, it's like he denied that any killing happened. Now I don't know how Peter Obi is going to manage that.
So can you see the headline? And that's the man. And that is now your new campaign coordinator. Military oath I took guided my comments on killings of #EndSARS protesters at Lekki Tollgate. Ex-Army Defense spokesman, NHA, speaks on Obi campaign controversy. So imagine if Tinubu had oh God.
Well,
it's just it continues. It's a gift that keeps on giving.
One man, I will to an extent, without really, agreeing to everything that just happened. But to an extent, I might be able to say, I will believe him. Remember, during that Lekki Tollgate thing, after 2 days or so, we saw Detective Fashola picking up a camera at the Tollgate. So there is no doubt that there was, a cover-up from government. And if he is coming out today to say, this is what happened, I believe him. I believe him. So, I mean, it has nothing to do with it. We've seen this thing happen in Nigeria so many a time. So let's take away the Peter Obi aspect of it.
How can we take away the Peter Obi aspect of it? It's on the Peter Obi. It's on the Peter Obi campaign council as a coordinator.
Exactly.
This is the person that told us that we should get lost when we were killed. Rightly so. Okay, that tells me everything. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. No, thank you. I will clip that. I will clip that. I've never clipped anything on this. Rightly so. The EndSARS looter butcher, the Lekki Tollgate butcher is rightly so the campaign coordinator of Peter Obi. So thank you for saying that.
Well,
Thank you.
and one man, he's not the butcher there. I think what he's trying to say is that there were orders given, to carry out a heinous crime on the toll gate. And as we all know with this military thing, you have to obey the last order. So the army that are shooting at those that are civilians are not doing so because every one of them wants to do so. They're doing so because they're taking orders. The issue of the Lekki toll gate and everything that happened and the politics that happened within that period might, make many people, try to cover up, or many voices might have been suppressed, not saying the truth. Because if Fashola can go there two days after, and he got a camcorder, you see, everything that happened that period was hidden. So anyone coming out to say, "Oh, I was coerced," or something really happened that made me not to say anything, I will believe the person, one man. And that is my point. I'm not saying that I believe him totally, but I can see where he's coming from.
Can I question you on that other thing? Now, let's look at this. Are you saying, do you think that order that led to shooting so many people at the Lekki toll gate, when you look at the global convention, will you term that one as legal to start with? And when you look at it, are you saying soldiers cannot tactically disagree with illegal orders when you look at it? So just opening fire on the citizen, will you consider that as a legal order?
Even
No,
not
no.
to re-legislate the Lekki toll gate space, but the real alarm that one of the key players on the army side for that massacre, or you recall, Joel of Nashville, that these patriotic young children, they were sitting down, singing the national anthem, waving the Nigerian flag as the Nigerian army opened fire. And the person that led the justification of that was John Enenche. But who is John Enenche? He's one of the campaign coordinators now of Peter Obi. How can you justify that? How can you justify that?
I'm not justifying anything. All I'm just telling you is just this, that the past 7 years in Nigeria has been a mess, considering how we've seen people, we've seen many things go on in the security sector that we really start questioning what is really going on. We have seen everything going on with, the saboteurs within the military. We have seen many crimes committed at the upper echelon of the Nigerian military. And today, if anyone is coming out to say, "I was coerced,"
It didn't say that. It didn't say that. It said it was because of his oath of office.
Well, it's the same military oath. That's what I'm talking about. The system is corrupt. So when there's a way the system is created to gag you. As long as you're within that system, it is meant to gag you. Even in the American military, it is the same thing. So when the system is there, it depends on who is operating it. The security system in
woman is white. Do you know why woman is white? Because if you say kind of people should own the mistake. Woman is white. He's 100% white.
I'm not hearing you, brother.
Woman is 100%.
No, it is saying that Peter Obi should own the mistake.
Onto the mistake. Why should if he listen to arguments on both sides and he feels like, okay, I feel like I am touching I am maybe touching certain nerves, and he feels like he can do away with him, he can dispense away with him. no one is indispensable. The only one not indispensable.
Even if he dispenses with him, and it looks as though he may well have just because of the public backlash.
Yeah, if there's a public backlash.
But even if he dispenses with him, the damage is already done. But what I'm going to ask you then is this appointment of the Lekki Tollgate butcher as the Peter Obi campaign coordinator, is that sufficient enough ground for you to withdraw your support or for the Anambra guy?
No, why? What for? What for?
Okay.
What for? I mean,
sorry, woman. For the Obi supporters, anything goes. Whether you have
this is what we are hearing now.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is that
anything goes.
Yes.
Well, what I'm just trying
even
to
the slaughter of Lekki Tollgate, that goes.
there are human errors. My thing is this: if someone in that position makes a mistake, and he is his attention is called to it, and they talked about it, and they promised they were going to look into the list. The list, I think, came out day before yesterday by Okube, and the chairman came out that same day to debunk whatever thing Arabombi was saying. Then the next thing was that they were going to have a meeting the following day, of which they did. And after they did that, they said there are certain issues that need to be addressed that wasn't really addressed. This could be human error. This party is only 4 months, 5 months old. They should be given a break.
So they want to administer a complex country of 200 million people, and they cannot even put together a campaign council.
Oh, what do you mean that they have put up what? One man. I sent you a message on what I call it on your Instagram, and in that message it was about a lady. Her name is Indi Kato. I see someone that is a future information minister, and if care is not taken, can go all the way to be the first female president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I wish you can go and listen to that lady. Very articulate, very cerebral. Look, when you look at the team Peter Obi is putting together, it shows me that there is a plan to rescue Nigeria. There's a plan actually there. There are people actually thinking, look, one man, look, after listening to that lady, look around you where you live, in the UK, in the US, and you can imagine these are the kind of people that speak for us right here where we stay. And we're going to be like, wow, that lady is marvelous. Her name again is Indi Kato. She's from Kaduna. What am I saying? For everyone coming out to defend Obi, I look at the character of those people, and I can see how passionate they are, how articulate they are. After all, they are humans. But there will be mistakes. But along the line, these corrections will be made. At least it has shown, for the fact that it is being discussed, not within the political party, but outside there, show that people are so interested in what is happening in the Labour Party. So they want to get it right. So right now, they say they were going to go back to the drawing board and do something about the list. Let us see what the final list comes out. I think next week is the final inauguration. I believe that when that list comes out, it will be more reflective of the aspiration and desires of all supporters of the Labour Party and Peter Obi. One man.
Yeah, sorry, Joel. I went to get a bit of some water for a moment. Anyway, I'm not sure how hard I can push you for you to really see.
I was so surprised. I was so surprised. I saw you today. You were grinding at Tinubu's manifesto at a glossy paper.
Okay.
Let me put fire on that before you go.
Go ahead.
You see, one thing is this: the symbolic action of even suggesting that guy out of 200 million Nigeria is telling you something that Obi is still a part of the current establishment.
Oh,
it's never a
please.
new one. Because there's no way you can call that a mistake, because that name was so resounding to the point that there's no way you could have missed that name and its involvement in that NSAS saga. So it is an unfortunate situation. But however, the way they quickly retracted is still not that bad. That's the only thing I can say. But there's no way we can defend Obi or whosoever suggested that, because they've already given us signal that it's still going to be business as usual if they get to that place. So let's not see Obi as, like I keep saying, all of them are crooks. Well, they're not
crooks. They're not crooks.
That's where we differ. That's where we differ. When you say they are not crooks.
It was Okupe that actually brought out the what they call it, the list, right? And from what I've noticed, I think that maybe Peter Obi trusted too much in that issue, and even the
are you saying Peter Obi did not sign it off? Did he sign it off? Something that
I do not think he signed it off either, because that day wasn't the day that the announcement was meant to be made. Okupe just took it upon himself and made the announcement, and that was part of the thing Mr. Arabambi was pointing out to. But the thing there is that the words Mr. Arabambi used to describe Mr. Okupe was rather unfortunate. And you see, you can...
in a normal environment for that type of image, if I were Obi, I would have fired Okupe immediately. Okupe will never be my spokesman again.
No, you can't. No, not after he stood by him and all that. Not after he did all that. Come on now.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
That Labour Party list, what's the percentage of youths that were on the list?
I don't know the percentage of the youth, and I don't think you do also know the percentage of the youth.
Less than 11%.
I don't know.
Joel, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. If I knew, I would say it.
That's why I know that you don't know either. That's the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Okay. Are there any next question. Are there any prominent youth leaders on that list?
Prominent youth leaders. I mean, remember, some people wanted to just be supporters group. So we are not in there to see who we're talking to.
No, I get you, but I just wanted to find out, like, for the next generation.
I can really answer for all that, but every one of them, I can say, are people that are really passionate about rescuing Nigeria.
Got it.
And that is what I can hold on to, because when I look at the characters and the people that are being presented, even
got it.
They said that was in Sokoto and all that.
I'm not even talking about all that stuff.
Sokoto, and because he's an Igbo guy, he cannot just operate because of what?
Joel, I've not said any of those things you're talking about. I'm not even going there.
No, because I'm just like referring, because I know it was discussed in the show this morning.
Okay. So the next quick question is this the first real test of Peter Obi? And if it's his first real test, how do you grade him?
What test?
This list, this campaign council.
In terms of leadership style.
In terms of leadership.
The list is
decision making, very critical.
Decision making, oversight, judgment, skills. I mean, selecting. I mean, what do you call that thing again? When you go and hire intelligent people, what's it called? Whatever, you know what I'm saying. So
I don't know what you're saying.
Finding the right talent. Finding the right talent. Okay. Decision making, executive oversight, finding the right talent, judgment, and other impetus for leadership, like because you release a list, the most important list for your campaign, in my opinion, it flopped it. But what's your own opinion? What's his grade? How do you grade him on his first big executive decision outside of Anambra State?
Look, let me tell you, when it comes to the list, I think Great Peter will be 90%. And the reason
you have to retract a 90% in an A. You retract an A
90% because whatever you're talking about are the issues, whatever issue you're bringing up are issues that don't really embedded in fact, right? So we are here saying for the fact that that guy was in the MSAS.
The issue is not just that MSAS guy. There are many more issues. You know, he created the Rockers in his own support group. There is some Reno girl. There's some Aisha lady. Is it Aisha? Some lady that supports him, one prominent lady. All of them
was contacted.
All of them complaining about this list.
I know. Aisha Yusufu was contacted and she said she didn't want to be part of it. So
and there are many people that their names are on the list that they were not. I mean, the opinion were not sought. They did not sought the opinion.
That's what I'm saying. So.
You call that a 98 decision?
No, from and Peter Obi is still at 98%. The process.
No. This first decision you called it a 90. Joel, be honest.
Let me tell you something. Peter Obi believes in division of labor.
Forget about what he believes in. This is his first. Action.
Can I just finish for crying out loud?
Judge his action. Don't spin.
I cannot judge him based off that.
Why?
What he did was that he applied his division of labor.
But he failed. He's the bad executive.
He did not fail because Okupe.
So why is the list retracted?
Okupe in his own right is more than capable.
Oh boy, it's obvious. But they retracted the list. Capable. You can't say it's more than capable if it's a retracted list. How is it better than APC?
No. Because the thing there is that human beings can be more than capable, but they can still do admin.
So, Joe, you're an executive. You're an executive CEO on a company. Executive CEO. You are presenting to the board and the shareholders the list of people that are going to run your company and operate the company. You call everybody. I mean, then Kulata, your COO, prepared a list for you. Obviously, you did not look at that list and now shared it with the public that this is our next leadership and our next campaign council that are going to execute this win for us. And then the list makes it public and it becomes an embarrassment and we tracked it and you now score it an A. What sort of CEO lets that happen?
I still score Peter Obi even a 95%.
For this fob?
Yes, because the thing there is this. Okupe, I will score him a 70.
So why don't you fire Okupe then as an executive? He embarrassed you.
Why
for embarrassing him?
In your company, excuse me, please, where you work, is it after one strike you get fired? Come on, humans.
Where I work, the people that I lead, before I present something, before I make a presentation, I make sure I review that presentation to make sure it's up to par, so I don't get embarrassed when we're presenting it to the executives.
There never be no mistakes.
All right.
Let us
all right. Let's move on. I don't think Joel will ever move, but Joel,
no, I'm just telling you one man. But let's look at it. When Tinubu brought up
forget Tinubu, Joel.
Hold on.
We know each other a lot more than you probably imagine that we do, because we spend a lot of time together, all of us on this space. If Tinubu had put Lekki Tollgate butcher in his campaign team, you, Joel, you'll be throwing teacups at the screen. You will be throwing teacups in fury at the screens that we're talking now. Banging the table and doing cartwheels.
One man, I am more interested. I am more interested.
All right.
I am more interested in the manifesto that Tinubu brought out to deceive Nigeria the second time. The same manifesto from the APC government. These are the issues we should be talking about, not somebody did, not what somebody did in a party, a mistake done by Mr. Okrube. We have all agreed he did his own mistake. They have come out to apologize to the public within 4-5 hours. They did that, and the following day, within 24 hours, it got resolved that
okay, let's leave that space, Joel. I don't think we'll make any inroads there. But let me take you there to that space of Tinubu's manifesto, which we have been a bit derisive about. So, what objections do you have to the action plans that the looter of Lagos has presented?
Because at the end of the day, because when it comes to manifestos in Nigeria, we've had one of the best manifestos since 1999. And in all of those manifestos, 2 or more than 10% have not been implemented. So I am not so big on manifestos. I am so big on the driver on that seat. Who is doing the driving? How well can we trust the person? Who are the people around him? Let us look at Nigeria as it stands.
So you are not interested in the direction of travel.
The North remains the poverty capital. The North remains the poverty capital of the world.
Okay, Joel.
And when you come, hold on, please. Can I calm down, please? Please let me make this point. Then you can answer me. Then when he comes, the North is the poverty capital of the world. Out of 19 states of the northern states, about over 10 of them are from the APC government. So which means that APC is a government of poverty. APC is a government of backwardness. APC is a government that do not think about the people. It's a party of fraud. So with APC coming into power, promising us $1 to 1 naira, and today we have $1 to 740 naira. And you are here telling me, what are you going to present? Let us go back to Buhari's manifesto. What do we have in there? It's the same thing that we have today. And people are here speaking non-English.
When did you read? Have you ever read Buhari's manifesto?
I have not read it, but I know that I know that he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know the first 3 letters of his manifesto. But we had one. That is my point. We've had these people around, the same northern governors that are running around Tinubu today are the same people, because they are, I think majority of them are in their last stages. They are the same people to be appointed ministers, DG of here, DG of that. That is not what we need in Nigeria. We need to sweep out the status quo. They have done their bit in pushing us into the 1800s.
Should we sweep out the butcher of Lekki Tollgate as well?
What?
Okay, no. I was being somewhat pejorative there.
Can I challenge your position?
Can you hold on, please, Ola? Hold on. Joe, you said it's about the driver for you, but what about the direction of travel? Do you have any thoughts on that as well?
Well, the thing there is this: the direction really matters.
Right.
Peter Obi is clear.
Is the direction not the manifesto?
On where we're headed.
Forget Peter Obi for the moment. We're talking
I'm
about
just telling the driver that knows where he's going to. This is not about politics here. It is about the fact. Someone that we can believe that will say, look, I am not a messiah, but do you know what? This is a country. This is where we are. This is where we're headed. That is what we need.
Is that not the manifesto where we're headed?
No, where we're headed. That's what I'm saying.
Where we're headed is a manifesto. Now, hold on. Let's take it step by step. Where we're headed is a manifesto. That's the direction of travel.
Oh, well, it's not. Sometimes it's not just the manifesto. It has to, before you put up something on a paper, it has to come from within. And we can see from the within.
Where is it coming from without? What sort of is this? What are you doing? Word salad? Don't do word salad.
Hold on.
You're just throwing words together.
One man, you should be able to address whatever idea you have, right? From within you. You should be able to envision it, see it, believe it before you put it on paper. I used to do stuff like that before. I will envision it. Then
what are you talking about, my man? What are you talking about?
I am talking about whatever direction you want to go as a person has to be
Tinubu is a venture. Hold on, forget all of that. No, look, nobody buys into this act, so you might as well go to the specifics rather than continue with the dramatics. Tinubu is a venture capitalist, and this presentation.
What venture capitalist? What capitalist?
Is Tinubu not a capitalist?
A venture criminal. What capitalist are you talking about?
Forget all of. Don't forget these dramatics now. If you want to have an intelligent conversation, we can have it. But if you want to dramatize every time, you can do that as well. No, it's drama now. You put on this act all the time, but park the act to one side and let's step through it step by step. Tinubu is one of the foremost capitalists there is, studied internationally. That is unequivocal, and he has presented a structured capitalist driven manifesto to point a direction of travel. And he has, in the course of that interaction in Kaduna, talked through one of the salient pain points of the Nigerian experience, and he has preferred what he considers his solution. The solutions eminently sensible to people who take a detached but a logical assessment of it. So which part of it do you disagree with? You say it's about the driver, but the driver must have a direction. So a direction has been pointed by the Lagos man. So forget all of the who has and the kumbayas.
Are you done? It's not a kumbaya thing. It's not a kumbaya thing. They say, tell me your friends, show me your friends, and I'll show you who you are. Right. And I am just telling you one man. I am telling you one man, when you see the people around Tinubu, when you look at the APC and what they have done in Nigeria for the past 7 years, these are the same people that will make up the government of Tinubu, and we might see ourselves still going backwards. That is my point. So that is why I say it's about the driver for me. It's about the driver. So it's
okay. One man, please.
Hold on, Thomas. Hold on, Tony, please.
Okay.
Joel, where do you live? Where do you live? You live in Nashville. Do you have a train system there?
No, we don't have a train system.
Okay, we have a train system, very efficient here in London. If they tell you that the train is leaving at 10:05 and then you arrive at 11:05, what do you think will happen?
The train will leave.
The train will leave you behind. So if you guys are still in that space, hoobity habara that you have been doing all the way through, the train is moving on. The conversation is moving.
Well,
to the nuances of policies and capacity. So if you are still doing the hoopla, the body they shake and the hand they shake. If you are still there, the train has left, will leave you behind. The conversation has moved on from the amateur dramatics. From the amateur dramatics that the obedience.
No.
You are part of let's move from amateur dramatics and
but one man, please, regarding this, okay.
I was never in his train. I cannot be in Tinubu's train. I cannot be in Atiku's train.
All right.
So if you're saying that the train left the station, he left with people like you, not with someone like you.
I'm gladly on board with a progressive train.
Our own train is moving. Our own train is moving in a different direction. And let's see we get to Aso Rock. So there's no problem with that. But our own train is moving. Not like we are waiting for you. We never waited for you. So the train is moving. It makes no meaning for us.
All right. Tony has a question for you. Tony, come in.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, sir. Good evening, my man. So, let I just ask you one simple question. Did you listen to the speech delivered by Sanusi, a great guy? The guy that the Western countries feared, they dread. That he said that, for example, today talking about Tinubu, he said that the Lagos water was black, not be green. Oh, he said, but today, he said we go to Lagos, all the old waters are blue. Then he went further to say that why is it that we are talking about legacy? Because yesterday I was having battle with your people because of that problem. When I say these guys are that Peter Obi is above the law, I said that let's talk about legacies. So Sanusi went further or emphasized that Tinubu left a very best legacy in Lagos that every other governor that come after him, they followed. Then he said that today, that that water that is blue, it made people to be very happy. Then he wet my mind. You know that I was also angry with Tinubu some time ago because he picked Oshobole. But right now, so long that Oshobole is no longer in the in the campaign team, so I want Tinubu to come and replicate that at the national level. If you guys want Nigeria to be
so,
okay, that's all.
So we should elect Tinubu from turning water from black to blue. I want
no. We're talking about the team and then the future. Even though I say that he had a shake, elect the shake, but at least the team that is going to select, even though may God save it, because look, you say most of them they believe that they can die today or tomorrow, but the team will be there. Even though the vice president succeeds him, but the team is going to carry on the plan. Look at Eco Atlantic, that is we are very proud of. Then can you tell me why people are moving to Lagos then? Lagos is not the best right now, but why is it that people from Imo State, Abia State, Enugu State, they are not moving towards Anambra State? If Obi had actually did what you guys are just saying about only on paper, what they call audio project, right on.
Because the waterways are managed by the federal government.
No federal government. This is Lagos State that is intervening, and that's problem that we are having now. When you also say that the northern states are the capital, the poverty capital, it means that you are just far from reality. Northern states. Yesterday I had a discussion with Solomon on telephone. We spoke for 5 hours. He was opening his taps. Water was gushing out. I said, what did it happen? Yeah, are you frying something? He said, no. He said, that's my water tap. Then I called it. Now we can't go into discussion. He could say, no. He said, for the whole north, he said they get water taps. So, so it is the state government that are doing that in Kaduna. So what Sanusi, the most educated economist in Nigeria, forget saying Fulani, you know, say me I don't like Northern, but at least that guy, I love him too much. Because all this problem we are having today, Sanusi, hold on, Sanusi predicted them about 12 years ago at Igbinejos University graduation ceremony. He said that the country is spending only 30% of the national budget on capital projects. That the 70% is on on recurrent. That in future we are going to face catastrophe. And today he also talk about how many billions Obasanjo made, Jonathan made, and what the Northerners are doing now. That we're not making just under that we have not got even 200.
Are you asking a question or are you making?
Yeah, he can respond. He can respond now. Thank you, sir. He can respond.
My brother, the issue there is that I don't know. You raised up many issues, and but yeah, I will just pick up from somewhere. The issue there is this: the person running for presidency today is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he is from APC. And I believe that if all these things were happening under the APC government, that we should have seen Tinubu come out to speak out against the government he helped install. But all these years, Tinubu hardly speaks out on the politics, on the insecurity. In fact, whenever he even had the opportunity, he tried to even blame the victims. So that's my point. So right. when you come out here to tell me about what they are doing in the north, if they are water.
Just to re-emphasize, your narrative narrative has to evolve because
my narrative cannot evolve.
Not you personally, but the narrative of your space has to evolve because the political space is evolving.
It's the same people around him.
It's funny, the train is leaving you guys behind.
We are in another train, and I will believe you are in a better train than you.
All right.
You can go ahead and believe Tinubu, who we know his antecedents, someone that has amassed so much wealth, and you're telling me this.
So you're still there.
Come on,
All right.
please.
All right.
Let's
Can
talk.
I ask you a question?
No, sorry. I want to move on now. Ola, sorry, because we will just loop round with Joe. They are never going to leave that handshake space. Even though
I've never said it's hard to shake. Oh.
No, it's a metaphorically speaking, but that's the space you are. The political space is evolving, and you people are stagnating. It's like a mental tick. It's like some mental tick. It's because, and it's a better, we are evolving in you have to drop the amateur dramatics, not you personally, but the obedient space. The amateur dramatics, it has to be dropped.
Evolving in the dictionary means like going from one state to another. With APC, what are you going from? So what are you evolving? Where are you moving to? You are in a trade. Going to where? So Baraba, come on, please, one man. And let's leave all that, one man. We know where we're coming from. You're in a different train. I'm in a different train, and we know that the status quo in Nigeria has to shift for us to have growth. And we are in a train that we guarantee that we get to Aso Rock and change all these things that is going on. It's not about being dramatic. I
suspect that the electoral space in 2023 is going to be nuanced and intelligent. It's going to be nuanced and intelligent. This is what I suspect. And hold on, it's not going to be about mantra chanting. And I think people will pay attention to what is being said, by whom, and then they'll make the assessment as to, is it because he brought us Buhari? All of that, yes, you can continue with all of that, but that will not carry you all the way through. Is it because he brought Buhari? He did it there, and then you can continue with the amateur dramatics, but I suspect that people will be a lot more nuanced and intelligent in how they interrogate with that electoral space. And it is this space around policy positioning, directional thrust, that people will start to pay attention to. The amateur dramatics is not going to carry all the way through. I can assure you that
there is nothing intelligent about following that.
Is not going to carry all the way through. Never. It never has done. Never will do. But let me take you to another space. Joel,
woman, before you go further, there's nothing intelligent. There's nothing intelligent following Tinubu. So let's just leave it at that. Let's leave it at that.
Forget. That makes
and it's a shame. It's a shame if any intelligent person is following Tinubu. But I leave that.
That means you're not understanding what I said. I
get where you're coming from.
Okay, for the benefit of people who may not, I wasn't saying Tinubu especially. I'm talking about the electoral space, and I'm talking about the electorate. What I am suggesting is that the electorate, the deciding public, at whatever strata of understanding that they engage with community, they will be a lot more nuanced in 2023 as the conversation starts to evolve and people start to unfold their intentions and they start to unfold their CV. The electorate space will be a lot more nuanced and intelligent in how they interact. And I'm not saying everybody will be intelligent to the capacity of your understanding, but whatever strata they are engaging, they'll be a lot more intelligent in that engagement, and they'll more attention to the details of intentions and the person making the promises. So they'll do all that. So if that the obedience space is permanently fixated on this hand they shake, is it because it is Buhari? He gave us Buhari. Where was he? And then if that continues, you can stay there, but the space will move on and the conversation will move on. And it's already moving on with people now fleshing out policy positionings, inviting you to assess their positionings and their capacity to deliver it, which is what Atiku is starting to birth its own. Tinubu is fully birthing its own. And if the counter narrative is this jabba still, then the train will leave you behind. This is what I'm saying. But let's leave that space because I don't think we will ever come.
One man, I was hoping to hear, since Joel in the past has said he wants this to be an issue-based campaign. Correct. So, Joel, what do you hate about this manifesto of Tinubu's?
No, the way one man was selling the manifesto like it is the next to God. And I'm
Yeah,
telling
but
you,
no,
I
forget
will
about
tell
one
you.
man. Forget about
No,
one man.
I always did that because it rhymes with my worldview. But anybody else,
Mhm.
I'm sure that
Yeah, but Joel, from an ideological perspective, what don't you like about this manifesto?
What I don't like about the manifesto that it will not even
Yes.
come to pass.
Just
So that is the thing. So I don't want to discuss about it.
You are not sticking to the issues. I mean, forget the person. Look at the plan. What don't you like about the plan? Give any specific you have.
Which part of it is unworkable? Which part
there
of
is
it is not
everything.
expansive enough?
One man, please, one man, hold on, please. You'll be laughing all this while. Hold on, let me just address this issue.
Okay,
look.
go.
When I talk about the glossy papers, that word glossy means that it is a beautiful paper. Whatever Tinubu presented there in that paper, looking at it objectively, is what we all want. But if you understand where I'm coming from, I use the word glossy, but I referred you back. We've had so many in the past that was not implemented, including the almighty restructuring. So that is why I said that I want to look at the driver and the people surrounding the driver.
Okay, so let's do that.
So that is my point.
Let's do that. So the highlights of Tinubu's delivery presentation in Kaduna is to say that he will create a vibrant private sector, which is what he said. He said he was going to his strategic thrust in insecurity is to use a counter-insurgency sort of template with an aerial sort of oversight and then a retraining of the military. He's saying that he's going to use a lot of technology in his administration, and he's saying that he's going to move the Nigerian economy by double digits within 2 years. So which amongst those are from his antecedents do you think he lacks the capacity to deliver? And please don't say Buhari jabba jabba jabba, he gave us Buhari. So you don't know that.
He lacks the capacity. He lacks the look. Seeing is believing, and you cannot detach.
Right.
You cannot detach the people around him.
Right.
From the candidate himself.
All right.
So you cannot box into the corner and say, hey, make a decision between this and this. They are all part of the situation that we have in Nigeria.
Baba Joel.
While most of these things that he said are beautiful,
Joel.
Right? I know, I've seen a bit of it. It's almost the same thing with the APC.
Got it. Joel. It's the same thing you said 10 minutes ago. Let me ask you a quick question. You keep talking about the driver. So you agree we're about to change CEO of a company.
Definitely.
So if you look at the incoming CEO, if he wins the election, he has a plan. Then you look back to his past. In his capacity as a governor, what did he execute? The things he executed, you can quantify them. He is shown in the past the ability to execute, given the Lagos space. And if you're going to judge, you don't judge blindly. I judge General Electric, especially when they're changing the CEO. It may be the same plan that they have, but the CEO has a track record of having executed similar things in Lagos. Maybe not to the biggest scale, maybe not up to this scale, but poke holes into Tinubu's past to show where he did not execute, because it's giving you a plan. You said you don't have anything with the plan. You have something with the guy. And I said, okay, poke hole with the guy's record. What part in his record hasn't he done something without saying, oh, Lagos is the former capital of Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. What is in that guy's experience that you question that did not show capacity to execute his plan?
Kolata, thank you very much. Lagos, I keep hearing this reference to Lagos. Lagos is an upgraded village. That is my point. You guys keep making reference to Lagos. Like Lagos, if anybody come, it's like
you're missing you're obviously missing the question. You're missing the question. Let me redirect you back to the question. Let me redirect you back to the question. The question is in his experience as an executive leader of Lagos, the things he executed, what part of his past as executing in Lagos do you question and you feel he will not be able to execute?
I am trying to help him. I am trying to help you and help Tinubu, because when Tinubu was in government, most of his plans were not executed. And I'm not going to sit there and lie to you that most of his plans were executed. Because
give examples, please.
Sorry, before you give that example, okay, go on.
I am trying to help. I am trying to help every one of you. I live under Tinubu. I knew what Lagos Island was before he came in. Tinubu did not even do anything on Lagos Island till I think the 6th or 7th year when he was about to leave office. So that is why I do not want to judge Tinubu off what he did in Lagos State, because at the time he left Lagos State was still in shambles. However,
all right, let me show you this and then judge him on this. Judge him on this.
Yes, thank you.
Of what I'm trying to make you understand, that these things that you are showing me right now, I remember vividly. Vividly. I look, you see me, I'm going to be objective. I remember vividly that this thing there was this meeting that he had with people of Lagos Island. That day, I remember that day he was talking about this square line. Thank God that today this square line is up and is up. I think
who gets the credit for it? Who gets the credit for that rail line?
Look, that's what I'm trying to make you understand. If you want us to play politics, then it is shown. If you want us to be realistic, then it is Tinubu. How do you want it?
So the that's capacity to deliver is exemplified copiously. So, Joel, you set the criteria for judgment, and although you didn't set it fully, I added onto it. So the direction of travel, 1, and then the driver, 2. So those are the 2 things aren't there. So he's presented you with a direction of travel, and his antecedent has presented you with the driver. You can't cannot say that he doesn't have the. You cannot say he doesn't have the capacity to deliver.
He doesn't have the capacity right now to deliver.
All right.
I can tell you that for sure. Hold on. And I keep telling everybody, the Tinubu that was Lagos State governor is different from the Tinubu we have today.
All right.
Okay. Yes, age may have played a part in it, but we have seen many other people of his age that are doing much better. So my own thing is this: I am not.
Look at Charlie Boy. Look at Charlie Boy. Is 6 years older.
But I am not trying to. I won't be the one to shit on anybody's health, because I know that everyone is born differently. Everyone, approach old age differently. So I am not the one. But the thing there is this: if you are going into a phase in any part of your life, you have to look at how healthy you are. If you're not healthy enough,
so basically no tangibles, just innuendos. That's your answer to the question I asked, which was pretty specific. Just innuendos. Now back to his health. You can't question the plan. You can't question the man. I mean, come on.
No.
What I was saying, that the train has moved from that station, but the obedience, they're just. It's like a Ferris wheel. You know when you put like they have this thing. They put a Ferris in like a circular cage, and this Ferris it just runs and runs in that circular cage. It doesn't get anywhere, and that seems to be what's going on. A Ferris wheel.
I think it seems to be.
And then look at his health.
I think you're describing yourself, Walma. You're describing yourself when you talk about
Walma. Can I just give 3 points? Can I just give 3 points from Alliance for Democracy Let me give you 3 points from Alliance Democracy for Democracy, the manifesto that Tinubu did well, even though he met obstacle. For example, energy was part of it. See how Tinubu challenged the exclusivity of the federal government. You know, he pioneered the situation whereby you started powering the parastatals in Lagos by doing private projects. You know, he brought Aaron to power. Then, when he talked about transportation, it's taking out area boys from the street and put them as last man, achieve two purpose. Then the plan around transportation and creating employment. You see, that's part of AD manifesto, because you are saying it's not doing, because where you contradict yourself, you see, you believe in the driver, but how can you have a driver that has no direction?
And
Now,
please,
wait. In 2015, don't forget that Buhari never promised you what APC is promising you. That's the
Mr. Ola,
now,
please,
these guys,
stop telling me that he brought Agboro. He brought Agboro. You can, if you want to bring Agboro into a system, then the Agboros that you bring into the system should be under the system, not above the system. If any system guarantees any Agboro,
I'm telling you of last man is not Agbero. I'm telling you that he brought some people. He employed some people from the street.
That's no plan.
Wait now. Wait now. He said he was going to create employment. Wait now. I'm telling you how he implemented his manifesto. Wait now. I'm giving you concrete example how he implemented Alliance for Democracy manifesto. He said Tinubu promised that he's going to rechannel the energy of area boys and Agbero. And I'm telling you that from Agbero, he brought some people as last man. That's a promise fulfilled. Then he brought some area boys and put them into Kai Brigade. Did he do that? Now he talked about energy. He brought Aaron to the he implemented it.
So let's just move on. I don't think you would shift in position.
You have no point. You have no point on that, because at the end of the day, these people, any system in the world that guarantees over 100 billion to non-state actors, to the extent that if it did not come out for the march they did, they come to close the shop. You've not seen the video. That is authoritarian. That is criminal.
All right, let's just abandon. Abandon all that. We're just going to loop around.
When we are looking at the man Tinubu, I am looking at him holistically.
All right, very good.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm looking at him holistically. The people that he's using as his grand soldier, the people you call his structure.
Like Fashola, you mean? Like Oshibanjo? Like Aregbesola?
No. The people on the ground.
Those people that have failed
in life. Can I interject 1 minute?
That you guys refuse on this show to speak on. The people that
you mean like Aregbesola or Fashola or Oshibanjo?
Hold on now. People that go out to do their normal business, you force them to join you in your march, and they did not come out. You close their shops, and you say that is right. And you never talk about.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Hold on, Ajane. So leave all that. Joel, I want you to look up this phrase ad hominem. HOMINE. So they're two separate words. Ad, AD, and then hominem, HOMINEM. Look up that phrase. It might well guide some of your utterances. But Ajane Koko, let's hear from you.
Okay, Joel, we know where you stand. Obi is your guy, and you are not expected to even tolerate Tinubu at all. So, but let me ask you a question. If Tinubu, do you believe? Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
You better carry on.
Okay, Joel. So, if Tinubu wins tomorrow, do you believe that he can perform better than Buhari or worse? What do you think? How do you think his performance will be? Do you think it'll be better than that of Buhari or worse?
I believe that even a dog will be better than Buhari. I'm sorry to use that, but any person but Buhari will be better. But right now, we do not want to just be better. We want to have a direction. We want someone that will give us scope, have a direction of where we're headed to, and give us practical terms on how to move Nigeria forward. That is what we're talking about. I am not talking about some glossy paper written for him somewhere and he brings it out and presents it to the Nigerian people. I have said it about the plan. I read a bit of it. I looked at it. I said, "Is it not almost the same thing that Atiku presented? It's almost the same thing he presented." So what we're talking about? So it's not a question of the manifesto, like we all everything Tinubu is talking about today. We've had it in the past. It's
okay, Joel. So what if I can get you right? So if I can get you right, so Tinubu will perform better than Buhari if he becomes Nigerian president 2023. Yes. So what area? What? I mean, can you? How do you think that? I mean, what do you? In what areas do you think that it will be better than Buhari?
In every sector. However, that is my point. My point is, he's going to be better.
So it will be better in the management of the economy, in rule of law. I mean, respect to rule of law, and he will make sure that he open up the economy for investors to come.
I don't know about that.
And on revenue, on revenue generation. I mean, it will increase our, the capacity to generate, revenue that is more important to that country now. So you believe you can do all that, right?
No, if the revenue you're talking about or the rule of law you're talking about is the kind that we have in the streets that all of you have refused to address, that you're going to force people to close up shop because they did not come out to join you to protest. We have to start looking at issues like that because
that's a non sequitur. That doesn't follow at all.
It's tedious to listen to. Tedious.
And Tinubu has not come out to condemn that. It has been out there. We can see people talking about it, but the APC had not come out to condemn such idea. Go out there.
So what you are saying, all those people we see on that rally with MC Olomo, all of them were coerced, right?
I'm not saying all of them were coerced, but many were coerced.
Majority.
Many
absolute majority. No, majority.
How have you arrived at that they were coerced?
No, because
so 90% of them or 95% were coerced, right?
Hold on, Ajelekoko, is it right? That's my question is this.
No, put percentage to it. Put percentage to it.
Ajelekoko, is it right for anyone to close up your shop because you didn't go out to protest?
All right, we're not going to get anywhere with this. Let's just move on because it's getting so much.
You don't have fact to that effect.
No, there is. I can tell you the video.
Okay.
I can send you the clip.
It's just going to continue to loop around it. But let me move you on from that space because it's somewhat starting to grate a little bit. NNPC should be unbundled and disbanded. So this is Lamido Sanusi, the former emir of Kano. So he's now, because you know, rather than remit anything to the federal coffers, these people are even asking from the federal space. The top seven largest oil exporting country in the world, not a single dollar in the last 7-8 years. So just sell it off, get rid of it, get people, get privateers in there and collect royalties. So this has been the language of Atiku. this is the language of Lamido Sanusi. Even RUFAI is speaking in that direction. So this NNPC now that they have milked every sinew out of it, do you now agree that it is time just to get rid of that space?
I've always said that NNPC will not be sold until the North decide that it is going to be sold. I think they've come to the realization that there's nothing more to be stolen. NNPC had in the past not be efficient, never was a company that could take us to the next level. When you look at their salary structure, when you look at how wasteful that organization is, then you ask yourself, what is the reason why we have these people managing our resources? I told the line with Sanusi and Atiku. If it's going to be disbanded, let it be disbanded. But the thing there is that if you want, I won't say if you disband it, what is going to be the alternative? Is it going to be just pure private sector? We must have at some point, you know, some form of a government corporation, you know, to oversee, you know, or to oversee the activities in the oil sector. But in Nigeria, it is the right thing that it's been done. But in Nigeria, everybody see a position as a position to milk the system. So if it's going to be disbanded, what is going to be the alternative? Are we going to sell it like we did in the Delta State Steel Company, or we sell it like we did in a Cross River with the what the name of that steel company? So I'm referring to Atiku this time and how he mismanaged the privatization process during his time. So who are you selling it to? So I am very skeptical when Atiku is telling me something like that, because about over 80% of the companies that were privatized under him have gone underground. So
Joel, yeah. Your candidate Obi is calling for the same action as well. He is calling that asset should be sold too. Yes. So what's the difference between his action and that of between his proposal and that of Atiku that you are condemning now? What's the difference between their proposal?
Who are you selling it to? Listen,
no. Before you get there, you can't. First, do you agree that it should be sold? And then
definitely. I said it.
And then you can go to who too?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. I said yes. I've said it. Yes. That I think.
And my question, the question you are asking, that
who are you going to sell it to?
What are we going to get in return? And I'm putting it to you that Obi stand for the same thing that Atiku stand for. He is calling for that asset to be sold.
Yes.
So he didn't tell us what we're going to get in return. He said they should sell it off.
Okay.
So what's your position on Obi's proposal too?
I always want to look at the context within which anything is being asked to be, because sometimes they just ask him, "What is your decision?"
No. This is not a matter of asking. This is their plan. This is what they are telling us. This is their plan. They are telling us they're going to execute when they get to office. That they will sell off. They will sell off. Atiku said he will sell off that NNPC, same as Obi. So if you are questioning Atiku for that action, saying that what is he going to give us in return, you should be able to speak in the same vein against Obi too.
What I am saying is that when the question was asked, What
Oh God!
context? Was
It
the
is not
context? Was the
question.
context?
It is not question.
Was the
No,
context?
I'm going to have to
My
move on
problem with you.
It's
My
a
problem with
plan.
you.
It's what they plan. They
Ask
said
a
they plan to
question.
do when they get to. It's not question. They didn't ask him question. This is what they have been saying, that when we get to office, in order to put a stop to this all
And they say he's going to. They are going to privatize it. They are going to privatize it. My point, and I keep making, because you do not want to listen, you want to listen to yourself. Who you sell it to really matters. That is my point.
So you are asking Obi the same question too, right?
That is the thing. That's what I'm saying. But who do we trust?
Oh,
Who do we trust that we bring out someone?
So you don't trust. So as you don't trust Obi, as you don't trust Atiku, that is telling us it's going to sell it. So you don't trust Obi as well. Is that what you're saying?
I trust Obi that he's going to sell it, and I trust that Obi is going to sell it to the right people.
Oh,
under the right terms.
Oh, okay.
Quick.
Thank you, Joel.
Sorry, sorry, guys.
I want to move on.
Just 5 seconds. It's 5 seconds. No, this one is just 5 seconds.
But you don't have a choice.
This is 5 seconds. Joel, Peter Obi was an economic advisor to Goodluck Jonathan when they privatized when they privatized NEPA. He was involved. Look at the shit storm that came out of it.
What shit storm? NEPA. Was NEPA done under Goodluck Jonathan or under?
Yes, it was under Goodluck Jonathan. That privatization, the discourse. And Obi was an economic advisor, and he's been consistent with his privatization message. And from his record, is tank. So let's forget about that side.
What do you mean that he was an advisor to Goodluck?
He was an economic advisor to Goodluck Jonathan on the economy. And
on the economy.
So you don't know. So you don't know.
Lord, Joel, let's just forget about it. Let's just
follow. You don't even know your candidate well.
You doesn't know anything.
Are you just follow? You don't even know your candidate well.
It's just supporting his tribesman.
What I'm just telling you is
how come everybody is ganging up against you?
Because he's been speaking for 1 hour and he has not said anything.
Yeah, but
just objective. For once, the objective, Mr. Joel, the objective for once.
You guys are the one running around without being objective. I am telling you, what is the problem? You asked me a question, and I'm answering the question. And you said I'm not being objective. Why should I be objective?
No. I was trying to even say that, okay, you was going to the right way, but hold on. You know, when you were asking whom are they going to sell it to. So I thought that you will expatiate on that by saying that, okay, probably the northern people that owns all the West now may take it over. But in the meantime, there is no other country. We need to just suppose our situation with Brazil and Russia and any other country that has oil. They never said that something out like that. It has to be guarded. You know what I'm saying? But in the case of Nigeria,
I don't understand what you're saying.
No. I mean that just supposing it with them. So I mean that you was on the right track by saying that whom are they going to sell it to? That is what you be afraid of, and which is correct, because they might go and fall into the northerners' hand that owns the oil well today. That's a very nice point you should have made. Then a little bit more. I said that if we can be able to just suppose our country to Brazil and Russia, the country have to be involved in the oil production to protect the interests of the people. Because if you allow Nigeria to sell this oil company, they will give it to Dangote and other Hausa people. Thank you.
That is the point I was trying to say, that we have to have some part, we have to control some part of it. I don't know what part of the company is being privatized, but I will say at least 80% of that company should be, or I say at least 50 to 60% should be privatized. We should still have some control over it. Probably the administration and everything should be privatized, right? So I mean, it has to work, and the person who is going to lead that negotiation is very, very key in how that business is going to transform.
That was why Ajani told you that.
No. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I must move on. This can go on forever. But thank you, Joel. Let me go on from you to Akim. So hopefully it's there. So Akim, are you there? All right, we don't appear to have Akim. So let me go on from let me go to Kulata, who I actually did try to come to at the start, but it wasn't available. So Kulata, let me come to you, and let's have a more steady-minded conversation around the presentation Tinubu in Kaduna, who fleshed out a policy position, but which of it do you concur? Which of it do you think you should expand on? Which of it do you think does not fit with the situation of the country? And what did you make overall of what he said in Kaduna State? Tinubu?
Look, overall, let me just put it like this. Overall, it's not about what he said or what he didn't say. Tinubu is a smart guy. I do not expect him not to come out with good solutions to Nigeria's problems. So I think what is fleshing out right now is because he's kind of led everybody to play all these, I'll call it, or dancing politics. A hand they shake, in leg they shake politics, like politics of low expectations. And everybody has been focused on that politics of low expectations. The guy is now showing like, hey, I still have substance. So this is now making it like very, very clear, like, guys, get with the program, leave that childish stuff behind. And now let's dig into the issues. And when we go into the specifics of the issues, it was very spot on corruption. You cannot change. The only way you can fix corruption in that country is technology and opening up stuff. For example, with the subsidies, it has to be a market-driven solution. With the arbitrage, that has to be a market-driven solution. I know it didn't go into that, but it went into how you can use technology to attack corruption. That is a good start for corruption. We're not going to eliminate corruption. It's not going to happen. It's not in my lifetime. Maybe not forever. Even in America,
no, there's no country that has eliminated it. They just manage it. Don't
you
they?
manage
They make it as difficult as they can do.
Yes, and in the area of security, he didn't give us jibby jabba. He gave us specifics that you can hold, things that make sense. And it didn't even go into the sensitive areas, but it fleshed out intelligence gatherings via drones, via all sorts of unmanned vehicles, and retraining. The force needs retraining. Even before you hire, you need to make sure we have professionals in our military. I mean, a soldier was caught selling bullets and selling ammunition. I think 2 guns in the past 1 month have been caught selling them to terrorists. Like, a lot of those people that are in the force are not that professional. So speaking of retraining, speaking of technology, these are things that, okay, you can now start debating. Where's the money going to come from? Because that is what I will start asking him now if I was in front of him. Like, okay, these are all fine and dandy. Then where's the money going to come from? I want to push that conversation into detail so I can know that you are not selling me a bag of goods.
You know, there was a presentation that he made. Sorry, hold on 1 second. There was a presentation that he made about 5 days a week ago to a gathering of APC, which was the draft of his his manifesto, which they adopted to the high 90% level. So what they then said was, because it's such a detailed and involved piece of document, what they then said was that if they agree and adopt it, then they have to go and condense it into digestible size and for the consumption of the population. So they are good, and I think this is what we're hearing now. So what is giving us headlines rather, and highlights of that long and involved draft document.
You see, everybody kind of like gives, for the lazy Nigerian mind, me saying, no, consumptive production, I will install power, I will install this. Those are kind of like wish list, but break it down into manageable chunks, break it down into something we can quantify and then qualify, like, okay, all fine and good, you're going to do these specifics, they're measurable. When are you going to do them? And how are you going to pay for them? Those are the next follow-ups. But it's not speaking now at this high garrulous level that, oh, I'm going to transform Nigeria. It's going to be a messianic change. It's coming down into like, okay, in the military, I'm going to do this about retraining. I'm going to do this about equipment. I'm going to do this. See, it's manageable chunks, and we can hold him accountable to every single one of them. And you can also think in your mind, is this possible? Is this not possible? Because if you're speaking at a very high level, what am I supposed to hold out of it? For example, consumption to production. Okay, fine. Okay, so what is consumption to production? Is it in the agricultural value chain? Is it in the natural garment? Is it in the petrochemical space? Is it in the garment space? Is it in the where exactly? So these are measurable, but it's not enough for me because I want to know where the money is coming from. Sorry, you can interject.
Kulata, have you seen the?
Sorry. Joe, sorry. I'm just laughing somehow, and I'm laughing for a reason. I'm laughing because in every one of us on this very platform, there seems to be certain sentiments that tend to becloud our sense of judgment and sense of criticisms at times.
No ad hominems
No,
now.
no,
Ad hominems.
I said
go to the
I
substance
said all
of
of
it.
us. I said all of us.
No, but leave all that. Go to the substance of it. Which part
Well,
of it
I'm
you
not
are
attacking any human being. I'm not attacking.
No, leave all that. We are
Go ahead.
all individuals.
Go ahead, Saki Father. Land the ship. Land the ship.
Where I'm trying to come now is that all these things you stated that is in that document, all these presidential candidates have also talked about these things. Everybody has talked about training in the military force, that they have to be retrained. Everybody has talked about increasing the military base, that the number we have is very small. We need to increase.
When did Peter Obi talk about that?
Peter Obi has been saying it. Kulata, are you saying you have not had him?
No,
he has been saying it. That's
wait.
my point.
Oh, so wait.
Saki Father. I want you to land, then I'll respond.
I'm driving somewhere.
Saki Father, I want you to land so I can respond.
No, I'm driving somewhere. Then you talk about arbitrage. Everybody have talked about the need to have a market-driven system where we only.
When has Peter Obi talked about that?
They have been saying it. What has Peter Obi not said it?
Saki Father, I want you to drive. Saki Father, land. Saki Father, land. Saki Father, land.
Are you now stealing people's policies? Is that what?
Have you not? Has Peter Obi not said it before? Kulata, tell me yes or no.
Saki Father, land now. I'm waiting for you to land. I'm waiting for you to land.
Yes or no. I will stop.
Kulata will not say anything.
Okay, now let me talk.
No, I'm coming.
Okay, I'm waiting for you.
No, wait. You know, because one man is saying he has not said, it then means one man has never listened to Peter. That is what it means. You know, because he has been saying these things. Even Atiku has also been saying these things. We need to have one exchange rate through a market-driven process. Everybody has been saying it. We need to retrain our soldiers so that they will be more professional. Everybody has been saying it. We used to introduce technology in our military bases, in our security formations. Everybody has been saying this. There is none of these candidates that has not said it.
State police.
So I don't see anything that is different from what.
Okay.
I'll read one of the snipers.
Okay, Saki Father, I think I get the general gist you're saying. You're saying we have bias listening. We ignore the people we don't like. I get it. Exactly. So now let me talk. Did you hear what I said? That is all fine and good. Now you tell me, Tinubu, how are you going to pay for it? That is exactly where I went. That this is nice to hear. We're getting bite-sized information now. I'm now pushing it further. How? Because that is what politicians run away from. Not just how, then what about the money? These are good wish lists. How are you going to pay for it? Yes, Peter Obi has said some things about arbitrage. Tinubu didn't even talk about arbitrage. I gave that as an example. What Tinubu talked about is the use of technology on corruption and also the use of technology for national defense. And he now went into additional specifics about drones and all those things, which Peter Obi has talked generally on security, but maybe not to
I
this.
can read out
Let me
snippet
talk.
of what he dropped today.
Saki
so that you
Father
tell
now,
me the
Shebi,
difference.
I won't
You tell me
answer
the difference
you.
between what he's saying and
Allow
this.
me to answer you, Saki
The
Father.
Peter Obi has not said anything about
I will
anything.
read
All
out
he
what
says
he
is
dropped today. I will read
Saki,
out what he dropped today.
Saki Father, let me answer now.
Hold on. Let Saki, let Kulata respond because
Let me answer now.
He gave Saki the space.
You gave me, I allowed you. Peter Obi has talked on, is recently that he started talking about some level of detail on security. And that's when he talked about state police. I listened to that interview. And he talked about the need for state police. He also talked about the need for retraining. But I don't think I got more in addition to that. And I've been consistent. You can tell me whatever you want. It's a wish list. Not until I can see the details of how you're going to pay for it before me personally, Kulata will be satisfied. So Tinubu too has started talking. We thank God for that. He went into a bit more detail than Peter Obi, and I've listened to a few of the Peter Obi, and I'm acknowledging the one he said and the one he hasn't said. But don't think that I am going to be satisfied with that if I don't get the how and the payment. How is it going to be paid for? So I do not have selective listening. I just called out those arbitrage stuff as some of the things I will expect everybody to talk about.
But Kulata, how can you condemn Peter Obi if you've not seen his own manifesto?
What did I condemn? I did not condemn Peter Obi. I did not condemn Peter Obi. You are prejudiced. You are prejudiced.
It's a bad concept.
You are prejudiced. I gave an example of now conversation is getting into more detail rather than the high level consumption to production, which doesn't help anybody.
Why would you? No, you shouldn't be making reference to that because
no. Why won't I make reference to that? What does that mean?
No, but that is hold on. That is where. Can you hold on, Joel? Because that is where this is what I was trying to explain to you all the way through. This is where the conversation has moved to now. So the conversation has now moved in the political journey, is now moved to a detailed and nuanced presentation of policy positioning. So the ad hominems, you have to park them because you necessarily must.
No, did you read the Peter Obi's policy paper? One man.
Well, I read
I read his abridged. I read his abridged manifesto. Is it the 6-point agenda? Is it 6 or 7 point?
Good.
I read. Yeah, I read it, and when Saki Father told me about it, I said it's nice, but it's still abridged. All of them have abridged manifesto. Tinubu hasn't given us his abridged manifesto, but it's given us a snippet of the details of the manifesto. We've not seen the full-fledged ones articulated anywhere.
That is what Peter Obi is also doing. So you're going to see the detail of the production to consumption to production in his manifesto. So why don't we give him that same, cut him that same slack that we are cutting Tinubu?
But we are asking everybody.
Nobody's giving Tinubu any slack. We're discussing his action plan.
You have been one man. You've been on the Tinubu's train.
All right.
Wait, Joel. I asked you a question. Joel, I asked you a specific question. What part of what Tinubu read out do you hate or you don't like? Tell me. Just tell me.
We cannot go back to this issue again, please.
Okay, so you don't. The thing is, you don't have any ideological.
I have told you what I said, and I said that every one of them have similar manifesto. I've said this before. All of them have similar. Everybody have talked about recruitment into the security force.
Yes, look, all those stuff, they're Captain Obvious. They're all Captain Obvious. We have security problems. There's nobody that will say you want to be president, that you don't have to do something about the security situation.
The onus is now on who is capable to deliver. That's how I answered your question. But you keep taking me back to this same question. That's my point, Kulata. Who is the person that we trust that is going to do it? Having seen that these guys have been there, both the PDP and the APC, for the past 23 years, and we have not seen anything. I don't see anything.
That aspect of it is very subjective. Who do you trust? Because it's very subjective because you can cherry pick whatever evidence in that person's past that you want to ride on. But a lot of if you base it on record, is also going to be warped because one person managed a bigger scope than the other person. The scope, Lagos scope, is way bigger than Anambra scope. So you always say no. this is bias. I mean, so that part of it is always going to be your own subjective judgment, even though there are objective measures that are pretty obvious to me. But I will leave it as a subjective. Like you can run away with whatever you want to believe from their past record. And also you can make all sorts of inferences about Tinubu's frailty, which is fair enough. It's fair game, it's politics. But let us now move away from the banal nonsense that all of us have been focusing on and look at, okay, when we read this people's plan, which one can be funded? Money. There's nothing you can do in this government on this life that does not involve money. And if you don't show me evidence of how you're going to pay for it, it's as useless as a piece of paper, like what's it called? President of Uganda said, what's his name again? Yeah, Idi Amin Dada. Idi Amin Dada. So let's get into the details. And Saki Father and all, don't. Obi just started getting into some more specifics, and you can see that they're helping him flesh out his thoughts into a manifesto. That's why recently,
this things I mentioned.
Saki Father now, Joe.
One man, can I interject?
Biko.
Let me ask Kulata a question. Let me ask Kulata a question.
I don't enter Wala. Okay.
These things I mentioned, I had it.
I wanted to ask the last question first before this people.
Rational mind don't join too.
Hold on.
All of them have been saying.
Can I ask Kulata one question?
Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. Let's hear from Saki Father, and then we hear from Rational Mind, and then you, Ajan Lekoko.
No, what I've been saying is that all these presidential candidates have been saying all these things. All of them, they have been saying these things almost the same way. Different for a very long time. So I don't see
that I've heard.
No, Sakmada, I don't agree. Sakmada, I don't agree. It's recently that Obi started getting into specifics.
How long have we been mocking him that he doesn't say anything?
Look at what I want you to be doing at times. Try to be going to his Twitter handle and see what he has been tweeting in the last 4 months.
Bros, now I get 24/7 job now. I get job now. I'll try.
Going to his own Twitter handle and see what he has been tweeting in the last 4 months.
I don't go to his Twitter handle. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't even think I've ever gone there before.
Then again, if it's possible, go and visit some of his videos. You must have had these things in some of his videos. He didn't start saying these things. So these things are not things that are very different.
Look, Saki Father, what can we refer to? CNN interview. What was that?
Forget
Arise interview previous to most recent one. What was that? It was not until RUFAI's radio station stuff that he started getting into things. So don't blame us for shitting on some of his interviews because he didn't say anything.
And let me tell you, Kulata, because you like data somehow. There is some 6 economic indicators that Anambra State was measured alongside with Lagos State.
Is it Global Lab again?
Global Lab. We looked at that before here now.
Let's hear from Rational Mind. We don't want to go back to all of that.
I think Lotta kind of answered the question I wanted to ask you, but I still want to ask. My question is, because the way you spoke like you follow Obi very well.
His interviews, yes. The ones I can see. Okay, the ones I can watch, not everything.
Well, I think you answered the question, the ones you can see. So because from the way you were sounding, it sounded like you follow him because you were trying to compare and contrast in any way his whatever he has said is manifesto or whatever with that of Tinubu. But in the process, you keep saying things that seems like that anybody that knows Obi very well, who have heard Obi spoke, sound like you've not really followed him. So, but now since you said the ones you can find, well, I leave it at that.
Yeah, and I gave specifics in the CNN interview. What was in there? In the BBC interview, what was in there? In the Arise interview, what was in there?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, those ones you mentioned, maybe it didn't really go into these specifics.
It's an empty vessel.
I mean, am I being unfair by referencing actual interviews he did? Am I being unfair?
I mean, even your Tinubu you're talking about. I mean, he's not.
Tinubu is not even talking to anybody. Just started talking.
But when
and this is not my Tinubu. It's Tinubu.
Those things Tinubu is reeling out. They wrote it for him.
Of course, now do you expect the presidential candidate to go and write his manifesto?
Of course,
are you kidding?
We know they all have it. But people that can speak to economy, Tinubu is not the kind.
Tinubu does not politics.
Rational mind to today.
He's a senior auditor.
Rational mind don't start again.
Senior auditor of how many years ago? How many years ago?
Oh, right. Okay. All right.
Rational mind. You brought your prejudice against Tinubu. Let's suspend it, please. Let Ajale Koko.
Rational mind.
We're speaking.
Let's hear from Ajale Koko who wanted to come in. Ajale Koko, let's hear from you.
Okay, Kulata, my question to you is this.
Sir.
Since you said that in Tinubu presentation of his plan, he did mention how he's going to
pay for it.
So you see that plan as nonsense.
It's a wish list.
Does it appear as just BS to you?
It's just a well articulated wish list, and for all of them, it's still bullshit. Sorry, one man. Until they tell me how they're going to pay for it, until they can show that they can pay for it, because if you can't pay for a plan, it's just a dream.
Kulata, are you talking of Tinubu or Obi? Because
all of them. Me, I don't care about whoever it is. Okay. If you cannot pay for a plan, you cannot execute the plan.
And that is what we want to hear from Joel, to be objective.
We don't want to hear from Joel at the moment.
But Obi has somewhat tell you how he's going to pay for it.
How?
Good. He's saying that the agricultural space in the north has to be opened up.
Is that payment?
Hold on. Let me
who has not said that before?
He's complaining here that I'm too loud. So because of so anyway, so let me tone it down. He said in the north, he was talking about, he was giving states like Niger State, Borno State. I mean, first of all, he said he's going to handle the insecurity issues.
So that's
hold on now. You ask a question.
I'm asking for payment. You are telling me about which list.
This is how he's going to generate the internal. He's going to make internal generation.
By opening up the agricultural space.
When we export, listen.
That's the plan.
I mean, listen, guys. You are the people asking for specifics. And
that's nonsense now.
But is that specific enough for you? Because
people say he's going to feed them agbado and corn and gay and everything.
No, that wasn't what he said though.
That's not part of his manifesto.
He said he was going to use counter-insurgency, which is area-led, to try and secure both the pipelines in Nigeria and the geographical integrity of the country.
One man, I've not read. I only saw a snippet of what
Rashoma, get to the payment. Get to the payment, please.
I only listen to Sanusi spoke, but I will listen to Tinubu maybe later after this.
Okay, get to the OB payment plan, please.
That's what I'm saying to you. I'm giving it to you.
That's not a payment. So okay, look. Wait now. You said I'm going to turn Niger State, Kogi State. Are you just going to go there? Abacadabra, farm here, farm there, farm here, farm there. You take
rational mind. That is not specific. You can't hold on that or say, it's a way it's going to pay. No.
I mean, listen.
You people allow me speak.
Yeah, but speak to something that
what are we talking about? I mean, you can't expect them to be telling you exactly.
No.
You can't expect every candidate to be telling you exactly to the very.
No. That is the way you work. You have to mention specifically how you are going to pay for it.
Even politicians don't tell you details.
No. They tell you they're going to raise taxes or they're going to do this. They tell you.
Yes, they do.
Give me an example.
They do. That's what don't tell you.
They tell you I'll pay for it by raising taxes. Or I'll do it by doing this to revenue. They tell you. They just don't tell you a wish list.
When Biden is talking about his building infrastructure, did he give
you? He said he's going to raise tax on the rich.
He said he's going to raise tax. He said he's going to do this. Yeah.
And that's why the government can now check whether it's realistic. You have the CBO that will now do projection over 10 years.
If I ask for more details, how are you going to get?
Rational mind. Your bias is way too much. Rational mind.
No. This is not a matter of bias. This is a matter of.
American. Why you say the American land?
No, the America. Hold on. What I'm saying to you, because you people say specific will depend on what you want to hear from him.
Revenue, how you're going to pay for it.
Yes.
But I've given you, as you said, he said it's going
That's not revenue now.
That is not
The
revenue.
next me,
That
sir.
indicates nothing. There is nothing attached, no specific, no specificity attached to it.
No, on Tinubu, he said he's going to encourage private people and he's going to help them guarantee loan, access to funding. So, see,
how will he get funds? He's just telling you that he's going to borrow. It's as simple as ABC. That's another language for so we are going to borrow.
Who's going to borrow? Who's going to borrow? Who's going to borrow?
Tinubu.
So what are we talking about here?
All of them will borrow.
They will all borrow. We know.
But the market response will be likely dependent on your plan and your antecedent.
Exactly.
Man, you say payment is by creating farm in Niger State. Come on, man. Come on.
That's what Peter would say, Joe.
When you rattle me up like this,
you watch.
Don't allow me to speak. You caught me in between. You're just making it look like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Then you know what you're talking about. Would you let me speak? Talking about.
One man, can I contribute?
Hold on now. It gives us example of the Netherlands, which I'm very, very much aware of.
Example to your law. Tell us how you're going to pay for it in Nigeria.
Would you allow me speak? My boy, we'll get nowhere with this.
I'm impatient. You're wasting time.
That is it, because you don't want to listen to the details.
Okay, carry on. The floor is yours. Carry on.
What he's saying is that he gave an example of Netherlands that exports that more than half of its revenue is from agriculture. So if we can, he's saying that model that of the Netherlands, if you can bring it up with the lands we have, we can generate what we need within Nigeria, our food within Nigeria. That will cut a large chunk of our foreign exchange that goes into buying food outside. And also we can export. And we can tax these exports. And we can generate money from there. That is one aspect of where
he's bringing down the size of government.
I'm just giving you an example of that. Then it goes into this micro businesses that's going to make funds available to them. In fact, it was one of the first candidates besides before that started speaking about small business that is going to give them money.
Okay.
So what are we talking about here?
Okay, now you tell me as a CBO, how are you going to score that from a projection? How much is going to cost the government, and how the government is going to pay for that to start it up? How do you score for it in CBO?
How do I score? Listen.
How do you score for it? Like, this is how much it's going to cost us to get to that plan that you're talking about. How do you score for it?
He has not said that. That he has not said.
That's exactly what we're telling you. That nobody's talking about how they're going to pay for it.
Hold on. No candidate can tell you that.
Oh.
They don't know what they're going to meet when they get in there.
You are going to project that for me to do this, I'm going to borrow X, or I'm going to raise tax. Yeah, I'm going to get taxes here, or I'm going to do this.
Okay. It's about taxes too.
I think we have different expectations.
And by the way,
we have different expectations. That's just it.
Kulata, by the way, Tinubu disaddressed somewhat because he in that speech again, which I can reread to you, he talked about expanding the tax net nationwide to as a means of generating revenue. He also talked about opening up the real estate sector through that mortgage system and about facilitation for development in real estate. So he was quite expansive and somewhat a bit of costing in it as well.
One man, if anything, I trust Tinubu can generate tax, and that I know of that he can do that. But
because that made him rich.
Yeah, well, let's do that.
Well, the question is,
can I ask you a question, Kulata?
Because that made him rich. So he knows how to
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, exactly for that.
Yeah. If you were to be the president of Nigeria right now, because I see you maybe as an economist, and the way the Nigerian situation is right now, if you were to be the president of Nigeria, would you, between reducing unnecessary expenses, wastage, to make more money available, and increasing tax nets right now, the way Nigeria is within these 4 years, these two options, which one would you see as the more easier route to start doing things right? Is
No,
it to
no, those are not in tandem options. Those options are not.
There are two options. There are two options.
But they don't correlate.
Let me tell you why there are two options.
No, they don't correlate. Though.
Let me
There
tell
are
you
two
why.
options.
No, let
because
me tell. I know what is. I know what is correlation. I know what is correlation.
Right.
So
let me. No. I'm coming from an economic perspective.
Because you are coming off the back of a question I was asking in the earlier session.
So Saki Father, when you say cut, what are you? So cut cost like how? Because
the way Nigeria is, many people are poor. We have greater.
So you want to cut the size of the government?
I'm not saying cutting this. What do you mean by cutting the size of the government?
No, because you gave me two options: cost cutting, or increasing taxes.
I'm talking about costing on like necessary wastages.
Cut costing, which is size of the government, basically.
You say size of there is what we call
over bloated civil service.
Yes, that is what
although you're cutting the size of the government. I will not cut this. I will not cut the size of the government now, because you're going to shrink our GDP if you do that. It's the mistake a lot of countries have done in the past, and have they come to regret it. Austerity is not the way to grow an economy. You only go austere when you're prosperous. That's when you can now start looking at a way to make productivity increase. But when you lack productivity, you'll have to try and if you can spend your way out of it, find a way to get more money into the system so the engine can rev up. And when the engine revs up, you can now start looking for place to cut. If your engine is not running and you start cutting,
what are you saying, Kulata? When you don't have the capability of generating revenue to service your debt, you say you don't want to cut costs. You want to continue to expand. What are you talking about?
You can't cut costs now.
So cost of governance, we don't have to cut it. And other agencies, we don't have to cut them.
Not now.
Hold on, everybody. Let's stay within that space that Saki Father was. But let me rephrase it, or let me phrase it in my own way, because I was putting the same question in the earlier session. So, Peter Obi's philosophy is an austere sort of philosophy, which is predicated on saving money. But the counter invitation that I put in the earlier session, which I'm putting to you now, Kulata, is which one serves more to exponentially grow the economic space.
I will tell you.
Hold on, can you please? To exponentially grow the economic space, or to plateau it but save so that you have a stockpile of money. So which one serves better?
Growth.
I will tell you, Kulata.
Let me tell you what I believe in. Zaki, let me just quickly answer the question. If it's on my choice will be growth, because growth will further expand the GDP. In the future, you have opportunities to cut costs. And a classic example was when we were getting out of the deep recession, USA doubled down on spending. Europe, they went into austerity measure. USA got out way stronger and faster out of that recession than Europe. And Europe is still struggling for the unnecessary austerity measure that they took. So it's been tested. Growth is always better than austerity.
Can I tell you something? Kulata, no, I want to tell Kulata something. And I will come technically so that you understand what I'm saying. GDP for an open economy is calculated as consumption plus investment plus government expenditure plus export minus import in an open economy, right?
Right.
C plus I plus G plus X minus M, right?
Right.
So if you look at this equation, what it means is that if you keep other variables constant and increase consumption, GDP will increase, right?
Yeah.
If you keep every other variable constant and increase only government expenditure, GDP will still increase, right?
Yeah.
If you increase investment and keep
GDP will increase.
GDP will increase, right?
GDP will increase, yes.
So these three variables, which one will produce more amplified, more like a more multiplier effect on the economy?
It's always an argument.
No, it's always investment.
Investment, but it's always an argument because listen now. You are talking about. You gave me an option of cutting.
No. Let me tell you.
You gave me an option of cutting.
Sorry. I'm coming. Listen. Yeah. I'm being technical now. You understand?
I'm following you.
Yeah, from a pure Keynesian model.
Keynesian economics,
From
yeah.
a pure Keynesian economics, you know, you see that investment produces more multiplier effect in the economy.
Yeah, but
At least
Saki,
I'm
listen to
coming.
yourself. The option you gave me.
Investment
I
is
am
not better
coming.
obvious.
So the option you gave me is not investment. The option you gave me is austerity.
I am coming. I know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. You remember that if you look at the circular flow model in economics, the circular flow of income, you know, we want to be in a situation where investment is equal to savings. Savings is a leakage. Savings is a leakage. Investment is a kind of what do we call it?
Savings is not that great for an economy, but continue.
No, I'm coming now. I'm coming.
Yeah, but
So
get
we
there
want to
quickly
be,
for time.
yeah, we want to be in a situation where investment is equal to savings, which means what you save could be invested.
I disagree,
No,
but continue.
No, I'm trying to come. What you save could be invested. Then if you say let you increase government expenditure, you will create an economy problem called crowding effect hypothesis. You will try to crowd.
Bros, you are being too theoretical.
No, I'm trying to be technical because it's coming from.
We will break it down into digestible stuff.
So what I'm trying to say,
even is going to be theoretical. Just wait. You are going unnecessarily too theoretical, and it doesn't apply in the situation.
No, I'm trying to come. I'm just trying.
Okay, that quick. You too. Don't go too deep. Continue.
Let me just summarize. You are saying savings is equal to investment. You understand? When you think as an accountant, savings is the money you have in the bank. When you talk on savings in terms of economic plan, it's what you invest on in production capacity. So wait. So this is what we are saying now.
I'll break it down into an analogy that is simple enough.
Ola is an economist too. Ola used to be a banker for the benefit.
That's true. Actually, that's true.
So what we are analyzing is not correlating with our environment. So forget about that. The theory you are having for
he wants to bamboozle us with science.
No, he's not bamboozle. Kulata, look at what I'm trying to say.
Kulata. See. Kulata. Where you are talking now, small time we will be talking about eyes,
if you increase government expenditure much, if you have a bloated civil service, which means government expenditure will be much, right?
I mean, so Saki, you've deviated away from the two options you gave me, because you two options you gave me was cost cutting versus spending, and I said I prefer spending because you have to spend your way. Government is the last resort spender when your economy is in trouble, and I gave you an example where Europe went into austerity. USA decided to spend more. USA came out way stronger than Europe. Europe economy shrunk because they were shrinking, and they now cut costs thinking they will be able to now save money and invest. But they shrunk their GDP in the process. And I think even though the common sense thing everybody will think is that let me cut costs. But when you cut costs, you just shrink your capacity. So let me use normal. Let me use normal real life example. Real life example is like
don't take us on another long
give me time to talk. Just give me
you can cut costs, but what are you doing with the cost you are cutting? That is what you have.
You need to mobilize money for investment, for spending, for this.
Let's go back to our politics. Tinubu is telling you that he's going to reduce the cost of governance. I heard it. It's not a matter of whether I heard it.
Can you hold on, please, Saki Father, and Ola as well? So you see, all of these things that you're saying that Peter Obi is offering, it is a baseline entry into the requirements of the country. So reducing the cost of governance is already captured in everybody's narrative. It's not the golden fleece that Peter Obi is bringing.
It's not going to rescue us. It's going to put us in trouble.
And it's everybody's policy positioning as well. Can you hold on, please? What are you doing now? So it's not some magic wand that he's bringing to the space. It's already embedded in what Tinubu said in Kaduna, because it's embedded as just one of the pathways and not the marquee. That is why you may not have picked it up, but that seems to be the singular space. that is going to cost. Everybody is cutting the cost of our governance. Everybody is. Do you want me to reread what he said?
Yeah, please do. Right, yeah.
Yes. Maybe I should reread it. I'll try and skim through it because everything that you're saying is captured in what this guy had to say, and nothing that Peter Obi has said is anywhere close to this. It says, my administration will achieve double-digit economic growth. This is the Jagaban of GBT, speaking in Kaduna. A presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has promised to build a vibrant economy that will achieve a double-digit growth when he becomes Nigeria's president. Asiwaju Tinubu said this in a speech at the 7th edition of the Kaduna Economic and Investment Summit on Saturday in Kaduna. The APC presidential flag bearer hailed Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai for raising the bar in attracting investment to the state the same way he did in Lagos over 20 years ago. So that was somewhat, you are still my boy there. It is a great honor for me to be invited to give a speech on this occasion, and it was a great pleasure listening to Governor Nasir El-Rufai as he shared with us the vision of how Kaduna State will attract and sustain investment. I would like to congratulate Kaduna State on this special occasion of the 7th edition of the Kaduna Economic and Investment Summit. The theme for this year, Building a Resilient Economy, is very timely and appropriate in a period of uncertainty in the global economy. It is important that we pursue a path of economic independence and insulation from global headwinds. I am particularly happy to be in an economic summit such as this. It reminds me of when we initiated a Higbeti Lagos Economic Summit more than 20 years ago in Lagos State. Through the summit, Lagos State has been able to deliver landmark developmental projects in power generation, critical road infrastructure, street lighting, and clean energy initiatives, amongst others. Therefore, I am sure that under the able leadership of Your Excellency Governor Nasir El-Rufai, the leadership of the KADIP and subsequent administrations, Kaduna State will successfully collaborate with private sector to usher in investments in the priority sectors of technology, agriculture, manufacturing, infrastructure, and solid minerals. These investments will in turn drive rapid economic growth and prosperity, providing jobs and opportunities for the good people of Kaduna State, Tinubu said. On the role of private sector in the country's economic development, Tinubu praised President Muhammad Buhari for giving maximum support to them to flourish. According to him, laws put in place by the Buhari administration helped to improve the ease of doing business in the country. He said if elected, his administration will build on this, making it better for the private sector to excel. A vibrant private sector is a prerequisite for a functional state, playing a critical role in the mobilization of capital, expertise, and innovation for the creation of economic opportunities and employment. This is why it is important for the government to give maximum support and incentives to the private sector. In light of this, President Buhari's administration introduced a number of measures targeted at promoting private enterprises and businesses, including the repeal and reenactment of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, the passage of the Finance Act 2021, as well as the implementation of over 100 initiatives to improve ease of doing business in Nigeria. My desire is that the next administration under my leadership will continue to drive forward and accelerate on the progress made thus far, taking bold steps and initiatives to encourage investment in new areas typically considered risky, and leading the way by providing the enabling environment to nurture our innate entrepreneurial spirit. It is essential that our nation continues to champion the rule of law and sanctity of contracts, for these are the prerequisites for creating a business-friendly our economic environment. Whilst there must be active engagement between all the arms of government for the rule of law to prevail, it is critical for the judiciary to retain its autonomy and independence. Therefore, under my stewardship, the federal government will build on the efforts of the current administration to review, amend, and/or enact relevant laws that will engender the rule of law. My administration will ensure that the judiciary has true financial and administrative autonomy and strong disciplinary and integrity monitoring mechanism, Ashwaju added. He itemized his administration's plan for ensuring security returns to the country, stating the role of a secured nation in economic growth and development. He noted that his administration will prioritize the training and retraining of the country's security forces. We will be committed to introducing cross-sector initiatives that will address the economic and social constraints that prevents people from advancing or opting for crime. Under my leadership, the government will place great emphasis on the use of counter-insurgency doctrine and strategy by our military. We will continue to train and equip our gallant forces and security personnel with the resources, gear, and equipment that they need to hasten our inevitable march to resounding victory against enemies of our great country. Where necessary, we will recruit and train more personnel to bridge any gaps in manpower. Furthermore, my administration will prioritize the use of superior aerial technology to deter criminals and terrorist activities, as well as monitor and protect our critical national infrastructure, including our network of pipelines, our power stations, our transmission and distribution networks, our sea and airports, our rail network, and other vital infrastructures. He added, I will marshal a team of the most talented of Nigerians, men, women, and youths, no matter their tribe or affiliation, to reset our nation on a path to achieve double-digit economic growth within a couple of years. We will do this through a coordinated set of policies in key sectors. We will champion an efficient government that will eliminate revenue. So this is where he addresses all of that thing that the whole of Peter Obi's life is hinged around. It's just a minor little footnote, by the way, all of this, but this is where he addresses it. We will champion an efficient government that will eliminate revenue and expenses leakages across all federal government areas, leveraging technology which will be increasingly embedded into government operations. So what it's telling you is that it's going to digitalize the government across the board, which will just eliminate in that stroke the other space that Peter Obi thinks.
Can I ask you?
Sorry, let me finish the reading. Yeah. In oil and gas, we will prioritize gas distribution and availability to power our industries. In agriculture, we will provide incentives for investment, machinery and equipment, expand and empower commodity boards, enhance our strategic grain reserves, encourage the formation of farm cooperatives, and expand the scope and depth of access to finance for our farmers. In housing, we will introduce policies that will make it easier to transfer title and carry out transactions on landed properties. We will work with the private sectors to significantly expand mortgage financing, and we will provide credits and incentives to encourage real estate developers. We will collaborate with key technology partners to develop policies that will promote the use and integration of technology across other sectors within the nation. We will work to accelerate the work. To accelerate the work that is being done with the private sector to train our youth and promote. And all this Jabba human capital development, like as though that was the, this is just another footnote. We will collaborate with key sector technology partners to develop policies that will promote the use and integration of technology across other sectors within the nation. We will work to accelerate the work that is being done with the private sector to train our youth and promote innovation through sponsored incubator hubs and science technology parks. So these are germane and pertinent to contemporaneous times. The APC candidate urged all Nigerians to join hands with him to work together to achieve the collective vision of building the Nigeria of our dreams. You want to give a round of applause? I hope they did give a round of applause.
One man, can I contribute? Everybody has been contributing. Can I say something?
They should have just called it technology. Nothing deep, so shallow. When you tie everything down, what is so interesting?
Can you allow somebody else to contribute?
One man likes English, one man likes grammar. That is what I've observed.
Don't worry, let's hear from man of prestige.
Like grammar.
Who's well equipped with grammar. Let's hear some grammar from man of prestige. Yeah, but do you want to give a round of applause to Tinubu's presentation in Kaduna, man of prestige?
No, I'm not.
All right.
Just let me make my point. I mean, all this word he's speaking and everything, it was written for him. He didn't come out and speak it. I know that's his manifesto.
He didn't come out and
let me finish. One man, let me land.
He's looking now on a rostrum in Kaduna. What?
Let me land. It's a manifesto. It's just a window dressing. It doesn't mean much to me. It's just a window dressing. Okay, it doesn't mean much to me. But the difference between the manifesto, that's his manifesto, is reading because it was written by intellectual. Let's wait until Obi brings his manifesto. One man, let me land. I know you're a Tinubu, you come here to campaign for Tinubu. So let's not mislead anybody. That's okay. There's nothing wrong about that, one man.
Okay, good.
You come here to campaign for Tinubu. It's all good. It's all good. I'm obedient. I'm not, I'm unapologetic about it. So let's be realistic.
Okay.
Everybody has spoken. Believe me, everybody that has spoken here, the best commentator here right now today about this manifesto is Kulaka to me. He has been very objective. This is my own opinion, okay? I mean, you can have your own opinion. But anyway, let me just make it, let me make a simple point. Then when my turn comes, then I can talk about it. This manifesto is good and everything, but it's just a window dressing. It doesn't mean anything. When Obi was speaking, from his, he was speaking from his own point of view, oral in front of everybody. Tinubu had not been in that space yet. So whatever he's doing right now was written by experts. So let's see what Obi is going to present. Then we can digest and discuss it. Don't come here and, one man, come on now, you good, okay?
Leave one man.
You're good at what you do, but that's okay.
Now, can you leave that? Don't just make this a throwaway comment and run away. How is a manifesto written? Do you know? If you don't know, say I don't know.
What do you mean? Has a manifesto written?
That's a question. Now give me an answer.
It's written by his advisor. I mean, he has an economic advisor that wrote the manifesto.
You hold on. You didn't hear the question. I didn't say how was Tinubu's manifesto written. I said how is a manifesto written? How are manifestos written?
Manifesto is written with the ideology of the principle.
Right. By whom?
Okay. I mean, he has an input, but
by whom? By whom?
It's not written by Tinubu. It's written by his economic advisor.
I said, how is a manifesto? Leave Tinubu now. I'm saying manifestos. How are they written? If you don't know, say I don't know.
No. I'm gonna say the way I understand it. And if I'm not an economist, that's not an area of my specialist. But it's written with the agenda of of what they're gonna accomplish. It doesn't matter, but it's written, you can read it and embellish it and whatever. It doesn't mean anything. So you tell me.
Because manifestos are written by a series of experts in different fields based on the ideological thrust of the principle. That's how manifestos are.
Okay, what is the difference from what I just said? But it wasn't written by Tinubu. It was written by his economic advisor.
Yes, you don't understand. What do you mean?
I understand.
It's not a criticism that is not written by Tinubu.
Okay.
There is no manifesto presented anywhere on this planet that is written by the principle that reads it. But he has a central input at every phase of it. So he will get IT experts to make IT recommendations, and they will sit around him with ideas around what fits with the Nigerian nation, and he will see how it fits with his economic outlook, and then he will sign that off. And then
Okay.
he will come.
Hold
Hold
on, let me speak.
No, don't
Let me
worry
speak.
about what you have to say because you don't understand. So let me.
No, you can't. Don't tell me that. Let me say something.
You don't understand, but you don't want.
Let me say. Can I say something?
Go on.
Let me land, man.
Go on.
I know this is your platform, but you have to let
now.
speak.
Okay, I'll give you the floor. So just speak. But you won't understand what's going on, but you don't want to listen.
I do understand what's going on. Okay, you don't know my educational level, so don't give me that. Okay?
No, it's not educational level now. It's I mean, the things
don't give me.
Don't
give me one man. Come on, now respect.
But sorry, one man. Sorry, one man. Can the tree make a forest? Can the tree? No, hold on. Can the tree make a forest? Can the tree make a forest? I don't know member of his team.
It's my turn. Let me land.
Okay. Yes.
Let me land, please. One man. I don't disagree with you. Everything you said. He may have spoken it in a different way. All I was saying, it was written by his economic advisor based on his principle. You and I are pretty much saying the same thing. I don't know what is still confusing about what I said.
But that is not. How is that a criticism?
I didn't. No. I didn't say the manifesto was wrong or whatever. It doesn't make sense. I mean, Kulata have narrated it very good, and I believe I'm aligned with Kulata point of view. But what I'm saying, let's wait for Obi manifesto. But you here condemning Obi doing production and other kind of things.
But Obi doesn't know what is going on now.
He was just speaking euphoriously. Hold on. He was just speaking euphoriously. He has not.
Can you hold on?
He wasn't speaking from his manifesto point of view. Tinubu hasn't even come out and speak. He only presented the manifesto, and you hear blah 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 like the word has turned up.
Man of prestige. Do you allow people project?
Yeah, it's been a one man. Go ahead, thank you.
All right.
You have said so much.
What's this one?
Now, what one man is trying to make you understand is that every manifesto has the input of some people around maybe the candidates or whoever that is trying to put forward that manifesto. You will agree with me that no matter what Obi himself knows, you will still need the input of experts within his party, like the likes of Pato Tommy and the rest of them who are within his party, to also have input in his manifesto. So Obi will not just come by himself and Obi cannot claim to have written the whole thing in that manifesto himself. Nobody can claim, no candidate can claim that. Not even Showore can claim that. He must have had people here and there.
I understand what you're talking about. I don't think I'm far away from what you said and what one man said. But I just said it in a different form.
But you made a comment.
Based on Tinubu principle.
There was a comment you made that really made him to interject, to stop you right. Try to interject what you said. You make it sound like, he said it was not written. I mean, it was not the one who said it. It was written for him. Yeah, every manifesto is written for somebody.
It's written for everybody. This is why I said you don't understand. It wasn't
Let me finish. Let me make this last statement. Maybe I didn't say it in the right way, but what I'm saying, he did not write it. It was written by his people based on his point of view. What is the difference? Are we speaking Spanish and English? I mean,
woman, can I just talk to this guy? Just a second, sir.
No, please. I don't want to hear from you, Tony. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you like to hear from me. No, just, it's a general contribution. It's a free something. So can I go on, woman, just for 30 seconds?
Okay, go on, but be consistent with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm very consistent, sir. Still regarding that point that I made earlier on, that at least those people that wrote it, a member of his team, and then at the end of the day, Tinubu is not an Awolowo. Obi is not an Awolowo. It's only Awolowo, Obafemi Awolowo that can just hang, just take his agbada and then dish out whatever is in his brain. No other political gladiator can do that. So right on, sir.
All right.
Other than Awolowo.
Okay, thank you. Let me just,
remember where you were.
I still remember it's cost cut. Saki father, cost cutting at this point. If you talk about like loopholes, blocking loopholes, yes, you need to block loopholes, corruption. But to now say at this point, when Nigeria is struggling, I want to now cut costs, austerity, I want to cut civil service.
No. Kulata, when you say austerity, no.
Now, let me just make my point quick.
Okay, but I'll correct you.
Correct me, fine. Like if you now start cutting, like you want to cost the cost of the government, like that means you lay people off. For each person you lay off, that person has nowhere to go in the economy. That's why you don't cut the size of the government when the economy is struggling. But if the economy is bubbling, like you spend your way out of this mess, you may have to borrow, self. But have loans, have this, have things bubbling. Money is turning around. Money is turning around. If you now remove, if you fire a civil service, if you call civil service, they have an alternative place they're going into the economy because the economy is bubbling. So you cut when the economy is bubbling, not when it is struggling. That is why austerity is a bad measure right now.
I will give you an example of what I mean. Because when you say austerity, I understand what you mean.
That is Obi's approach now. I want to cut costs.
No. When we say cutting cost of governance, there are things you can cut that will not affect the economy. I'll give you an example. Why will a president of Nigeria have something like 3 private jets?
That's immaterial in the general scheme of things.
So if we sell off 2 and they have 1,
that's very impractical. Even for national security. For national security, that's a useless decision.
I don't understand what you mean.
So if your presidential jet, if the main one, if you only have 1 and he has to go for service, that means your president is handicapped. You now have to go and rent.
How many presidents of the world is even flying private jets? Even prime minister of Germany.
How many presidents is not? They all have a fleet.
They all have jets.
They have, but how many do they?
Except you're an island nation with 5,000 population or 10,000 people.
How many do they have? Something like prime minister of.
They have a fleet of it.
You need to maintain a decent fleet now. You do need to maintain a decent fleet. That's what I'm saying is all these the cost-cutting measures that are just optics. The cosmetic stuff is totally useless. Like saying, "Oh, Peter Obi was going to buy petrol for himself." Well, that's useless nonsense. Or saying it doesn't collect salary after he's gone. That's just gimmicks. By the time, if your economy is bubbling, you can restructure your civil service. You can merge. If you say I'm merging 2 duplicate agencies, you want to merge them into one. That is real. That is something. Or you even look at, the bloated, assuming you could cut Senate and House of Rep, their bloated salaries. Well, of course, you can't touch that because they're the one that control the purse. But if you want to do that, I can say, yeah, that's a little bit meaningful. But you do it, the timing needs to be right. Saying all this, I want to cut jets, I want to cut that. You just create a lot of inefficiencies. You are penny wise, pound foolish. That's what it is.
Can I say something?
When I was talking about...
Hold on, let's hear from Ajale Koko. Sorry, let's hear from Ajale Koko.
Go ahead.
You see, our own economic environment and what operates in it, what drives it, is different from that of the West. So if you are bringing this economic theories that work for the West.
Like you read is a textbook.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's going to work like that for us in our country. The West have that infrastructure in place that drive their economy, and when they are running into maybe at any time into recession or economic they have any economic shock, they can pump money into it to suppress that shock and to rejuvenate their economy. But in our own case, we don't have no economic structure at all. We don't have economic structure that do any production. We are not a productive country. So this is your idea, Kulata, that we have to spend more. We have to spend more. When you spend more, that does not translate into production. What are you going to run into? You are going to run into
because you already made an automatic assumption that it will not translate into productivity, and that depends on your plan. What is the spending for?
Hold on. The money itself that you are talking about, you don't have funding. You don't have nothing in your reserve. You are a bankrupt nation already. You have to go into borrowing, and you don't have the capacity of paying back immediately. So there are certain things, there are certain measures that have to be immediately taken as cut costs so that you can manage your economy well and you can develop your revenue base. So that is the immediate distance. All this, the way money flitter away in that country, and the cost of governance is still huge. It has to be cut down. If you don't cut it down,
you can't cut. Ajaliko, let me respond to you quickly.
Can I please respond to
Ola, yeah, please go ahead, Ola.
See, Ajaliko, see, get Kulata right. You can spend high and get high return, high benefit. You can spend low and get nothing and create economic crisis. That is where you have to look at that thing. I keep making an example. For example, nobody hold more than American today. For example, they overborrow their GDP. Will American economy collapse tomorrow? But Nigeria will see underborrow less than 20% of our GDP. If I'm okay, if I get it right, I see the economic crisis today. There's some kind of borrowing, some kind of investment you can do. I give you an example. We want to bring investors to Nigeria, for example, to clear our power problem, to clear our electricity problem. Okay, the government said, okay, I will guarantee this investment with, let's say, $5 billion, for example, in case anything happens, and you guarantee investors to come into the country, and you give them free hand, you remove the hand of government, corrupt officials there, and establish power plants. Now, you are not going to get the benefit immediately. Maybe it's going to be like 5, 6, 7 years. And before you know, just because of exchange rate of the value of our currency, you start seeing production companies now moving to the country, and they start producing. And before you know, Nigeria now starts becoming part of the global hub, global production hub for the Western nation that have better currency. So those are the kind of things you look at when you say you want to invest. So cutting costs unnecessarily, what exactly do you want to achieve? Don't forget that part of the cost you are cutting that we are talking about, we have governors that have advisor to this, advisor to that.
Okay, can I explain on cutting costs I'm talking about? Let me explain on cutting costs I'm talking about. You see,
so Ajaliko, is it cutting leakages? Cutting leakages, which is corruption, versus cutting costs? Because cutting leakages is different from cutting. Say, I want to cut cost.
Oh, okay, no. Okay, all right. Maybe you are trying to put it in a better perspective.
Yeah, I want to compartmentalize it.
Okay, so what I mean is that I'm not saying that we should not invest in the critical areas of the economy that can generate economic growth, like investment on energy and education. In fact, we need a lot of investment on our education, on healthcare, and on those critical areas of the economy that can generate economic growth. But what I mean by cut costs, you see, cost of governance, all these leakages where you see appointment of, you see governor will have aid, what do you call it? Associate or aid, what do they call them? You see thousands of them. And
special assistant.
And this position of what do you call all this nonsense position of deputy minister? What do they call it? Minister of State. The assemblies, their money, all those are wastage. All those wastage must be stopped. And those money that you can save from those means can be used to invest on the critical area of the economy. That is what I mean. So I'm not saying that, we should not invest on, energy, we should not invest on education, we should not invest on critical infrastructure. No, we have to do all of that, because all of that, if they function well, they can generate stimulate the economy and generate economic growth. So
let me quickly respond to that. You see something that Tinubu proved to have done in Lagos at that time. Because when you are talking of cost of governance too, you have to look at the leakages. Leakages are part of the cost of governance. How is leakages part of the cost of governance? Because you refuse to put the right infrastructure in place. That is why when you spend high, you can reap high benefits. But when this guy introduced e-governance, for example, the solution, all those the money you were supposed to pay for land and some other kind of taxes that everybody were collecting and pocketing, all of a sudden you have an infrastructure in place to capture that. Ogun State did the same thing too. Those are the part of what we are saying. Now look at the situation whereby someone is cutting costs now. Oh, because you don't want to cost, and you are not investing in software to capture all those critical government functions, and you are saying you are cutting costs when you are supposed to even invest within that thing, because investment is what we are even supposed to use to cut those costs, because we are not looking at leakages as part of the cost of governance. So those are the things we are looking at. Now, it's not the traditional way. Oh, you want to fight corruption, police, go and bombard them. But someone, for example, he put e-wallets, he invested in e-wallets and cut cost of fraud, cut of leakages within the fertilizer scheme. Those are the kind of costing we are talking about. Yeah, I agree with you that collapsing two structures into one, yeah, it works. I agree with that perfectly. I know that we need to reduce the number of the ministry, and we should be very careful too that in some cases, all those advisors we are talking about, some of them too, they don't have job. You have to create that job for them, and whatever money you are giving to these people, they are spending it somewhere too to reboot the economy one way or the other. So when we are talking of cost now, cost cutting here, for example, what I will understand that if governor is taking unnecessary extra code, maybe a governor is supposed to be earning 2 million every month, and is earning 10 million. Are you cutting?
This is just a kind of a long.
No, it's just a bit too long-winded.
Let me ask a question. Did Tinubu address restructuring? Because there's no way we're moving forward in that country. We don't restructure that.
Yes, Tinubu addressed restructuring. Yeah,
he did.
Yes. You know, restructuring has always been part of Tinubu's agenda. You know, it was the one that brought the idea of regional integration. And I was still arguing on the platform now on this airport, all these things, when people are saying, oh, it was supposed to be road, rail, all those things. I was asking some people, do you know
what did he say on restructuring, Ola? What did he say on restructuring? What did he say specifically?
It talked about, it was the one that was talking about state police, and it was the one that is talking about making the local government to be more functional. As a matter of fact, not only that he's talking about that, he even demonstrated it too, so that
did you say Lagos State? Local government is more functional in Lagos State. He didn't demonstrate it too. They are under his pocket. They want only freedom. They're never giving that freedom to operate as they're supposed to be. They never give them their autonomy to operate as an independent government on their own. Yeah. They never done that.
Even to this very day.
Are you sure?
Oh yes.
Now?
Yes. Okay, Rational Mind, tell me how he didn't give Lagos State autonomy to operate at the level of government. Is Lagos State sitting? Wait, is Lagos State government sitting? I'm not aware of this one though. I just want you to tell me. Is Lagos State government sitting on local government allocation? That's the first question I will ask.
They are. But look, Ola. You know the way they operate. They appoint all those local government chairmen.
I know how other state governments operate, but I'm just asking. I told you already that I don't know, but I want you to tell me, because once you tell me, I'm going to dig out the information. This is what I don't know, but I will respond to you after I'm aware.
You know that their fund, when their fund is coming from the federal, the allocation coming from the federal, it land in the hand of the state government, and the state government will now cut it into pieces and give them whatever they want. So the same way it operates in every state of the federation. The exact amount that is allocated to the federal, to the state, to the local government from the federal, that exact amount does not go straight. State government will steal from it. They will take some part of it and give them whatever they want. And the same thing operates in Lagos State.
Let's move on. But I thought Buhari had changed that with whatever, with the local government autonomy stuff that he passed. Because
they took him to court. They took that executive order to court and they
yeah, because there was an executive order. Anyway, let me just quickly wrap up. Like, Tinubu's plan is a good first step. At least when you read about what he wants to do for agriculture, you can tell exactly that they're going to go to cooperatives to fund it. At least there's some semblance of funding, rather than me saying Niger State has land, this place has land, I'm going to turn it to Holland.
Peter has worked with.
Let him land, and then I want to go on to the next person.
Because you guys, I can't even land the point. At least you can get that. Okay, this guy, I'm going to fund it. They're going to borrow, and I'm also going to create a cooperative. There's some specifics there, rather than this is a potential Holland. Well, yeah, everybody knows Nigeria is a potential Japan if everybody has an IQ of 140. I mean, so it's a step.
Obi speaks in soundbite too.
It speaks in soundbite, but this one is a step. This one is a step further. And one other thing, he roped himself on a GDP growth. I don't know if he gave a timeline to it, of at least 10%, of a GDP growth of at least 10%. So before
that is not achievable.
That's what I said. Was it? I said, did they give a time? Did they give a timeline?
Under this current economic situation we find, it's not achievable. If said within 1 year, he said it's going to have.
Is that what he said?
It is achievable. It is achievable. In fact, I would say it's an underestimation. You know that the Nigerian economic space is being held back through bad policy and protectionism. All they need are liberalizing policies, and that would just open up the whole economy.
But did he say under 1 year, or what did he specify?
He said within 2 years.
Within 2 years. Okay, we can hold him accountable.
Within a couple of years.
We can hold him accountable. A couple of years is true.
No, Nigeria can be turned around within 6 months.
Jonathan had double digits GDP growth, and this guy.
Now. You know, Buhari, because for reasons of not understanding anything and wanting to control, he is stymied the country and stifled growth. You know, they did not look at that electricity place where they had to divest it from the exclusive list. If you divested that from the exclusive list, that will propel the economy exponentially. If you a lot of things, if you divest resources from the exclusive list, that will propel. It will just leapfrog the economy just from that policy positioning. It's just policies now.
On just what you just raised now.
Yeah.
It still goes back to that restructuring question I asked. Now, do you think that Tinubu can achieve this restructuring that is so good on paper, considering the backdrop of the Northern agenda thing that they don't want it? Because we all talk about regionalism. Let's go regionalism. Regional. And then he wants to bring it in, and these people just want that thing on one because they don't listen, because we know the whole reason why they not kick against all of these things that we keep proposing from the South. Resource control, they don't want it. Taxation by each, let every state manage their taxes. They don't want it because they know that if they do, they are so-called backward. Let me not just go to.
No, they can't compete. Is what they know. If the economic space
they can't compete.
And it's a meritorious country, they can't compete.
Do you think Tinubu will get that support from them? Mind you,
wait.
Hold on, Kulata. There is a support. There's a support group in Bayelsa State right now that are supporting Tinubu from Asari Dokubo. They said that he was with Nahoro when they formed the Pronanco. Tinubu was with the people that formed this Pronanco that they want. They said that guy's going to do it.
It's okay, Tony. We're talking about the support that you would need from them.
So I think based on what one man read, there was nothing that talked about restructuring.
So I don't know what saying.
Wait, because we don't even have the full manifesto yet. But the hint that they've released is not exactly restructuring. It's some sort of economic bloc between each region, some sort of like cooperative economic group bloc that will, like
Odua group.
Exactly. So
a group of companies. Ohana is a group
so
of
it's not
companies.
some. So it's not.
And this fixation with restructuring, people see it as that silver bullet that solves all. But you don't necessarily need restructuring in the fullness. Okay, hold on. In the fullness of how people seem to understand it. But because if you unbundle some key spaces within the Constitution and you reapply it to be fit for purpose, then you might not necessarily need restructuring. If you divest resource control, divest policing, and divest electricity, then really, what restructuring are you really looking to do? Because you're already open. So that's not the full restructuring.
That is restructuring.
Yeah, but that's divesting
But
now.
rational mind, I believe he is going for something that is politically feasible, as opposed to something that's going to hang in the Senate and the House. He's going for something politically feasible.
So let me give you this. This is my projection, and I'll come back here if we're still here together. I pray all of us still alive then. I tell you, Tinubu will achieve nothing in the first 4 years. Yeah. Oh, listen. This is the projection. The first 4 years, he will pander to the northern. I just hope he even lives longer himself, because I don't know. So he will pander to the north so that he can get second term. Maybe in second term, maybe he's able to achieve this. But I see it still possible. I mean, he's not going to do it. First year, he will play politics.
Well, that's your own projection.
That's what I want everybody to hold me to that, because that's what I see. That's my reading. He will not be able to achieve this so-called your own word, one man, unbundling, which for me is restructuring. He will not be able to achieve it in the first year because he wants to. I mean, he wants them to give him a second time because that's all his ambition is all about. He wants to be president twice. So he will not do anything first year. He will play politics with it, and then second year, like we've seen with this boo that is there. Well, let me just. That's just what I want to say.
Rational mind, question for you.
Oh no, please. I want to move on. But thank you. Thank you, Kulata. So I want to move on to the next contributor. But before I move on to the next contributor, a lot of you would have noticed that our super chat function has been temporarily suspended or removed for reasons of disputes with YouTube. So we have been using another function for people to contribute towards the platform. And some people have been availing themselves. I say some people, it seems to be like traditional names that are going there. So let me just acknowledge the people that have been doing that. So it looks as though Jafar mainly has been availing himself of that. So that's Jafar who came in the earlier session. And then Ayo in the comment section, he has been doing that as well. So that's Ayo twice. That's Jafar twice. And that is Alexander Kashe. So that's the direction of travel now to sustain the platform until the super chat has been reinstated. So if you notice that I've been posting that in the comment section, that is the reason for that. So that's the invitation to use the buy the coffee function. So let me move the conversation on from Kulata and take it in the direction. Let me take it in the direction of Tony, and we see how that goes. So Tony, you're up next. And we're speaking to the space of this military guy that was part of this. It was the key military man during the ENSA space, and he was going around all the media spaces, telling the whole country that nobody was shot. This guy has now retired from the military, and he has been appointed by Peter Obi as his campaign coordinator. So what are you then making then of the man from Anambra appointing the butcher of Lekki as his campaign coordinator? Is this consistent with the narrative of change that the Southeasterners are telling us? Tony.
Thank you very much for letting me in. And then I want to say, Motik Padasile, Ile Yami, because I do say my, Papa Ile. So and then I want to thank Ajani Koko for your support day before yesterday on behalf of my Oga, Unabdi Kanu. I thank you so much. And then I will say shame to the Igbos that denied him. Okay. Then meanwhile, then I go to that. So I go to the team now. I want to say also hello to Alexander Gomez, Domosa, and then Alexander Kashe, church. So now I go to the point now. So that is a total fraud. and then a scandal, and scandalous, it's scandalous, like all this hip hop, I'm a hip hop guy now. That is total scandalous act. And then I'm very, very angry that people will be coming out here to say that that nothing's wrong with, see, there's nothing wrong with that action, with that act. That act is enough to disqualify Peter Obi from being the candidate of the Labour Party right now, if we were to be in Germany. Because I heard somebody say that, is any minister having it's a private jet in Germany? So that is what I'll be talking about. Then I want to throw a question to all those guys that are somehow lack of objectivities. Regarding Peter Obi, that Peter Obi can turn sand into yam or into Coca-Cola. So I want to ask them, who are they going to replace Peter Obi with? Because after denying Nnamdi Kanu, I know that definitely they are going to deny Peter Obi one day. So that is shame out to you guys that are just not be objective in every platform that we have been meeting each other. That is why this man, IPOB, that changed his name to San Diego, that now, AKA man of prestige, will say that, Tony shouldn't interject, So, but I'm here, I'm here and I'm there. I'm all over to tackle you guys. So right on, sir. To the next question, sir.
All right, brilliant. And to the Lamido Sanusi's suggestion that NNPC should be unbundled and disbanded for reasons that are being the top seven largest oil exporting country in the world. Throughout the Buhari administration, NNPC has not recorded a profit and paid anything into the Nigerian coffers. So if he's not even paying anything in, and the country is actually subsidizing it, is it now time to get rid of NNPC? Tony?
No, sir. We shouldn't get rid of NNPC. Then I want to say hello to Rashan Ahmad, also my brother.
No. Let's hold that. Please just go to the.
Yes. What I'm saying is like, if we allow them to disband it, they will give it to Dangote, and then the Northerners will take over because they own all the oil wells. Forget that we have our own, Lakija or whoever. Did people know how that this Danjuma, who is a thief, that stole all our oil well, that is now giving donation of a private, his private jet fighters or whatever to Peter Obi, and that is a scam. So I want this oil something to be well organized, like that of Russia and then of Brazil. That we always have the interest of the masses at heart. You know what I'm saying? So that they will tell them how many percentage, and then they will have to monitor how they are, they are being run. And then let me tell you guys that this oil something, it's not a cost. It's just like we are still under colonization. Otherwise, if we put the right people, not putting round objects into square holes in that country, if you look for the most qualified people to run that affairs of that NNPC, the country will, will prosper. At least let us make use of, what we have to get what we need by, all these presidential candidates to be said, okay, within 2-3 months, I will give all this something out to produce the oil, and then we can sell refined products to neighboring countries, and then empower the neighboring countries, build their rail stations, and then or through whatever tankers, we sell our finished products. Then forget about Europe. Forget about Europe. What the hell? You have oil, you have gas, and then you are importing gas, and then you say that, okay, because of the Ukraine war or whatever, and Russia war, instead of to benefit, then you are not paying more, like countries that don't have oil. That is what we call animal kingdom. To the next point, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So, Tony, to this space, Tinubu presents somewhat a directional point in terms of how he's looking to move the country were he to become president. He spoke on issues like how he's going to recalibrate the economy, how he's going to base his administration on technology, how technology is going to be somewhat his panacea to the insecurity space, and he made the promise to grow the country by at least double digits within 2 years. So what are you then making then of the looter of Lagos making promises to one and all?
Thank you very much, sir. You know, that is what I'll be talking about. I just love the way now when you call him looters of Lagos, looter of Lagos. And even though you may wish that he become a president or whatever, somehow like myself, because even though that I don't support the election, because I know that there are no institutions to guide, organizing elections in Nigeria. So, but at the end of the day, we need somebody that can come and do something for us. So the guy, it was well, well articulated. And then everything was okay. So, but one question I want to ask that, was he there by himself to deliver these speeches?
He did it in person, as he often does.
Yeah, thank you very much, because that's what I'll be afraid of, ever since they said that he went to England and blah, 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 blah. I'm happy that he was there. And then he did it to the best of his ability. Because like I as I interjected earlier on, only our prophet, whether you like it or not, above me, that doesn't need paper or that don't need any aid to jot out something for him. Rather, he will jot out, he will just tell the people, do the, because he's blessed with that. He was born with that, he's that intelligence. So if Tinubu was there to deliver it, written by one of his aides or member of his team or his future team, that's okay. And then to the point of financing, his budget or whatever, his plans, like Kulada was talking about. So there must be a way out, because we can also see that when once that if they're able to implement all what I was saying just now, like just go to that pipeline, stop that pipeline that is going to Niger Republic, stop those pipeline that is going to Algeria, and then refine our product, sell finished product to the around. People grow rice in Nigeria, and then they sell it to the market. So you grow yam, you sell to the market. You throw it your ogede, you sell to the market. That's what we should be doing. So and the Tinubu is going to do it because he has shown it before through his antecedents, and then he was full of people were elogizing him today, like Sanusi, all the people that came there, all the special guests, they were talking about Tinubu's achievement in Lagos, and no wonder that people are trooping to Lagos, even house guests, to doctors, to engineers, like me, they are trooping to Lagos to find their way. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to do it. He'll be tested, and then to the question whether he's going to restructure or whatever, according to we know whether it was stated there or not. No, he's going to restructure. There's no doubt about that, because he has been proving, he has been proving to be, an advocate of regionalism, or whatever you can call it. So Pronaco, they say he worked with Chief Enahoro. Chief Enahoro, so they say he was his, that he was a Chief Enahoro's boy, and then that they have that, they nurse that idea together, that they are going to restructure this country. So whether I start to say it right now, but we hope that the Northerners will allow you to do that according to rational mind. You know what I'm saying? So we hope that, and then I'll be saying that if Tinubu is the strongest of the candidate from the south, let it take over and restructure the country by fire, by force, within 2 months.
All right, thank you, Tony. So, Tony, you were here under that Nnamdi Kanu phase when all we ever heard from the East was that, a helicopter was spotted in a Fudugudu forest, dropping bandits in some, and then they were dropping weapons in Uguwagu forest, and all of this, all of those fanciful things that we used to hear under Nnamdi Kanu phase. So when Nnamdi Kanu was caged, we thought we had seen the end of that, all that fable telling and hoo-ha that we used to hear from that space. But it looks as though it's embedded in the DNA. Watch this, they are back at it again, Tony.
Yes, I'm happy to tell you about it, but I'm trying to say, hey, in my life, I never zoom, okay, always zoom. I know for her. There are many. If how believe you? Because African Enugu State. Oh, good, never to in a woman now. Enugu State, please, you push be careful, especially people that is in the camp. Jamboree, Zion, everybody should be careful. Helicopter just be now Harry since morning. Now drop on Ludenuweba, drop about some people. You mofting. Hey, Moftin, na Jambolin, Camp, Enugu State, Zion, Ologo, everybody should be careful. Share my video, everybody should be careful. Everybody should be careful. These people are many. Do you know all that drop they wasted time before coming out? If you can look at it, you will see people there is there. Habulibu, there are many here. Jambolin, Camp, Enugu State. Enugu State, everybody should be careful. Enugu, Nendia believe Haline. Hey, about 100. Chineke me, Habulibu. And they took time before coming out. Helicopter was moving here. The helicopter was moving. Helicopter was moving like had the march. Look at the hill.
So they're back at it again, the Southeasterners with
No. Hold on. Let me answer that.
They are back at it again with their usual kiribobo, whatever it is that they do over there. But that has been roundly debunked, of course, by authority. Fake and disinformative. Enugu State Police Command dismisses viral video of helicopters dropping hundreds of people in a community. So this is a throwback in time. This is what we had endless streams of this under the Nandekano space. Oh, they saw them dropping weapons in the forest. But the gallant ESN, they have done this with their drone. You know, we thought we had escaped all that, but back at it again. They are. It's embedded, I would say, probably in the DNA of the space. So what are you then making then of this revisitation of a space that we thought we had left in the past? Tony?
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. You know that I was here earlier on, and then when you started to read this something out, you know that in your introduction also, then that one also directed me on how I'm going to answer this question, because you already pointed out that they first of all asked the spokesperson to come and debunk it, and later Mr. Danadi or Mr. Abdul Kadir, and then Mr. Abdullahi, or which are not our people, then they debunk it. So which means that it was true that these people, they are bringing people to come and kill our people there. You know what I mean? So hold on, please, sir. I will be civil right now. I will be civil. So may that commissioner of police, that Northern, may go tell them to Lekki. You know what they call Lekki now? May they go talk to Lekki. So we know they believe that one.
All right.
So after some days, if anything happens there, then I will know that Dan Ladi is is a big liar.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Tony. I mean, we've been there in the past. I know you object to a Malam being in charge of security in Enugu State, and I'm with you on that. But the idea, we saw the clip. We saw nothing outside of just some screechy, squealing female voices.
We didn't see the helicopter.
Don't speak. How many times have we had that sort of narrative from that space?
Those women.
But
I know. One man, please. I know one man. Hold on. So I can wait. You know that those women, they are afar. They are watching it from afar. You remember when they killed that army general in the north, when the helicopter, the plane was shot down? The same thing. So this one, they were hiding somewhere. You cannot be able to beam the camera to see those people that are exposing them.
We did not even see grainy images of anything going on. All we saw.
No, you cannot see it because they are very far away.
So what were they filming? What were they bringing to our attention? We saw nothing. We saw, even if it was far away, you will still see some distance.
I believe. Okay. I hope that nothing happened. I hope that nothing happened in the next days.
All right, thank you.
Then we will know that they are lying.
Don't worry. I'm not sure that there's anything. I thought the ridiculousness. Let's watch.
I'm on video about, but I'm trying to. Hey, in my life, I never zoom. Okay, always zoom. I know for her. There are many. If Habulibu, Biko Africa, Enugu State. Oh, good, never to in a woman now. Enugu State, please, you push be careful, especially people that is in the camp. Jambolin, Zion, everybody should be careful. Helicopter just be now Harris since morning. Now drop about some people. Yimoftin. Hey, Yimoftin, na Jambolin, camp, Enugu State, Zion, everybody should be careful. Share my video. Everybody should be careful.
All I could hear was screechy voices of charged up female, and we've watched it twice now. Nothing. What I saw greeneries and I
You know
saw
that I'm not here to fight you today. You know that I will never fight you. You are my Oga. I hope you say that you let me come back home. Okay, I like to be here. I want to be on your platform. You know what I say? I'll be missing everybody. Like a Kulata's voice, I didn't, at the beginning, I didn't like Kulata, but Kulata is now coming back to, to the southern Nigeria also. So we are saying that we want people to be on alert, and that they should. It's better to be that those women they didn't see anything and they are saying it than something come and nobody is telling people what might come, about. So if Hunabin Kanu was active, nobody will come and kill my people in Ibadan or come and kill my people in Edo State.
All right, thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. I don't know what that was all about. I'm not sure what confuses me more: that video of those girls in Enugu, or
one man, please stop doing my people like that, please.
Did you see that? I thought we had escaped that space when they caged Nnamdi Kanu, but
these are village girls. These are village girls.
They just want to blow on this side.
Even the way she pronounced mufti. It's a mufti.
Look at that.
Hey,
we all have them, but we have them in Oyo too. So it's not.
They cannot talk nonsense. So, and I'm a Gabi Nnamdi Kanu.
One man.
Yes.
Can I come next if you don't mind? I'm going to be brief. Then I'm going somewhere.
All right. Okay. So thank you, Tony. So on to you then, man of prestige, and you can kick it off then with that video that promised so much but delivered nothing. So what are you then making then of these wayward girls from Enugu?
I think if I maybe the way I look at it, just my personal opinion, I think it's part of the propaganda. Probably what happened. Like you said, the police chief over there has debunked. The whole story. So we just have to wait to see how realistic that debunk is. But in my opinion, because I didn't see anything like dropping something or whatever, so it might be a fake news or
Do you remember that in the kind of space that they'll tell us they are dropping weapons, they are dropping bandits, they are dropping terrorists, and then the gallant men of ESN with their surveillance technology have gone to show the Janjaweed. It never stopped. I know we thought we had escaped, but back there we are again.
Yeah, one man, I remember that time, when they be showing something like they're dropping something and dropping something to Eastern Security Network, and show how they're matching. I mean, I don't know how realistic that was. I don't know how they got all those information. So I don't know. It just maybe somebody's trying to draw some attention or get some attraction on their YouTube or that kind of stuff. It's part of fake news. So until I actually see.
But man of prestige, they actually believe them. They actually believe whatever those people bring out. They believe them. That means they're supporters. They believe them all. For real.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So I mean, that's why I look at it, because there's no evidence on that video. I mean, it's completely zero.
There's a senior man that used to come on this platform from the East, a veritable intellectual doing a PhD in metallurgy and material science. So not in media studies or in metallurgy and material science. And he will till today tell you that Buhari is Jubril al-Sudani. That is how deeply, and you know who I'm talking about. Oh yes, he will till today tell you that Buhari is Jubril of Sudani. Till today.
Mama be that.
Doing a PhD in top end science, and he will tell you that Buhari is Jubril al-Sudani. It's unbelievable.
Well, it's not all about your educational level. It depends on how you reason, or what you want to propagate. So it depends on what it is. So not because you have a PhD, or you're the most in certain area. No.
All right. All right. Let me take you to another space. So the butcher of Lekki Tollgate, now the spokesperson of Peter Obi's campaign organization. Is this sufficient enough reason for you to jettison and abandon the Anambra man?
Oh, definitely not. Completely zero. And I will tell you why. Because this guy, I think he said nothing happened at the inside. Nobody was shot. I look at it in a different phase. I'm not saying what actually happened didn't happen. Yes, it didn't happen. But remember, this guy was in the military at that particular time. he has to obey the commander. You know, he has to obey the commander of chain. I mean, when you're in the military, what do you expect him to say? To come out and retire? I say no, something happened. He can say that. You remember the military structure. You have to, you have to go with whatever the military said at that particular time. So he was doing the right thing at that particular. I mean, he was doing what he was said to, what he was told to do at that particular time. So I don't really hold him accountable for that, because in the Nigerian space,
well, is what it stands for, what that guy stands for, NNPC, what he stands for, is it not what we are fighting against? Is it not the physical manifestation embodiment of everything that we're looking to move away from in that country, what that guy represents and stands for?
Well, to be honestly, if I'm the person that produced that list, I wouldn't have put him there. I'll be very honest, at least for optic reason. I mean, he has come and apologized, but I'm not going to hold him. I'm talking about personally. I see. I'm not going to hold him accountable, because he was doing what he was told to do. And if you look at during that time, that happened, everybody was saying Tinubu, because it was Lekki, everything happened at Tollgate at that time. So people were holding Tinubu accountable. Even when he went to, I think he was in France or whatever, people was looking for him and chatting at him. But when he came back, he said he has nothing to do with that. He shouldn't be held accountable. He totally condemned what happened. But he made certain statements, I quote exactly what he said. He said that Buhari did not, let me give you the quote exactly what he said. So if you're going to base it on that, then you should fault him on this too, because of what he said. He totally condemned what happened. But the statement that he made, you can align him with this. He said, I'm not even sure yet they are Nigerian military army. This is said by Tinubu. He said, I'm not sure they are the Nigerian military army. I am not sure how well the uniform of the Nigerian army are controlled. So, that was he's defending the Nigerian military. This is said by Tinubu. But he totally condemned what happened. So this is where I'm saying you shouldn't condemn. I mean, you shouldn't completely condemn that man. At least he has come out and said what was done was wrong at that particular time.
Do you know where Nuremberg is? Nuremberg.
I'm somewhere in Europe. Is that a capital of what?
It's in Germany. Do you know the significance of it, Nuremberg?
No, I don't.
Oh, that was where they tried the perpetrators, the Nazis, for the Second World War. Do you know one of the things that came out of that Nuremberg trial space? There's what they call the superior order narrative. And what that superior order means is a soldier, because a lot of the people that perpetrated the thing against the Jews during the Second World War, a lot of them were brought to trial at the Nuremberg trial. So a lot of them were brought there to Nuremberg, and during that phase, a lot of them, especially the lower-ranking soldiers from Germany, they were trying to extricate themselves by simply saying, I was just obeying orders. And everybody that knows the military space, they know that a lower-ranking soldier, he must just obey and not question. So that was their defense. And it was during that Nuremberg trial of the Second World War that narrative was debunked and dismissed, that it is not sufficient enough now to claim that you were obeying orders when something is visibly wrong, is counterintuitive, inhumane, and that your humanity is the first hurdle beyond and above the order that you were obeying. So I was obeying orders. It was debunked as far back as Second World War. So for you to try and hide this guy behind some military structure, I don't think that will suffice in 2022.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Was he the one that led the Lekki massacre? I call it Lekki massacre because what happened that there was an atrocity, abomination in my own point of view. Was he the military guy? Was he in charge of that led to that event?
It was worse. He was the cover-up man, which is worse than even the people that did.
So he was disposed. he was the military spokesperson that particular day, but he wasn't.
Yes, and he went around media houses telling us nothing happened. So it was the cover-up man.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'll be completely honest. You know, in my own opinion, he has come out and apologized. He shouldn't have done it. You know,
so we should forget about it.
But for optic reason,
why don't you take that apologies to the families of the victims of that space? And
well, if you're going to say that, you have to condemn a lot of people. I told you about what Tinubu said. I quote, it's not what I said, because he wasn't blaming Buhari. And Buhari is the head of the state. Buhari is the commander-in-chief of Nigeria. And he said Tinubu wasn't, he said Buhari did not order, the shooting at the Lekki. That was what Tinubu said. So I'm not making this up. And I read you what he quoted. So you can put blame in you can put blame in a lot of people. I'm not condemning having him in there. I told you strictly, if I'm in that position, I wouldn't have selected him.
And you don't find that sufficient. You don't find that sufficient grounds to jettison Anambra Bond that he has appointed the butcher.
Oh man, don't go there, one man. You're going too far. That will never happen. That's your own point of view.
What will have to happen for you to jettison?
That is no. It's not even something to call. It's zero.
So it's tribe over everything. Is it tribe over everything?
What did you say?
I'm asking, is it tribe over everything, even humanity?
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, that is what you're saying, isn't it?
Are you calling me that I'm making this statement because I'm tribal to Obi?
No, well, yeah.
No, say it.
I have said it. That's what I said.
Okay, all the whole statement you've been making here, you'll be brushing like Tinubu this. Are you not tribalistic in that form?
Well, you can say that, but I probably will disagree. But
okay, I
find it unconscionable that you.
That's why I'm disagreeing with you too. That is not anything tribal. I'm an Obi supporter.
The appointment of the spokesperson, the cleanup guy, the cover-up story man for the Lekki Tollgate space. You will try to cover him up and try to play it down because he has been appointed by your principal as a spokesperson. I find that I'm aghast.
No, that's fine, one man. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. If I'm in that position, I would have.
So that suggests tribe over everything, doesn't it? Tribe over everything.
Are you not tribal?
All right. Okay. Well, there it is. So there it is. So remember.
I mean, everybody that is speaking here has a tribal sentiment, but I mean, you can say what you want about it. I mean, it's just politics. I mean, Nigeria has done nothing for me, so I don't really care about Nigeria. But I'm just come here to dialogue with everybody. We just fun to me, okay? But I call it how it is. Whether you like it, take it or leave it, like Tom will be saying.
Okay, let me ask you a question, man of prestige.
Yeah,
how will you describe that man for what he was doing then, defending the military that they didn't kill when it was
Holocaust denier?
Yes. So, would you describe him as a criminal as well? Because when you defend criminality, what happened on that day? What happened during the NSAS? The killing of people is genocidal and is high level of criminality that they committed. So, and this man defending them,
the cover-up man.
A cover-up man.
Now,
would you describe him as a criminal?
No.
You won't describe him as a criminal.
No. Let me
a cover-up man for criminal act is not a criminal.
No, I won't look at him as a criminal.
Okay. How would you describe? How would you describe what he did back then? Just describe him in any way you think you can. Is it a good citizen, a patriotic Nigerian, you know, working for his nation and a patriotic? I mean, would you describe him as a patriotic Nigerian? Is that the way you want to describe him? Is he a patriotic Nigerian?
Okay, there's nothing patriotic.
No, answer the question. Is he a patriotic citizen?
I'm trying to answer your question now.
I'm putting a question to him.
Yeah,
Hold on. You said you cannot describe him as a criminal, right? For defending criminality. Now I'm asking you, would you describe him as a patriotic citizen? Is that the way you would describe him?
You are being very individualistic in this question, so I'm not going to respond to that. But let me answer the whole question the way I see it. Okay, you are basing it. You want me to define him as a criminal or not a criminal? Remember, there's a structure. He's following the structure. He's obeying the commander when you're in the military. If you have been in the military, which I have not, but I know about military code and everything. You have to follow the structure that's laid out. And say, and give the command that was given for you to say and come out and disseminate such a news. You have to do that. Do you expect him to to disobey and lose his job in a Nigerian space and go hungry? That man has family. I'm not saying what he said was right, but look at it from his own point of view. He wasn't the one that went there and started firing. He was a spokesperson. Should you have done that? No, what he said was wrong and it was false completely. But you don't expect that man to disobey the command and come there and say, no, Buhari lie, and everything that they told me is lie. Man, they're gonna hang that man. It's not just losing his job. That man, they're gonna put him in a firing squad, private firing squad immediately. I don't know if you're not looking at it from his own, from that man's point of view.
Do you think that sort of a person should be a senior member of Peter Obi's campaign council?
No, I said no. But what I'm saying, they put him, they put him that he has come out and you're like condemning him individually.
Sorry. Do you think
for me, if I'm in that position, one man, I would have put him in that list.
You would not put him there. So why?
No, this is me.
Hold on. You said you would not put him there.
Yeah.
So why then would Peter Obi's campaign council put that sort of a person as a senior person on their campaign council?
I don't know, maybe because of what he can bring politically or otherwise. Right. I don't know. But
so there is
one man, let me land.
Hold on. I just want to let me say this, man of prestige. I know you say you want to leave. One thing I just want you to understand that the trial of Nuremberg is not entirely what.
Don't worry, leave Nuremberg. It's not entirely to do with what.
Yeah, but you brought the analogy, one man.
Hold on.
No, okay. What point are you making now?
Well, the point I'm trying to make is understand is that there are certain people that were tried. There are certain people that were allowed to go. Every case has to be considered based on their merit. I mean, based on their.
So how has that contradicted what I've said?
Because there are some people who are in high chain command in the German military, despite their role.
Please don't. You don't understand what I was saying.
No, I'm bringing it
just leave it. I'm not interested. Hold on, because you do this a lot. You try to nitpick even when you don't understand. The point I was making, the simple point that I was making was at Nuremberg, it was established for the first time that I was obeying orders. It's not sufficient enough of a get out clause for an army personnel.
I get you, woman, and I agree.
So that's all I was saying. So what are you proving wrong?
Okay, now, like I said, I don't want us to go into this.
No, so is that true or false? What I just said.
It's contextual. That's what I would say.
In what context?
That's what I'm trying to give you.
Established at Nuremberg that saying I was obeying orders is not sufficient. So that's what I said.
But then you the way you're trying to bring it to this situation of this man. Let's not. You see what I expected.
Why I brought it in was that saying the man was a military man and was obeying orders is not sufficient enough of a get out clause. And it ties in nicely with what was established at Nuremberg.
No problem.
So what are you doing?
Let's just leave it.
Carry on, man of prestige. When he hears something clever, he wants to prove that it's
One man. Woman, I'm in Germany. I'm in Germany. Woman,
Please,
woman.
Tony, I don't want to go down that route. It's a rabbit hole. Let's get back to man.
There's something I want to say. Just allow me, please. I just want to say that on the side. Now, what I expected you, man of Prestige, to have said is, see, there's no point of wanting to defend or be needlessly, some kind of needless defense. The point is this guy has resigned. And when they asked him, he said, well, he had pledged an oath of allegiance to the Nigerian state. And so he's acting based on his oath of allegiance. But then, on the moral ground, he has resigned. Simple and she can let everybody move on. I mean, why will
but the resignation does not cover it, because what is known about the guy is already in public gear. This guy played a frontal seat.
Sorry, one more.
This guy played a frontal seat.
Hold
on. It's a conversation. It's not just so this guy played a frontal seat in that answer space. So it wasn't as though the guy was an unknown quantity. It wasn't as though this was something in the distant past that is not to anybody's immediate recollection. It wasn't as though this guy was an obscure figure within that space. He played a frontal role in that answer space in opposition to the Nigerian Nigerian.
Can I help man of Prestige? Can I help out man of Prestige?
It's not entirely true.
What is not entirely true?
He was a spokesperson. He only reads out what they present to him.
Exactly.
That's it.
He was on Arise TV. He was on Channel TV.
Because he has
so that's a frontal role.
No. It's not true.
Prestige, can I help you?
Do you want me to be speaking in Yoruba? Because I don't understand how you struggle with. He played a front. How is that not a frontal role? The spokesperson to try and.
That was why I said.
Let man of Prestige just carry on. I don't know what
man of Prestige. Let me come into that space and help you out.
Okay, go ahead. Just a minute.
Needless something that then you concede this space.
Yes, please, one more. Let's not spend time.
Look at him arguing with me about Nuremberg, only to establish that what I said was exactly what it is. It's common knowledge, Nuremberg.
It's okay, one man. Okay? We are all just having fun, one man.
Sometimes it's just this needless little niggling,
Yeah, please.
Rational man has his own point of view. What's wrong with that?
It's not a point of view, though. If you are disagreeing and it's factual,
you want me to debate on that Nuremberg you're talking about, one man?
Okay, let's debate it.
Why do we want to go there?
Let's not take time.
No, because what I said was exactly it's a historical fact.
One man. There's something I used to say to you here. I said
let's not take time.
I don't want to start using that word again. People can.
Nuremberg, no day Osun State. I beg. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
We can go to Nuremberg and use the record, and they established in Nuremberg that saying that I was obeying orders is not sufficient enough for defense.
You're right. But it's contextual.
So what else have I said?
It's contextual. That's what I'm trying to make you understand.
What's the context?
Every case has to be.
No, forget every case. Was that established?
That's what it is. Some people were left go. Some of the
what are you talking about? What has that got to do with what I said?
Each person's role.
What has that? You don't understand anything.
What I don't understand.
You don't understand only because you never listen. All I said was that at Nuremberg, for the first time in military trajectory, they established that a soldier saying I was obeying orders is not sufficient enough of a ground as a get-out clause. And that was exactly what was established at Nuremberg.
Please, let's move on.
I don't understand what this last 20 minutes has been about, but let's move on. Now, it's just this thing. Everybody can go and check it. Don't take my word for anything. We all have access to information. So I don't know it's contextual and whatnot. I mean, what are you doing, man?
Man of Prestige, I want to help you out there. Please. This is
I don't know what to do with all these things.
Just a minute. Not more than a minute, because I still have my point.
Yes, I know. Man of Prestige, this is why I said we should be updated when we come here to make this issue of that military personnel that came out in that very list. People complain, people raised the alarm that very day, and after the complaints, before the end of that very day, they issued out a tweet, that the man has been removed because of the complaints were obedient. So the man is no longer in the list.
Yeah, but it
Then
doesn't
again,
matter. It doesn't matter that it's not on the list. It was on the
wait.
list. It's a thing.
Yeah, he was.
Yes.
But remember, the names that appeared is 1,200 people.
Right.
So there are. It's possible that even the person that recommended him didn't even know about this very thing that happened.
He didn't know.
It is possible. It is possible. But people now brought their attention to that on Twitter.
They brought their attention to it.
Yes, when it has been released, people now started talking about it.
It was only 2 years ago in SARS. And this guy played a pivotal role in that space.
Personally, me now, for instance, me, it is because people started saying it that I went back to that and saw that the man actually meant. I didn't even know that the man made this statement 2 years ago. So I didn't even know. It was because of the outrage on Twitter that brought my attention to that. And we started saying, no, this kind of person, we don't want him on this list. He should be removed. And after some time, they tweeted that they have heard their voices, that the man has been removed. And there is not even only that one. There are other comments. There are other comments.
Responsive government. Responsive government.
Unbelievable.
Zaki Father, did you know what I established there by the appointment of that guy?
Yeah, what do you establish?
What I established is that you find yourself in a party that is not organized. Party that people from different angles from Iruwa Ogriwa just came in. They don't know each other.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Say that again. Iruwa Ogriwa. I've never heard that.
Yeah. Iruwa Ogiri. Wọ́n kò mí sí gbogbo ẹ̀. Iruwa Ogiri.
Oh, Iruwa Ogiri. Okay, I get it.
So they mix them. So that is why they were not able to, identify that guy as a criminal, because it's a criminal. I regard him as a criminal. So when you have, hold on, and this is why we are telling you people that structure matter. When you have a political party that is not structured, you will see people from different angles will come in, enemy will infiltrate that party, and they will do a lot of damages on you guys. So that is what I established there. It's a party that is not structured. It's a party that is desperate, looking for people, anybody.
Stop making it look like there are perfect systems.
Angelico, can I ask you? Do you know that Labour Party has a director general of the campaign? Are you trying to tell me that those names that were on that list, that it was Peter Obi that brought all those names himself?
No, that is not what I said.
People contributed. People recommended people, and people contributed to that very list.
People that never worked together, they don't know each other. They don't know. They never organized before. They've never been meeting before. They are just coming together because of one purpose that is not even clear to them. They don't even know. They never practiced politics before. They don't know how politics is played. They don't know how a political party administration is run. They don't know how people organize. They don't know how they mobilize. They don't know anything.
And as I'm telling you right now, even that list you are talking about, Peter Obi tweeted 2 days ago, because you people don't read these tweets. He tweeted 2 days ago and said that given all the complaints from the generality of the Nigerian public, that he has had what everybody said, that they are withdrawing this list to make amendments, and the updated version they will release the updated version when they are through with the amendments. So he withdrew the list. The list is not even there again, as I'm telling you now. So
But the damage has already been done. It doesn't matter.
No. But what does it show you? It shows
that
you.
is what we're talking about.
No. But what does it tell you? It tells you that he's a human being. He's not infallible.
What do you mean he's a human being?
He's not infallible. He's a
What do you
human
mean
being.
he's infallible? What do you mean he's
He
not
listens.
infallible?
That is what important.
He listens.
He listens.
People
He listens.
Yeah, he listens.
Is that the takeout from this?
So
he
appoints
appoints the spin doctor of Lekki massacre as his spin doctor, and then because he's called out, he takes him out, and he's a hero. He's a am I missing something?
Can I continue, please?
Leadership.
One man.
Leadership. Leadership
is going to run a responsive government.
All right.
Responsible government.
Yeah.
Right? So give it to him. People spoke, he listens. And they have.
But he appointed the butcher of Lekki Tollgate as a spokesperson.
What we are saying is that he doesn't know people working for him, working with him, representing. He doesn't know them. A political party is not run like that. There must be. You must have people that you trust. People that you trust are the people that will be in position of. There's a feedback. Sorry.
Hold on. Who's that coming from? I think it's only you that is on. Man of Prestige is on as well. Okay. Okay. Go on.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that look, at the top echelon of the party like that, it has to be trusted political associates that will be in charge of everything and not just anybody that you don't know. Because you have to discuss, that is where you will plan. You don't want your plan to leak to the other political party. You don't want their agent in your midst that will be feeding the other party about your strategy. So this is look, political party administration is not, it's like CIA. It's like you are running CIA.
It's APC watertight.
But to those of you, hold on, but to people like you that never practice, never involved in practical politics before, that never found yourself in any political party, running for any position or running any activity. It's like anybody can do it. No.
Ajele Koko is APC watertight. You're not answering the question. It's APC watertight.
What are you talking about?
It's APC free from saboteurs. It's PDP free from saboteurs. What are you talking about?
All of a sudden, Peter Obi has suddenly become the human being. You said Peter Obi was God. Now is Peter Obi a human being?
Every one of
that can make mistakes.
Every one of that people you see on that list have contributed immensely to what you are seeing today as obedience. So if they're going to reject the list,
you don't know anything. You don't know anything.
If they're going to reject the list, they'll reject the list. But don't come here and tell me that people will infiltrate. Every political party have saboteurs. Every political party have people that are infiltrating them. So stop.
At the top level of the party like that, you go and you're at the top level of the party.
Somebody as high profile as that is
at top level of the party to have a criminal in your midst to be one of the faces of the party. You don't know what you're talking about. Your political party is a sham. It's a sham.
All right. But back to Man of Prestige. But okay. On the way to Man of Prestige, let me just address rational mind. Apologies if I was a bit excessive, but I thought it's fairly in common parlance that I was obeying order was debunked as a military defense at Nuremberg. So I was somewhat baffled by what you were saying. So maybe I was a bit excessive, but I wasn't quite sure where you were. It's not even anything controversial or known. It's in common parlance that I was only obeying all orders was debunked as a defense at Nuremberg. So if I was a bit excessive in the way I pushed back,
it's okay.
But on to you, Man of Prestige, rescue us.
Wow, thank you very much. I'm glad. Let me have the floor again. You have taken all the whole time I'm supposed to. But anyway, one man, Ajali Coco, Anthony, you're like kind of exacerbating the whole thing, magnifying the whole issue. I mean, that is not supposed to be that way. But anyway, thank you, Rational Mind and Saki Father, for giving me the update that the man has been relieved of his duty, which is the right thing to do. Like I said earlier, is the right thing to do. I mean, nobody's perfect. It may have been an oversight or not, but this is what you call a good leadership. When you find something faulty or something didn't go wrong, you take an imperative, decision immediately and remove whatever, is wrong in that situation. And he has done that. So I commend him. That's the right thing to do. So there's no damage. If zero damage done, or less from the haters,
Zero damage done. Do you know that the NSAS space is one of the key OB base? Because yes.
There's no damage.
He has desecrated. He has desecrated the sanctity of the 20th of October 2020. Desecrated the sanctity, and you are saying no harm done.
No harm done. No single. Obi is not going to lose. If Obi is not going to lose even one single person because of this happened. Every party has had their fault. If you're going to go there one man, if you're going to blame this guy, let's go to this guy, this general. I don't know his ranking. Let's go to that space again. If you're going to be blaming him for whatever happened, like I said, whatever happened that day was an abomination in my own point of view. It was a massacre. Something unforgiving. Because like I was saying, it's a structure that was set up. So the man was obeying order. So I can't do that.
Look at that.
If you're going to put that blame on him, can't you put a blame on Tinubu?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. It's exactly the same thing. Because
can I go there?
Let
me go there.
Yeah, no,
Santiago,
there now.
What is Tinubu's role in this? I honestly I don't know.
Just listen. Please don't interrupt what I'm trying to say. Okay. On that particular day, we all know what happened, and this happened at Lekki. So everybody was saying that Tinubu was play a part in whatever happened. To the extent that he ran away or whatever, he went to France to visit. People think that he ran away, and they was following him and everything. They even claimed that his son was responsible for the
but what did Tinubu do? I've never heard anybody say what he did.
Just let me finish, man. Let me land. Don't interrupt me, please. I don't interrupt when you're speaking. Just let me land, please. Thank you for that. But anyway, I'm trying to come at the statement that he made. Why can't you make a point on the statement that he made? This is exactly what happened that day after he came back and everything. Tinubu completely denied playing any role in what happened in the NSAS. And he totally condemned what happened on that particular day.
So what role did he play?
Just listen. But the statement that he made, he said that Buhari did not authorize, the shooting. Why would he defend Buhari? Then he went ahead and said, I am not even sure yet. They are the Nigerian army. I am not even sure how well the uniform of the army are in control. Look at that statement. That means he's trying to exonerate the military.
Can you send me a link to where he said that so I can share it with the platform?
This was on the Nigeria. Hold on. Did I get away from there?
Because we are Mr. 42%.
No,
so we
don't go there. Just tell me where to send the link. Where do you want me to send the link for you?
Put it in private chat so I can see. But Tinubu is not even in contention. It is Eneche that was appointed by
but I'm trying to give you an equivalent to what somebody said too.
What about Abe? What about? Okay.
He condemned HABA, but he tried to exonerate some people that Tinubu wasn't. What's his name? Buhari wasn't responsible, and claiming that the uniform stuff and everything. So what are you trying to say? So my point here, what I'm trying to say, you shouldn't blame this man completely. What he said was wrong, but I'm just saying he was following structure. According to how he was following others, I don't know how. I mean, that's my opinion. Okay, so I mean, everybody has the opinion, and we can be sentimental about it depending on the principle we're supporting. But that's how I see it. You know, Obi has done the right thing and relieved the man of his.
So that is why I invited the question: is it tribe over everything?
What you mean tribe? Can you? What do you mean tribe? Because I'm you know, because I see it from a different point of view. So that made me trouble, right? Is that what you say?
No, because what the Obi space has done is an unforgivable thing. It wasn't an error. It was they essentially thought they had landed a big fish.
It's an error. There's nothing unforgivable about it. Tell me other party that has him flatter, you know,
man of prestige. Look at what we have done now.
I heard what you said, so there's nothing you're gonna say that's going to make sense to me in regard to what you just said.
Because it's tribe over everything now. It's tribe over everything.
Man of prestige.
There's no need wasting your time saying anything.
Hold on. So you are very critical of Tinubu for the statement.
No.
Hold on. You condemn Tinubu for the statement that you claim that he said.
Okay.
In support of the administration.
Right.
But you don't want to condemn that military officer on the basis that it was just following order.
Okay.
You see your contradiction right there. And you are doing that. Hold on. And you are doing that in defense of that guy because he's part of Labour Party. You just want to accept that, Labour Party is just an oversight. It's just by mistake somehow they didn't know or something else. You don't want to condemn Labour Party for their failure to have such a person as one of the faces at the top level of the party.
Yeah, it's tribe over everything now. Let
us do right. Look at the contradiction. Look at your contradiction right there. Tinubu, you're just making statement in support of administration. What if I say, like you said, that man was following order? I said, okay, Tinubu was being loyal to his president as well. What would you say to that?
Okay, thank you for that. It's a very good question. It's a very good question you just posed. Okay, look at what I just said. I said whatever that man said that day was completely false and fallacy because everything that happened at Lekki happened. So when he came out and made that statement, it was a false statement. So if you want to hold somebody accountable, you hold the government accountable for that because he was representing the government. It was a structure. It was so when after having said that, I said, if you're going to blame this man, why can't you blame Tinubu about what he said? Because I'm not blaming Tinubu. Tinubu has come out on a fever killing and condemn what happened, and call it wrong in any way, shape. But to a certain extent, he pivoted and defended his principle that Buhari wasn't responsible for that. So my point I'm trying to make, if you're going to condemn this man in this way, condemn what Tinubu said. That's the only one I know. Probably a lot of people in administration that say the same thing. Nothing happened or whatever. There's nobody or whatever that was found. But I'm just giving you an example. I'm not saying any one of them is better. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying what Tinubu said is worse than what that man said. But I'm defending that man because of the structure that was provided to him. That is all I'm saying. What he said was completely wrong, and I know it's false completely because a lot of people died that day. That's the point I'm trying to present. But one man will let me land. It just kind of pivoted.
One man, please. This guy referred to my name when he was, about to speak. Can you give me 30 seconds to respond, sir?
Okay. No, I put you one man. I just
want to talk one thing. Say, make us speak our Nigerian language. Not be like you when they speak like Canary. Say that I'm in San Diego, I'm in California. I'll beat you everywhere. San Francisco as a student, everywhere, Hong Kong, everywhere, Brazil. All those recycling plant, they send me there, government. So make they speak like Nigeria here. So
what has that got to do with the way I speak?
Wait, hold on. Is that when you come here I don't, me, I know they appear for this platform that time because I was busy. I was not coming because I had some kind of incident. I had some burnt properties, that I went to send to Nigeria. So I was a little bit in a sad time. Only Solomon knew about it and Akashi. So
okay, yeah, my
hold on. When you appeared here, you appeared like a saint, like a very good, a tribalized person. Then a woman was sing of praises for you, like, oh, so this guy's an Igbo man. Yeah, he said, okay, yeah. When I even go to Nigeria, I don't go to the east. Now let Lagos now the state. Hold on, let me talk. Don't laugh. Let me speak now. Like Thomas would say, let me finish. Let me finish. So because even some of you guys here that are denying my own blood brother, now come here. No, I have one Yoruba friend, I have one Benin friend, but meanwhile, in Germany here, if you come across Igbo people, they will tell you, say, where you come from. You say you're from Bendel State. They'll say, all of na Yoruba. If you be Robo, you be Ishan, you be Benin, all of na Yoruba. But when you come here, before you started to change your name, you was IPOB. Then the next time, because I don't listen to this program every day, I used to while away the time also. I'm not here for the fun of it. I'm here that for us to to support one man to make that desirable change that we are yearning for. So, but we don't. So you come here as IPOB. The next time you change your name to San Diego, then even one man even rename you King of California or something like that. Then you say no. So later you change your name now to Man of Prestige. I don't know which kind of prestige who you want to be prestige for. Me now Wolowo and the Chief Nahuro's son. So you cannot come and be deceiving us. Oh, when I go to Nigeria, I don't go to the east. Yeah, so be careful. They're gonna take time. I think that they hear, huh? Okay,
Tony, hold on. This is my turn. How did I deceive you, Tony?
Hold on. I did this to you. How did you deceive me? Today you deceived me because before, initially you guys you were defending that guy, and then you never knew that that guy had the list had been withdrawn for the meantime. But you guys, you said you stuck to your point, and then Ajani came in to tackle you guys. You still continue to fight for it, and then at the end of the day, Saki Father or whoever, who is a very good man. I like the way they speak. They speak like Nigerian man. Then he can't go touchlight him. After touchlighting, then he came back to say, okay, the list has been withdrawn. And now all of a sudden, you guys started to change your mind. That okay, the guy I didn't know that was this was that. So it's not good. And then lastly, you guys are not saying that Obida was a perfect man. That cannot do no wrong. Now, all of a sudden, he's a human being. That he can do wrong. You see, that is what I want to say.
Okay,
all right.
One man. Let me just answer Tony.
No, hold on. You answer him in a second, but I want to play you this. I'm hopeful that it's the right clip, but you answer Tony and then react to this clip as well. Watch this.
Lekki Tollgate incident during the NSAS protest. You came up and said the videos that initially came out were photoshopped, and that there was no shooting, and that you had asked experts to analyze the video, and you said the videos were photoshopped and all of that. In the light of recent revelations about use of live bullets, blank bullets, and where the soldiers came from, have you had cause to review your position? That's your initial position, because you told me earlier that you don't tell lies.
And you people told lies. You did wrong analysis. You always damaged the whole thing. I had cause to talk to your Christian Ogodo. If not for the interest of this country, I mean for the interest of the people, and you say I'm a father, are you a station that should do such a thing? Did you, that your correspondent, did you analyze my comment on that press conference or the statement I said? So you people started with my Lekki massacre. You now changed to Lekki killing. And we're not talking of Lekki shooting. Please go back and do very well. The issue is beyond the panel, and we should not discuss it here. So I can never lie. It is you people, you are overexcited to talk to the public, and then when you now premise it on a thing, you refuse to look at the whole content. So that is it. So don't take us back. The issue is beyond the panel. Let us give them the benefit of the doubt to come back with whatever they want to come back to the general public. Don't take me back to that.
But General, we are not quarreling. I'm just asking you a question.
We will quarrel. We have to quarrel when there's need. We need to quarrel and then become friends. Do you know the implication of what you did? Why were you sanctioned by National Broadcasting Commission before other people came in? You are supposed to analyze the content of a 10-minute discussion and then come out with what is real and what is relevant. You are talking about Photoshop, which is Photoshopping. What is image picking here from here and there? And then coming out, do you know the damage that you have caused? Even to people, peaceful protesters. So keep quiet about that. Please put that one aside and let us be professional.
The footages that we showed on Arise News were footages made available by reporters who were on the ground, and we followed the story.
So there it is. So there is the guy. It's still doubling down. He had in the previous interview told us that the videos we were seeing from Lekki Tollgate were doctored. The photographs that we were seeing, they were photoshopped. So he did that in a previous interview. Ruben brought him back, and he's still doubling down and being aggressive, almost threatening towards the journalist in situation. So that is the spokesperson of the Obidati campaign.
I see a threatened guy. I see a guy that is threatened. That is what I see. The way, look, either way you look at it, it does not look right. It does not look right. It does not look right to put it on there. But what I'm just saying is that I see someone that is being cajoled or forced by the establishment to say certain things.
He was obeying orders, Abi. He was obeying orders.
Does it not sound like a criminal the way he was even trying to threaten them?
You didn't allow me that. I was trying to say that on the flip side, he has so much passion in the way he was defending that. So either way, he ought not to be on that campaign list, because the optics are not right. That's it.
And that's not sufficient grounds for you to abandon Obi.
For what?
All right. Okay.
Okay. Can I take over?
Yeah, carry on, no, but look at that now. They tell us about integrity. They paint all those flowery images. The guy, he continues to hemorrhage all the time. This one, the biggest one so far. The spin doctor of the Lekki Tollgate is now the spin doctor of the Peter Obi campaign. But Peter Obi is coming to cleanse Nigeria. What are we talking about now? What is this?
One man, let me make you smile. One man, let me make you smile a little bit. Did you see Peter Obi at Sowore at the ICA stuff?
What were they? Were they throwing blows or were they hugging?
No, Peter Obi. No, Sowore was so happy. Did you see Peter Obi schooling Sowore? You saw the picture.
You are right.
Don't cause one now.
Please forgive him.
For he knows not that they are saying.
I said it's a joke. Before I made that statement.
I know.
We don't want to take it serious.
Yeah. All right, back to you, man of prestige.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to Tony in two phases of this statement. The first one, he said about what I wasn't making the right point until I heard about what Rational Mind and Saki Father said. What I said before they brought the news to my attention was what he said was wrong. Then I was defending him based on the military structure. But I said they need to, it may have been an oversight or not, but they need to remove him. But when Saki Father and the Rational Mind brought to my attention that he had been relieved of his position, I said thank you. So that's why I went to that area. It's not that my earlier statement I said he need to be removed. That now they have found out exactly what happened, whether it's an oversight or intentional. But that's an outcry by the obedience. So they need to do the right thing. So that's the competence of a good leader. What they did was, quite rational, and that's how it's supposed to be. So the second point about what Tony said about the way I started here, I was very nice and all that. What do you mean? I didn't come here to be nice. I didn't come here to pander to anybody. I may have slow in coming because I was new at that particular time. So if you look at my point of view, that I wasn't.
Don't worry about Tony. Tony is a special project of this platform. Maybe you don't know him. He's a special project that we are taking on. Don't worry about Tony.
I'm not in trouble. I'm not in trouble, one man. What I said is that to the other point now, when Tinubu speeches were read, then they said that somebody prepared it for him. Oh, then now Obi making mistake. They said no, that it was his team. So Tinubu have no right to have a team. Or
I don't know what you're talking about, but anyway.
No, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Let me shape it. No. You said that when we talk about Tinubu that time, then you said that somebody wrote it for him. You saw me. So then we tackle you on that. That yes, at least a tree cannot make a forest. That he must have a member of his team that will be supporting him. Then, but on the other hand, now Peter Obi picking somebody who is a killer. Then you now say that it's more, see, okay, some of his team members that recommended that person. That then we said that okay, as God, who usually watch over everything, as God that can't make mistake. Why can't he? Why didn't he see that? So that's what we are saying, sir. So that now you guys understand that Peter Obi is not God after all. Thank you.
Tony. You're not making any sense. But anyway.
How many times they call me? You don't say me
what you are saying is that man of prestige.
You be Lekki. You are Lekki.
You are saying he's a pretender and is an hypocrite.
Yes.
That is what you are saying, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because when he came before, he said, I don't go to East, so if I go to Nigeria, I'll Lagos now the state. Or maybe in Benin, I will reach. But now, but me, I'll be consistent.
They don't catch you.
I'll be consistent on this platform. The day when I enter here, now that I get this, I see how that recording now, and they keep everything. Then that day I came in, I don't pretend. You they say you come in, you they start to work out like a far away, enter new village. They put one leg up, they put one leg down. Then later you call to show your true color. You remember? And they masturbate for all those Dolly Parton music. Sorry, woman. Sorry.
All right. I did tell you that Tony is a special project of this platform. You have to listen to me. If you go to Tony, we'll have you.
One of prestige. Just let this comment go. I mean, it's an error.
Gone.
It's an error on the part of Obi to have included him, and they've done the needful. Like Aisha Buhari will use the word needful. As much as I hate some kind of word that Nigerians use, needful. I assure you. I mean, anyway, let's say that. So
yeah.
That he has done what is
That's
necessary.
why you are rational. That's why you are rational.
That's just the summary. That's just the summary.
Just let it go. Let it go. He's a leader. He listens. So that's one leadership qualities that a leader should have. You listen to your base or to your people. So when they called him out on that, and then he had his name excluded. So why not? Let's just move on. But I know
exactly rational man. Thank you for saying my mind. I mean, that's just equivocal what I'm trying to say. It was a mistake, whatever oversight or whatever I ran, and now Obi has done the right thing. So let's move on. But that's not gonna make me not to support Obi or like one man try to stroll all of us. I know one man. I know how one man uses his words, so it doesn't even bother me. Okay, I don't have any. I don't hold one man any ill, about the way he put his narrative statements. He's good with me, but different opinion.
All right. And briefly on the space, Sanusi inviting that NNPC should be unbundled and disbanded.
Yeah. That's a little bit complex because if you look at it, from what I know, I mean, up to 2011 or something like that. I mean, Nigeria was. I don't have the stats here. I mean, Nigeria was getting revenue coming. Was about 2 or 3 times. But right now we have less than the revenue we was getting. Maybe about 1/5 of the revenue getting from since the NNPC came in. So I don't think it has anything to do with the NNPC. I think it has to do with the fuel subsidy. And if you look at it, the fuel subsidy compared to other countries, how many cars do we have driving in that country compared to a country like Singapore, which is a smaller country, but they have like 2 or 3 times more cars than we have. And look at the fuel subsidy that they use. I mean, look at the petroleum that they use. So where's the other ones going? So I'm thinking, it has to do with the corruption. That's what's killing that country and that fuel subsidy. I've not really read a lot. I'm just getting this off my head. I need to read more about what's going on when it comes to Nigerian fuel subsidy and the reason why the NNPC was created, which is a private corporate, which is a private entity. I mean, that's the way it should have been. But I don't know the impact.
It's only recently become a limited liability company. It used to be a parastatal.
It says a limited liability company right now.
Yes, it's. I think in the course of this year, I think they turned it into a limited liability company.
Well,
I think they want to model it after the Amco or something that they have in Saudi.
But I think it's the right direction. It's the direction. Maybe it's going to yield. Maybe it's going to yield a better profit later on in the future. Like I said, I need to go and get more information before I can comment more about it. I don't like to comment what I don't have economically like this. I need to read more, see what's the benefit, the advantage, or everything. But I think everything has to do with it. If I look at the fuel subsidy part of it, we are not really benefiting anything from the fuel subsidy. I mean, that needs to be removed. And then maybe the people in the country have to be subsidized in that because they are using the fuel subsidy to fuel corruption. That's the way I look at it. I mean, half of what they said is being subsidized. It's not being subsidized. That's where most of this corruption come in. That's the way I look at it. So that fuel subsidy needs to be removed. And I don't see anything wrong with the privatization. I think it's a good. We need to be privatized, definitely. So like I said, I need more information on this before. Now that you brought it up, I'm going to definitely read on this, see which way I'm going to lean. But I like anything privatization.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you. So let me go from you for reasons of time. Let me go in the direction of let me go to Ola. But on my way to Ola, let me do a roll call of the people that have contributed to the platform, the views that are link that have been posted in the comment section. So let me just flash it up. It's so is Ayo in the comment section, who also did the same thing in the earlier session, and then is Alexander Akashe, as you can see, he comes in, and that's Jafar right there, who did both in the earlier session and in the latter session, and coming up to join them is the man with the data coup latter. So there it is. That's the roll call so far. So that's the roll call so far as we take the conversation in the direction of Ola, and we take Ola then to the space of the indefensible, some people would say, but a defense being put up, the butcher of NSAS, now the spokesperson of Obi.
Yeah. I at the end of the day, I think rational mind was able to make a man of prestige agree that Obi groove big time, so no excuse. We should not even be defending or should be explaining this, because if you're a leader and you've not been in power, you're already taking serious wrong steps. That is a red flag for me. And it's like saying, oh, Mustafa was just obeying order. Was obeying order, was that why he was, you know all what Mustafa did. So just to say, oh, he was doing that. Didn't he attend that? Didn't he go to jail for something like that? Didn't he have
thank you, Ola. So he was obeying order, and he was sending out Sergeant Rogers to go and kill Kudira to Abiola.
Innocent people and all those stuff. So
and try to kill Baba Abraham Adesonya and other people. Yeah.
So because what I'm not a military man, but what I try to Google up and try to read is that even as a military man, if you have an illegal order, anything that is contrary to the Constitution, you can choose to disobey that order. Before you obey order, the order must be legal. So you see people waving flag and singing national anthem. You did unspeakable to them, and all of a sudden you are now defending. No, see, we should not even spend a second to defend that. He goof, and for them to have removed him from the list, they know. That was why I was saying that. It was saying I midday in position of Obi. Honestly, what's the name of this spokesman we are talking about? This Yoruba man. Okupe. I will fire him immediately.
He has to do
So
something significant to recalibrate. It's not just withdrawing the list.
exactly,
Yeah.
you have to win the confidence. When people are saying you won't know anybody back, it's just like when you say you are a CEO of a company and you have so many vice presidents and you don't know your vice president. If you cannot know the vice president, you as a president of a company, or maybe as a CEO of a company, you don't know your executive director, then it's telling us something that even at that minus level, if you cannot know, then how do you want to know something that is as big as Nigeria? So that means it's going to be a lot of issue. So fellow obedience, no excuse there. So next question, please.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, Sanusi inviting the unbundling of the NNPC space. Is this something you agree with?
I agree with him in totality, because even the way we describe unbundling, we say privatization sometimes. Why can't we just go on full deregulation like we did in telecom? For example, of the Dangote today is producing manufacturing cement in Nigeria. Is he not using natural resources? He has some kind of backward integration. How is he doing that? We should look into such model. We shouldn't even put hand in the hands of we shouldn't create a situation that will encourage corruption, because we need to speed up productivity in that country. And anything hands of government, because we've known for more than 60 years of Nigeria existence now, at least from independence, for example, that anything around government, you have to see corruption. For example, although I know that an organization like NNNG is the only one that look to be working, but when I look at the structure, it's like a 51. It's like a Nigerian government is just having like, is it 41 or 51%? I can't say. But I know in the future, if you try to audit properly, you may still see that NLNG may not be working as it's supposed to be working. So people used to share sentiment that, oh, government refinery, they sell it to their cronies. The other government, this thing, they sell it to their cronies. When they didn't sell it, what were the benefits to Nigerians? That is what we should be talking about. All those Warri and Port Harcourt refinery, taking away from a Dangote, for example, where are those refineries today? You are spending money, you are not producing anything. So NNPC, what is the benefit of NNPC? When what we just discover, like one engineer was saying, a petroleum engineer or petroleum professional was saying that the first time he saw that where the that pipeline, for example, was like what was like 1983. So look at all those things. So if you have all these organizations that they are not efficient, why can't we go and unbundle or total deregulation, let another company spring up entirely, and let the company that is not performing die like Nigeria Airways died, and let us know that private people are bringing something better to the table. So anything government is not what we want to promote in terms of anything government doing business that private people should be doing. It's not what should be supporting. At least Ajakuta, for example, where's Ajakuta today? Where's the tax still? Nigerian Railway Corporation that they killed the other time, they are trying to revive now. You understand? So when you look at those in Nigerian Shipping Line, all those stuff, where are they? So everything that government has hand in operating as a profit venture, I think government should take on. So on body, I agree with Sanusi, absolutely. But I want that into another radical level, deregulate totally. That's the way I will go.
All right, brilliant. Well put. And let me take you to Tinubu's mission statement. Yes, what are you making of it? We've had quite an involved conversation around that.
You see, one thing I keep telling people about Tinubu is this idea. When you have an ideology, it's either you know something or you don't know. You can't know something like 50 years ago, and suddenly you just lose those things. You can enhance those things, or your perspective about those things will change. From what I see from that, they are actionable, items on that list. You see, like I said the other time, like this guy is a pro restructuring, and like rational mind was trying to challenge the other time, the way people see restructuring sometimes is that it's not when you go back to 1960 regional system. No. What are those principles of those days is what you look at. For example, there are some kind of restructuring that is taking place. The other time when Kulata talked about direct allocation of direct this thing, you know, I'm mistaking that for the judiciary something. You understand? You know, you look at that one, for example, autonomy, financial autonomy to the local government, for example, is an example of restructuring. I think the federal government defeated the state government there, and even from what I just read this evening, the Kogi state has even made an amendment to their law to grant the local government financial autonomy. So look at such kind of restructuring. Now, restructuring simply means that from those exclusivity of federal government, you take as much you can take away from these people, so that the thing will promote our economic growth. Look at this IPP now that people are adopting. For example, I used to make that as reference. Tinubu was the person that brought Enron and challenged the federal government of that. That's part of restructuring thinking. State police. He also demonstrated that even through an example of last man. You know, there was a time that Ogunlewe and Tinubu, they were on the neck of each other when they were battling for the control of many roads in Lagos State. And there was a time Tinubu offered that he was going to be issuing license, that FRSC has no business in issuing driver license in Lagos State, for example, that every state should be able to issue their licenses. So when you see that type of thinking, when you see that of thinking alone, those are the kind of restructuring we are talking about. You have a state police, you are able to do your driver license. Now, look at federal government, for example, they want to control the state inland waterways, for goodness sake, for example. So all those kind of things are restructuring we are talking about. If you can get all those things, when you devolve more power to state, those are the restructuring. If Ekiti now is controlling the resources in Ekiti, if Lagos is controlling the resources in Lagos, and you have your police to defend your territory, that is the type of restructuring we are talking about. So when you look at everything Tinubu has spoken there, you will see that he has always been consistent. The only thing he cannot do is that he cannot start to be using the same verbiage and be repeating the same sentences all now and now, every time that he's speaking. So looking at him, he already knows exactly what he's going to do. He already knows how he's going to tackle corruption. Like I was saying, sometimes it's unfortunate when we say, oh, this man is corrupt, that man is corrupt. And you know one thing I've discovered about those people that we talk about, that we say we corrupt, they don't even want to solve corruption than those people that we tend to believe that they're not corrupt. That has just it. Now, okay, look at Tinubu, for example, now when he was the Lagos State governor. The first thing he discovers that he was paying this early stage, he was paying 1.2 billion in salary. When he went to Oracle, for example, you know, Oracle, he brought Oracle to Lagos State and they implemented the database and asked the government now to start doing some kind of payee enrollment. You know what he discovered in the early days? About 600 million was going to fill people's pockets. So he saved 600 million, for example. That's one of the way you reduce the cost of governance, for example. He invested in the system and saved. And that was why he was even able to increase the workers' pay at that particular point in time. So look at the hospital, look at how he now get the money to work on hospital and all those stuff. So you don't just go and say, for the allocation that is coming from Abuja, and that is the only thing you want to say. You want to invest to get more revenues. Those are the things we are talking about. So I see this guy, even in as much as I don't like his position about Yoruba nation and all those is road Fulani, spend all those stuff. But then there's some quality someone gets sometimes that you cannot decide because you disagree with him where in a particular where we are discussing a particular topic, that it has to be absolute disagreement. No, you don't do that. You have to talk about the good side of this guy. So to me, everything that guy said is on point, and this guy already told you how is he going to implement it. For example, you ask this guy is going to implement solve his corruption problem. For example, he did it before when he reformed judiciary in Lagos State. What did he do? He made sure that government give all the judges car. He got them laptop that they take home. So he made sure that when they retire, or like before, when they retire, they have their house their own houses to retire to. And everyone that after that time, anyone now that anyone they call that time doing some corruption, what did they do? They fire them. And before you know, a lot of reform happened. Just imagine when he got to power, he inherited 40 business cases, 40,000. And within 9 to 12 months, the person like Oshibajo, for example, they were able to reduce it to as low as 10,000. That was how they started clearing backlog of business cases in Lagos. What happened? It made Lagos State's environment where people can now invest instead of all those disputes that they used to for. It even helped some investor in this matter of land registry for people to easily acquire land and do their business. Or like before that, the case of that land could just linger for like 5, 8, 9, 10 years. And when this guy was saying that, when people are saying this guy didn't do anything in Lagos, that anybody can do something in Lagos sometimes, I laugh because everything people are saying, these people are not backing this with fact. Because if you look at the detail of what this guy has done, what this guy did in Lagos, and what his successor did, then nobody will be arguing against what that guy is presenting.
Let me quickly interject because you reminded me of something. Tinubu was the first governor to implement an enterprise resource planning software, Oracle EBS. They did it in year 2000. I mean, I think they started in 1999, but it was in 2000. I still remember vividly. And that caught a lot of corruption. They were able to kind of like cut through. I mean, let's not.
Exactly.
You have to give Tinubu his props.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See what he did in the national population census when the federal government did it. He did his own and he managed to get the number of people in Lagos, and he used that one again to enhance taxation in Lagos. So this guy did a lot of things. So he has the experience. That's why I'm saying that even if I'm going to vote for someone in 2023, I will have to use my sense. I will not use this sentiment and all these buzzwords around. The same way we were carried away that we forgot the good thing that Jonathan was doing. We don't want him out because we believe the guy was stealing the money. Yeah, he was stealing. But is the guy here now, is he not stealing the same money? They are all stealing. Nothing has changed. But what I'm saying is that whenever I want to choose my own thief, when I don't have any option, I want to be strategic. Tinubu is stealing, but what he has managed to do is he has managed to restrict it to individualized stealing instead of generalized stealing like a IBB that's free for all. For example, maybe if you have like 10,000 civil servants stealing money, no, Tinubu has managed to reduce that into maybe about 10 people or 5 people stealing money, including himself. That is what we are having in Lagos today. And over time, when you look across into the issue of civil violation across the world, the elites are the one where they are outplaying one another that establish the framework that help eliminate corruption at the end of the day. So that's the way I see. He said when you want to buy a house, he's telling you that he want to enhance the credit system in Nigeria, that you don't need to save several millions of naira to buy a car. How does that sound to you, for example? Why are people stealing? Because people that are working today, wherever we work, that is where we eat. They want to steal enough to go and build a house. But why will you do that, for example, if you can buy that house and the money you are paying to your landlord, you start paying as your mortgage? So this guy is saying things that is visible. Did you understand? And as he's saying that thing, you don't need to look so much before you understand how he's going to finance it. You see what he said? He said maybe Jimmy Ovia should go and start rethinking. So you don't expect him to now say, okay, everything I will now say it fully. Look at what he did in this Emmanuel Road construction in Lagos. That people start buying tipper for Lagos State government to individual. If you have your money, you go and buy tipper and you give it to the Lagos State government, and they will use it and they will give you money for your tipper. So some of those accolades, all those revenues, things, they were not bought by the Lagos State government. They are just in form of in type of IPP that people were using. it is from Lagos state government that federal government had the idea of IPP. Now, you may be looking at the Lekki airport, something, and deep sea, all those kind of things. Whose idea? Who forced the federal government into that project? It is the Lagos state government. So those are the kind of leaders I want to see. It's not as someone as, okay, I will help you cut your money, I will do this thing. Okay, when they talk of security of Obi, didn't Tinubu do something of security? Everybody knows Shinorambo. Even Maruwa could not chase Shinorambo away from Lagos. It was this guy that came and established a principle that, okay, I will protect the police, and they started buying armor personnel carrier for this and that. All you just need to see is that once they park one armor personnel carrier around somewhere, you know, even armed robber that want to run, we know that no, this is no go there, because you cannot match the firing power of these people, because you cannot hit them, they can hit you. So those are the things. Among these guys, yeah, this other guy, Atiku, good. He has some program to, but you know, I have my total sentiment against Atiku. For example, me, Tinubu's speech has been the best so far. It's not just playing with words; it's saying something that is reasonable. And if you go back into history, it has done something similar to everything that he's saying. So that because he's old now, all of a sudden he will lose his memory and this thing. Now, I want people to get something right.
That's all right. I'll run it up here if you can.
So he was not the only person that put up that program, because people were saying they wrote the speech for him. Yeah, they may write the speech for him, but you should give credit for him to even get someone that even write that thing for him, because he has done it before and he can still do it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Allah, of course. We all know that. Somebody that's equally as eloquent, almost even elegant, Saki Fada. So, Saki Fada, you're up next. Hope you're still there. Saki, are you still there?
Yeah, woman. Thank you.
All right. Always a delight in your company, Saki Fada. But do you delight in the company of General NNPC? Is the one, the butcher of Lekki, the spokesperson of Anambra First Bank?
Anyway, like I said, I've already said my stand on that. You know, the list was compiled by a lot of people, and though you know, Kube is like I said, is the Director General of the campaign. He has done his work. When he published that very list, 3 fundamental.
Blame the Yoruba man, Abi.
No, I'm not blaming him. So when the list came out, 3 fundamental criticisms, you know, were garnered from the obedience. So obedience supported the man. Actually, the man is not a spokesman, what we call him, for the campaign. He was just there for the security department, sort of. That is where they put him in the campaign list. So security strategy, something like that, you know. So, but when the list came out, people started doing reviews. Even the Labour Party even tweeted that morning that people are free to make reviews, you know, and complain where they want to complain, so that it will guide them to make necessary changes if need be. So people started making their review, especially the obedience. They gave 3 fundamental criticisms. Number 1, they talked about the man, that such a person should not be in the list based on the comments he made during the answers. Like I said, I don't even know the man made that comment. It was during this season that I went back and started hearing those things, you know. So let me call it oversight from people that developed that list. And another criticism the evidence made was gender balance. You know, that women are not the ratio of women to men in that very list, you know, should also be addressed, should be also considered, so that they should increase the number of women, so that we could have maybe a 60-40 or 50-50 representation in that very list. Another comment they also made was on the issue of state of origin. Like I said, 2 state coordinators, one from Sokoto is an Igbo guy, and one from Lagos is not a Yoruba. So people complained that Labour Party should also address those parts so that each state's coordinator should be a son of the soil. So
Can
that
you imagine Labour Party
no. Look
appointed
at
an
look at
Igbo
no
to be this
look at
thing
the
in
argument.
Lagos?
No.
Eh?
Look at the argument.
Yeah, but Adale Koko, you forget that 42% of Lagos is Igbo.
No, look at
You
the
forget.
Oh, maybe that is why. Yeah.
That is why.
Not a great former lower.
That is it. 42% of Lagos is Igbo now.
That's
So,
ridiculous.
Ajale Koko, look at the argument. The argument was that guy from Sokoto has contributed too much in the obedient movement, and they are looking for somebody that can galvanize there. They couldn't see a better person. That is what they have available. One.
In
Then two,
Lagos.
wait,
In
no,
Lagos.
talking about Sokoto. Talking about Sokoto.
Oh.
Then again, that the guy was born and brought up in Sokoto. He lived all his life in Sokoto, born in Sokoto, still living there, went to primary school in Sokoto, secondary school,
You
and
cannot say they
university.
don't have a
No, I'm coming.
I'll let you continue.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I
So
cannot say they don't have a native born Sokoto person.
no, I'm coming.
So
Then,
what are you trying to say?
So those are the criticisms people brought forward, So then, in the evening of that same day, when the list was released, the Labour people and Ruby camp, they tweeted on Twitter that they have taken the corrections or that the criticisms presented by people. So on that very grounds that they need to withdraw the list and make amendments to reflect these criticisms. So I think for the fact of that withdrawal, and trying to address the list again to come out with something that will reflect these issues, I think we should also give them kudos. We should also give P2B that kudos for even
Sakivada, will you give Tinubu kudos too for pulling APC list? Because APC had a 400 and something list and they pulled it back.
I don't know
do corrections.
I don't know the reasons they pulled it back. Is it that the reasons that people were not consulted, or
it's always the same thing? People feel they were not consulted. Some people feel they did not include their own people. One thing. There's always one reason.
No. My question is it like APC people talking about it, or their supporters on Twitter talking about it?
The list just didn't go. It didn't go down well, and so they pulled it.
Yeah, because this criticism now from the Labour side is not just Labour Party members talking about. It's just the public. They brought it forward. The public, the obedience, who are the supporters, revolted. They started arguing.
Okay, so we should give Obi kudos for listening to the public and also his party members, but we shouldn't give APC kudos for pulling the list.
I'm not talking about APC. I'm talking about this Obi issue.
No, I'm just trying to see what's the difference between Labour Party and ABC. I mean, the regular party. Creating a list that is inadequate, pulling the list and working on the list again.
Why I'm saying the issue, why I'm asking the issue of APC is that if it is coming from their members, it might be that some of them, for selfish reasons, maybe they want to be part of that campaign list. They want their name to be there. That is why they are complaining. Those members that are complaining.
So Labour Zone is for altruistic reasons.
No, but on the issue of Labour own, it was coming from the public, the supporters, not Labour Party members talking. It is not Labour Party members that are criticizing the list. It is people like you and I that saw the list, went through it, criticized it, generated a lot of worries on Twitter Spaces, discussed about it, and P2B, we addressed them in the evening and said, for these worries raised and these criticisms, we're going to withdraw this list and make amendments that will accommodate these worries and come back and get updated version.
All right, got it.
Yeah, and he also removed that. He also said that okay, since people have complained about that soldier, they issued a statement again that in the evening again that the guy has also been removed, something like that. So I think it is something good. There is no human being that is infallible. I've never said Obi cannot.
Medicine after death, my brother.
All right.
I've never said Obi cannot make mistake. He's a human being. He's not infallible. Even the Pope is not infallible. So anybody can make mistake. Nobody is God. But the question is, when you have made that mistake, the public cried loud and you listened. It shows a fundamental quality of leadership, the ability to listen to people, and even swallow your pride and take responsibility. Even Peter Obi took responsibility for that kind of mistake, although he's not the one that compiled the list only. So he took it to himself as a mistake, and he's going to address it. So I think it is something that is good. That's the way I see it.
All right, thank you. Sacrifice, do you have a screen in front of you?
Yes, very well.
I want to show you something totally unrelated with anything politics, but I just want to show you because these are some of the spaces that I spend my time. So let me share this screen with you. I want to talk you through something which may or may not alarm you, but let me show you this. So this is a platform called OpenSea, and this is where people trade what is called NFTs, non-fungible
tokens.
All right. So this is where, and what you're seeing on your screen now is an example of an NFT. So now the floor price, which is the lowest price that you can purchase one for, is that's what you're seeing there. It says 0.65. So that is in Ethereum. And if you want to know the money value of that, let me open this up. This is one of them, and this is 0.65 ETH, and the dollar value of that is $835. So you can see there $835. So that is what you would pay for this. Would you pay $835 for this? No, answer that question first. I'm going somewhere.
No, I don't think I will.
All right. If you paid $835 for this, you'll be getting it cheap. 12 months ago, somebody paid $680,000 for this.
$680,000.
Why? Because it's a non-fungible token. But then the market dropped by 95% thereabout and wiped him out completely.
Hi. That is what I don't like about these.
$680,000 for that. And now it's worth about $800, which you are even saying you wouldn't pay for it.
No, I will not pay. This is what I don't like about these crypto kind of trading spaces, It's very volatile,
Yes.
You have to
The guy is crying. Although he can afford it anyway, it's a millionaire. So he can afford it, but I'm not sure that anybody can afford to lose.
But I think you trade on this, right?
No, I'm in the space. If I show you my wallet, I own quite a, well, I won't say quite a lot, but I own my own portion. But
well, how does the fungible work? Is it like they bring pictures on daily basis, new pictures, and
no, these are digital assets. What you are investing in. Let me show you my wallet, then I'll talk you through it. These are digital assets, and what you are investing in is the technology, and then 2, the art, and then 3, the fact that it's non-replicable, and 3, the underpinning technology that propels it.
Or does it have any use?
Well, these are collectibles. So these are collectibles. So let's take this one for instance. This one is from a notable artist. So this one I actually purchased not that long ago. So this I own now is a one irreplicable piece of item. So all of these things that you see on your screen, they're in my wallet. These are my digital assets, you know. So there it is.
Hey.
But not to the level, or these are just like your few dollars here and there, not anything, you know, not anything
but
you know,
how does it
untoward. Huh?
but the how does it the prices how does it like appreciate?
It's a matter of demand and supply, like everything
It
else.
works
So
like the way Bitcoin
yeah.
works also.
Yeah, well, along the lines, but really it's a demand and supply sort of thing. You know, so you know, I told you that the market has hemorrhaged about 95% of value.
Aye.
Yeah, so I've just taken that as an entry point to pick up a few
This is the
of
best
the
time to enter.
yes. So I'm picking them up for next to nothing, and I'm picking up things that I particularly enjoy. So the ownership of it is already a satisfaction, but the investment of it is a hope. So that's some of the spaces that I am. But let me take you back to somewhat of an investment that would never yield anything. NNPC should be unbundled and disbanded. This is Lamido Sanusi saying this. Do you concur?
Exactly. I concur with what he's saying. Well, my philosophy to me is that government naturally should not have business in business. You know, they should just focus on creating an enabling social, legal, political environment for business to thrive. They should just leave business to be better managed, you know, by the private sector. I don't know what NNPC is doing, you know. I don't know. You can imagine what happened, and again, you can imagine what happened in this. Is it JAM? You know that JAM for many years has never been returning yielding any revenue to the government for many years, even during the time of Obasanjo, Yaradua, and Jonathan. You know. So, but when this man was appointed, one Yoruba guy, the former vice chancellor of University of Ilorin, somebody
Oloyede.
Yeah, Oloyede. So Oloyede did wonders in that very JAM, restructured the JAM and managed it very well. And within 1 year, JAM remitted about 10 billion naira, 5 billion naira to government. And I heard that this year, Oloyede told the federal government that they should stop funding JAM, that JAM could self-sustain itself by virtue of the kind of revenue they are generating. But this is the same JAM that was managed.
It will stop sustaining as soon as they put Mukhtar in charge.
But this is the same JAM that was managed by.
It is now one of the revenue generating ministry.
Yes.
Is generating revenue into the federal account. Why NNPC does not contribute cover?
Yes. So it is this same JAM that was managed by one Bello Salim, I think Bello Salim, and after Bello Salim there is another person again before this guy. So those two people, they never returned any.
If the name is from the north, it will never report a profit. But if the name is from the south, they will report a profit. But even the southerners are corrupt. But
So I think this Oloyede should even be given Minister for Education, because he gave a lot of he introduced a lot of structural and effective changes in that very sector. You know, he did like all these what did he call it? These CBT they are doing. What he did was to privilege on this private sector. You know, call the private sector to invest on those kind of infrastructure for the exams, and the private sector invested. So government did not push much money there. And he was generating a lot of revenue for the government. So I think that is what we need to see in that NNP. NNPC has not really been doing anything. They should better sell it off. And I heard that they did sort of commercialization. Let them just completely privatize it. Sell it off, and the private sector should manage it better. And maybe government should.
But Saki Father, why why can't you advocate for another Oloyode? Why can't you, instead of selling it off, let us decentralize the system, let the people that let's stop putting round objects in square holes.
Yes, like I said, government is a very serious society. Government should not put hand in every business.
No, government won't be involved, but let them put Oloyode there. One Oloyode there. Or one Atiku.
That is what I'm telling you. Why are
you are not telling me that. You are telling me that they should sell it. And when they sell it now, they will go to your enemy.
I don't understand what you mean by going to the enemy.
I don't know.
Because that sector is very, very vital for the survival of the common man. That's why in other countries like Brazil and Russia, the government have to be involved somehow. But put the right people there to run it. Don't be afraid to say that.
I think, to me, I think because
that's not all the things, though, Tony. That's not what he's telling us. But carry on, Saki.
I think, to me, because if you look at what happened in the telecom industry, if government is still managing it by today, it wouldn't have gone to the level it has gone, during these years. So I think the best thing to do in that NNPC is just to hand it over. Private sector should just take charge of it and manage it, and competitions will be here and there in the country, and you will see economic growth being driven by those things. But as it is now, the government cannot manage it. It's we have a serious level of corruption there. So if I were Nigerian government, I would just unbundle it and disband it, sort of. That is what I would recommend.
All right, brilliant. I'm not sure if Solomon Peters is not the funniest person in the comment section. He's back and forth with Oga. It's just something that I've been chuckling at.
I observe that Solomon likes being on that comment section.
No, yeah, I think he just enjoys the banter. He has his group of friends that they always go in there.
He prefers comment section more than live. I've always seen him there. He writes very well. He likes
so it's just his humor. You know that word Jonesing, I've never seen it spelled out before, but I've never even knew he had a spelling until he spelled it out.
Jones is the right word. When you say you want to keep up to Joneses, that is you want to be with your peers.
No. It's not keeping up with the Joneses. It's Jonesing. When somebody is being sluggish or slow or not up to speed is what it's a Nigerian street slang.
Yes. It's Jones.
Yes.
In Igbo language, they will say Ode Jones. Ode Jones Yare. Ode Jones Yare, like this guy is behaving like somebody that is not serious, that kind of thing.
All right, and a brief commentary, Saki Father, on the this revisitation of the Nnamdi Kanu space by the Enugu young girls, pointing cameras in the air and asking us to look at greeneries. So what's going on there? I thought we'd abandon that space.
I don't really understand what is actually going on. I don't really understand what is going on, This is not the kind of space has really taken a lot of time, and people just make unfounded statements, and like this narrative of Jibril El Sudani and all those kind of narrative, I think those those things should.
I think they should bring Nnamdi Kanu back. Nnamdi Kanu, The Return. We want that movie. Nnamdi Kanu, The Return.
Yeah,
So,
but on a very serious note, I think the Nigerian government should learn to obey the law. You know, the law has said release this guy. Why don't you release him? And why will you like? Because if you consider the amount of money government has spent from the time they went to Kenya to bring in the account, and all these series of court processes they have been going for this 1 year. Every day he goes to court, you see a lot of security vehicle, security personnel will come out. All those things are money being spent by the government, unnecessary expenses. Okay, now the High Court, the Appeal Court has said, release this guy. You erred fundamentally. Just really, why don't you obey court? When will Nigeria start obeying court rulings? Release the guy, and instead of coming out again, Malami coming out and saying he was discharged, but he was not acquitted. I don't understand what he meant when he said the court discharged him, but the court didn't acquit him, that they will still hold him. So I think maybe the security agents are really making a lot of money from these proceedings. That is the way I will see it. Let them just release the guy and let him just go and see. So Nigeria will always be, Nigeria will continue.
All right. Thank you, Sakifada. So thank you, Sakifada. So for time, let me go on from you to Ajanle Koko. But on the road to Ajanle Koko, let me do another roll call of the people that have contributed to the platform. So we had Jafar, and then we had Ayo, joined by Alexander Kashe, but Kulata joined them laterally. So Nordic Coin, otherwise known as Rational Mind, he's coming to that space as well. And then this Birth, because some of the names it just shows someone, so you are guessing at who that might be. But Birth is the person that is the latest installment. Maybe we'll do a table league of who is actually leading that space. But thank you for your contribution so far. As we take the conversation in the direction of Ajanle Koko, and we take him to the space of this military man, now Obi spokesperson. I thought people would be in outrage leaving the obedient movement, but it looks as though even you remember when Donald Trump told us Ajanle Koko that he can go to Times Square and shoot somebody and his followers will still follow him. I think this is the sort of fervent fanatical support that we're seeing in that space. The butcher of Lekki Tollgate, the spokesperson of Obi movement, but that is absolutely fine. This is what we have been hearing. Ajanle Koko, what says you?
Yeah, thank you, man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think they committed a very serious blunder for appointing that man at the top level of the party. I consider that guy as a criminal due to the role he played during the NSAS. He does not represent a patriot, but a criminal to me. And looking at the clips of him in the studio with Abati and the rest, even compounded this compounded his situation, the way he was trying to even threaten them, the way he was talking, he was arrogant and stuff like that. So such a person, and that is why I've said that this Labour Party is just a party of, people from different angles coming together for a purpose they do not even understand well. They don't know it well. It's a real, it's a big job, you know, to organize people for political activity. It's a special, skilled job on its own. It's not just anything that anybody can just do. You have to learn. You have to go through some process. You have to learn it. You have to, you know, practice it, and before you become a master in the game. That political activities carry some strategic planning sometimes, and strategic deliverance of objective, you know. So it's not just anybody that can do this thing. The role of anybody is when you are mobilizing people to go and vote. But those that are strategic planners are special people that know the core value of their party and can stand with it anytime, any day, and push it to achieve, you know, a particular result. So when we are saying that, you know, structure really matter in political party organization and administration, because some of us that have practiced it before, that knows, you know, the way it plays out. We are not just saying it, we know the way it is. So Labour Party failed to have experienced people. You just tell me they failed to have experienced people to manage the affair of the party at the top level, and that is why that guy was able to, you know, get such a very important appointment before some people raise eyebrow against him. So, but it is good that you know, they took him out, and maybe this will, you know, teach them a lesson to investigate better on anybody that, you know, they want to offer an appointment for any particular position at any time, or you know, in the course of carrying out their party activities. So the guy does not fit for any purpose, and this should serve as a lesson to them. And Donyo Kupe and Obi himself, because Obi is the face of the party. He cannot. There's no way that anything that happened to that party, good or bad, you know, he will share some blame out of it. So I mean, we share some responsibility rather out of it. So they should be on the watch out, and they should be very careful to organize. They should, you know, if we have to take them to, you know, appoint some people that are very good in, you know, organizing and putting a structure in place on how to direct the affairs of the party. They have to do it. They don't have to make it Iruwa, and that is what they have done, and it's just not good to me, you know. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Ajale Koko, and to the space, the unbundling of NNPC as recommended by Lamido Sanusi. What's your take on that?
Yeah, privatization is a good measure. It's a good way to direct a big economy like ours. We have to allow privatization and liberalization, to take to play out there so that we can, stimulate the economy and generate economic growth. But as far as I am concerned, NNPC is our asset, is possibly maybe the best assets that we have as of today as a country and as the people of that country. It's an asset that belongs to us. At this point in time, it should not be sold. They have to fix it. They have to make it run. It has to run well. And to the advantage of the people. The way it's run now is not run to the advantage of the people, but to the advantage of some few criminals that run it to loot our resources. So responsible government that comes in should put people like Professor Oloyede that you just mentioned, that is managing JAM, and turn JAM, that is a soccer to revenue generating government agency. So we because we all know what oil and petroleum, the role it plays in the economic affair of every country in the world. Is the most important. Oil and gas sector is the most important sector in this world. It drives economic activities in this world. Why must we, as a country and the people, allow that sector to be taken away from us? Because once it's taken away right now, it won't be used to the advantage of us anymore. It will, number one, the hardship, the economic hardship that it will bring on the country, the spillover, particularly at this time that we are going through this hardship in that country, the hardship will triple. The hardship, the economic hardship will triple. So what we need to do as a country is to fix our refinery, make sure our refinery work. When it works and it's working to our advantage, to the advantage of the people, and then they can start the process of privatization in such a way that, when it's fully privatized, it can continue to work for the goodness of the people and, the economic in such a way that the economy of the country will not suffer. Because when the economy suffers, the people suffer most. So it has to be, they have to make it run so that it can work well to the advantage of our economy. And when the economy function well, the people will prosper. So that is the way forward. And not to take it away from, when they take it away from us and privatize it now, it will be given to one of these politician friends, and they will use it to the advantage of the people. They will never use it to the advantage of the country and to the advantage of they will use it to the advantage of themselves, advantage of the politicians and some of their cohorts, and that is it. It's not going to be used to the advantage of us as people. So our assets should not be taken away. It's a robbery. If they want to sell it now, any presidential candidate that is proposing to sell it now is to be considered as a person that does not love the people of that country, and the people have to stand up and vote against such candidate. It is not this time. It has to be fixed. Where is Nigerian Airways today? The same thing they did about Nigerian Airways. There was a time that Nigerian Airways used to have, we are the number one, Nigerian Airways was the number one airliner in the whole of Africa. Nigerian Airways have donated airline to, what do you call this place today? Dubai, that United Arab Emirates. When they weren't having, any Nigeria donated an airline for them to start their own, this Emirates that you are talking today. Nigeria donated an airline for them.
Ajale Koko, we have to let go of this nostalgia. There's a reason Nigerian Airways is no more. It's because it was run by government. There's a reason NNPC is not functioning. It's because it's run by government. There's no miracle coming. We know the fate of NNPC if we continue doing what we're doing. It's still going to be man, no man getting appointed to run NNPC. Let's get real.
But Kulata, don't forget that we need to have something to protect the citizen, the ordinary man, because you always hear for the theoretical part of it. Like you were submitting earlier on, you don't talk about establishing industries to provide employment for the people. That's what Ajani Koko is summary on. We have no national shipping line.
If you're doing the same thing and it doesn't work, it's insanity.
No. We have to make it work by stop placing round objects in square holes. You see, you are an importing nation. You have no national shipping line. Can you just imagine that? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm surprised that Kulata, if Ethiopia Airlines can work and is managed by the state of Ethiopia, why can't Nigerian Airways work? Why can't our
because we are Nigerians, we're peculiar people. Nothing works except it's for profit.
You are not peculiar people.
Okay,
it's because you don't vote. You Nigerians are useless people that doesn't vote for the right candidate.
Exactly. Since you know we're useless people, why are you expecting a miracle?
Yeah. You don't. Yeah. Why do you want to toe the line? What give you that hope that when it is privatized, it's going to work well?
Liberalize, not just privatize. You see,
forget about all this.
No, it's not forget.
Forget about all this gymnastic.
They're practical examples. No,
forget about all this gymnastic terminology.
Kulata, stop theory. Talk of practical.
Hold on, Tony. Let that conversation just take place. Don't worry about that.
Look, Ajale Koko, Nitel was privatized. MTN, Econet, whatever the other ones, liberalization. Nitel is no more. Privatization is not like the cure-all, but if you liberalize the space, allow many participants to come in, is profit-driven, is going to be more efficient, then it will work. But if you have it as a government parastatal owned by the government, you will have one. The president will come from somewhere in Yobe or somewhere in Zamfara. He will appoint his own. He will appoint their own. That is Nigeria for you. So you can't change that. You cannot all of a sudden make everybody in Nigeria start voting for Showore. No. So you're expecting a miracle. We can't plan based on a miracle. We need to plan based on the realities of Nigeria, which means if a politician gets in there, he's going to appoint his own people to run an NNPC. An NNPC is never going to be great. So let's liberalize it and stop wasting
Can I
our time.
ask a lot of question real quick? I know, Wama, we're deep into the hours.
All right, but I'm going to round off after John Lekokodo because we are nearly
okay.
6.5 hours now. So,
Kulata, who owns Aramco? Do you know?
I know who owns Aramco now. It's Saudi. Are we Saudi Arabia? Saudi is a feudal system.
Because we've heard some of the candidates like Atiku comparing what he's going to do to NNPC.
Aramco too has actually gone public.
I know he has gone public.
It's gone public. So it's not just Saudi that owns it, it's public actually.
Saudi government still has the highest.
They have the highest share, but it's gone public. So that means they need to report to shareholders, and we need to do the same thing.
When you said we're not Saudi Arabia is a monolithic country, unlike so
they're all Arabs.
Good. So
I mean, they have some version. They have different. Whatever. Not just they're not just the same people. Yeah, but they're mostly Arabs. Yeah.
In Nigerian model. Okay. Let me say this. I know I don't have the time. I'm not going to be able to talk because of the time. So in the Nigerian model, for me, what I see as to what should be done to NNPC is that let the state that has these oil blocks, let them control these oil blocks. Let them pay royalty to the federal government.
Yes.
Let the states manage this
for land-based oil. For offshore, federal government should own offshore. For the ones on the land, let South own their own stuff. Yes, so I agree.
The one on the even the one on the offshore, I think should be given.
You cannot give offshore to states. It's federal territory.
Well, you can say that.
You can't. It's federal territory. Which state owns the ocean?
Hold on. Now the model we're following.
Ocean State, the ocean.
The model we're following.
Ulata Ocean.
Yemoja owns the ocean.
The coast of the Gulf of Mexico, or whatever. The oil rig there, it's owned by the state of Texas. It's not
that's America now. It's
that's what I'm saying. So if we, that's why I keep saying until we follow this is our kind of hybrid kind of governance. It's not going to work for us.
If we restructure, the states will own what's on their land, but the ones in the ocean should be owned by the federal government.
All right, it's a debate to be deferred for another day. So, Adale Koko, round up that space, and then I want to hear a little bit from.
I'm glad that somebody brought up the issue of Aramco. Aramco was formerly 100% controlled by Saudi Arabia. By the state of Saudi Arabia, right? Kulata.
Yes, sir. Right, yes, right. Yes. It was. But it was working. It was working.
It was okay. Now they try to privatize it, right?
They have privatized it, not tried.
They have already privatized it. That is the same thing I am recommending for Nigerian state.
But Nigerian states.
Hold on. Let us make our refinery work. It could work. When it works, it will work for the interest of Nigerian people. It's our asset. It should not be sold. Hold on. They should not sell it off like that at a cheaper price to their friend, and we, the people, will lose out completely. Let it run. When it works, and while it's working, it's functioning well to the economic advantage of the country, which is advantage of the people, then they can privatize it.
All right. Thank
you. Understand?
That's a good spot.
I understand. No reports from me. I said I understand.
All right, gentlemen, please. Let's hear from Rational Mind. We're 6.5 hours in, so I want to.
Let me just let you go. I think it's
all right. Let's take closing remarks and let's be rapid through it, and then we'll shut it down. So we kick it off from Ola to London, Ajane Koko. Closing remarks.
No, let me do the closing remark. I want to take care of a business now.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, all the contributors. I hope you guys will join One Man tomorrow when it brings us another round. And those of you at the commentary section, I thank you all for staying with us from the beginning to this time. Come back tomorrow to do what you know to do best. God will bless you all. And thank you, one man, as well. 6 hours is not a joke. Come back tomorrow. I guarantee you, we shall all join with you. And we will continue the struggle from there. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So from Ajanle Koko, we go on to Ola closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming online and for contributing your quota to the development of our country. And I've learned from you all, and I believe that the audience too have learned. So let us keep giving ourselves encouragement and try to educate people and educate ourselves on the way forward for our country. Please let us appreciate the forum. Let us thumb up. Let us share. And other than that, I wish you well. Good day wherever you are.
All right, thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go on to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, are you still there? Oh, all right, thank you, Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige just left us. So let's go on from Man of Prestige to Saki Father. Saki Father, you're up next.
Thank you, Omar. It has been a very wonderful session. Let me not take your time. You know, I encourage the listeners to come, view, like, and share this good well we do every day here. You know, thank you, Omar, for today, and let's keep on keeping on. We'll come tomorrow again to continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Saki Father. So from Saki Father, let's go on to Tony. Tony, to you.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, thank you very much, sir. And then thank you very much, Ola, for your contribution. Then I just want to say that I thank Ajani Koko also for supporting me there. That at least they're not born white people with double head. Now they say one head, now they take bonus. So make Kulata know the not they do all this kind of inferiority complex. We need our national line backs, our national lines like a shipping line, etc., because we're an important nation, and then it's very painful that we can't even produce, and then logistic or transportation, whatever. Thank you, sir. Wama, God bless you.
All right, thank you. God bless you too. So thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we'll go on to Rational Mind, and apologies, but I know I caught the conversation of somewhat a bit abrupt, but we're now 6 hours 29 minutes into it. So if it goes on, then we'll spill over into 7 hours. Then at some point we have to call time. So we have to call time at that point. But Rational Mind.
Yeah, real quick, guys. Thank you all for coming and those who are listening. So for me, in conclusion, I just want to say Nigeria is moving nowhere. We're going nowhere if we do not restructure that country. Like I said, whether like one man said, unbundling, I don't think piecemeal kind of unbundling will solve this problem. It's a real deep restructuring we should have for us to move forward. Well, on that note, I would end like that, and then hopefully I will join you guys in the next session. Thank you, one man.
Thank you. So in the absence of the mighty one, a man of equal might, Kulata with the data. The final word to Kulata.
Well, not as mighty as Ajanle Koko, but I want to plead with people on this platform. There's a lot of Igbo versus Yoruba that you guys get into it. I think people need to dial it back, please. It's not worth it. You can talk about candidates, you can talk about this supporter, that supporter, but don't let it get tribal. It's a useless exercise. I think we're better than that. So everyone, I think you all need to buy one man a coffee. So you should click on that link. It's easy to do, just like 3 steps. It's very convenient. I mean, I was lazy before, but when I tried it, I saw it was easy. So you do need to support this platform by buying one man a coffee. And for the nationalistic people that want Nigeria to own this, own that, I just want to give you a little bit of information. We've spent $25 billion in the past 25 years to do turnaround maintenance on our refineries. We're not refining a single liter of crude, and we spent $25 billion. That's the definition of insanity. So I think I'm going to end it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that was it. You didn't even hear it from me. Kulata just said it. buy the old boy a coffee. So there it is. You get the chance to do it tomorrow. We'll be presenting that function. So that's going to substitute for the super chat, and we will encourage people to use that space. We won't overlabor it, of course, but then there will be encouragement in that direction. But a long and involved session, as always. I think this is one of the longer ones. We're 6 hours, 32 minutes into it. Would you believe? And the conversations could still have gone on. That is just the delight of the space. And always a pleasure of being in your company, as you know. I mean, I do it for no other reason but for the delight of the conversation. And I think we all delight in it. So let's gather tomorrow to delight some more in it. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.